I struggled to open my eyes. A whole room full of people was crowded around me, old and young, some worried, some angry. There was even a little brat sprawled at the edge of the Kong bed, staring at me with a bored look on his face. Boom. Memories came flooding into my brain all at once, leaving me dizzy. So I transmigrated. I'd landed in a place called Qiling Gully in the Ming Dynasty, becoming the third son of a hunter's family. And this family? A father who'd been a soldier, a mother who cried at the drop of a hat, an eldest sister with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, a second brother who did nothing but work, a petty sister-in-law, and one thoughtless little nephew. As for the original owner of this body, spoiled rotten since childhood, raised into a full-blown menace to society, stealing chickens, snatching dogs, brawling, bullying people. And once he grew up, he graduated to peeping on the young widow while she bathed. Mom and Dad figured marrying me off might straighten me out. Instead, the girl didn't rein me in at all. I turned into her simp. Her name was Li Xiuxiu. I stole the family's grain, my mom's bracelet, my sister-in-law's dowry, all of it, and gave it to her. She took every bit of it, flashing me a sweet smile to egg me on, which only got me more fired up. The end result? Her whole family got plump and well-fed, while mine was nearly starving to death, and we were 10 taels of silver in debt over the betrothal gift. But here's the kicker. This Li Xiuxiu had been fooling around with the village head's youngest son. She wanted to dump me, but couldn't bear to return the betrothal gift. So she conspired with her 3 brothers to lure me over with a fake hint. The second my pants came off, they threw a sack over my head and beat me half to death, then dragged me back to my family's doorstep like a dead dog. Now I'm crippled from the beating, and the rumors that I'm some kind of pervert have spread all over. The Li family will probably show up soon to call off the engagement and demand compensation on top of it. Thinking about all this garbage, I was so mad my liver ached. The original owner of this body deserved to die. The sheer rage snapped my soul into place, and my eyes shot wide open. The gap-toothed kid at the edge of the Kong shrieked in terror and dove behind a dark, weathered-looking man like he'd seen a ghost. The others, though, crowded in closer. My parents' lips trembled with emotion, too choked up to speak. Moments ago, I'd barely been breathing, and the whole family had been ready to buy a coffin. They never expected me to come back to life. My eldest sister's eyes reddened, but her mouth showed no mercy. I knew it. I knew you were faking, you lazy piece of trash. My sister-in-law pulled her son back a few steps, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. I could read it plainly. She'd have been thrilled if the family burden, had just died. Only my second brother stepped forward, his eyes full of genuine concern. Third brother, where does it hurt? Should I boil an egg to roll over the bruises for you? Only when he said that did I notice my whole body ached like it was falling apart. Those 3 bastards hadn't held back one bit. These bruises wouldn't fade for at least a month. But that was all minor stuff. The most pressing matter was, I was hungry. Brother, is there anything to eat? I asked weakly. The whole room fell into awkward silence. Because every bit of the family's grain had been given away by me to the Li family. There wasn't a single grain of rice left. My second brother couldn't stand it. I'll go borrow some from the village. My sister-in-law grabbed him and whispered, trying to talk him down. It's a famine year. Every household is short on grain. And third brother's offended the entire village. Who's going to lend anything to us? We have to borrow anyway. Third brother's hurt this badly. What if he collapses from hunger too? My second brother shook her off and walked out the door. My sister-in-law bit her lip and tears rolled down. Inside she seethed. Third brother, it's always third brother. Your own wife and son are about to starve. Why don't you ever think about them? I caught her resentful glare and lowered my head awkwardly. Seeing that Mom and Dad said nothing, my eldest sister shot them a look. Third brother, I'm not just saying this to say it, but this time you really crossed the line. Enough. Third's just woken up. Save it for later. Mom snapped, displeased. My eldest sister flung her hand in fury. Fine, protect him then. See what kind of useless bum you 2 turn him into. Don't come looking for me again. Not unless he's dead. And with that, she stormed off. Inside, I was overwhelmed with helplessness. You idiot, you get to walk off scot-free and dump this whole mess on me. But if I wanted to clean things up, I'd have to fill my stomach first. After a long wait, my second brother came trudging back with his hands tucked in his sleeves, his face full of frustration. No one in the village would lend anything. Let me go up the mountain and see if I can find any wild vegetables or game. No, it's already dark. The mountain's too dangerous. My sister-in-law panicked and clung to him, sobbing. If the family lost its man, how would she and her son survive? Sigh, I'll go. My father sighed and headed for the door, but he'd barely taken a few steps before he started coughing. A wild boar had broken a few of his ribs a while back, and they still hadn't healed. I looked around at this room full of people, the sick, the crying, and my scalp went numb. Damn. Talk about starting the game on hard mode. Just then, ding. The daily flash sale system has successfully bound. Congratulations. You've received today's 1 copper coin flash sale slot, AK-47. I wondered if the beating had knocked something loose in my head, if I was hallucinating. A glowing screen floated before my eyes, and inside it was an AK-47 with a reddish-brown stock and a dark gray body, clear as day. Yet everyone around me was dressed in ragged, ancient clothes. Put those two things together. If this wasn't a hallucination, then what was it? Third, what's wrong? What are you spacing out for? Don't scare Mom. My mother, Sun Lianji, threw her arms around me. My second brother panicked. I'll go fetch the doctor. Don't bother, I'm fine. I quickly rasped out. There was no money in the house, so what was the point of a doctor? Besides, I'd just been beaten up. Even in modern times, all you could do was lie down and recover. My second brother hesitated and stopped. You're really okay? I'm fine. I waved my hand and reached out to touch the glowing screen. Well, would you look at that? I could actually touch it and even zoom it in and out. So it wasn't a hallucination after all. Hallucination or not, 1 copper coin would settle the matter. Buy it and I'd know. But looking at this bare, empty house, where the hell would I get a single coin? Still, I forced myself to ask, Mom, do you have any money? Just 1 copper coin would do. My mother, still hugging me and crying, answered almost reflexively. Son, where would I still have money? Didn't you take it all away? Over in the corner, my sister-in-law turned livid the moment she heard this. She'd worn herself out weaving cloth. Her husband had broken his back farming, and every coin they earned had gone to buying grain, which got given away. Her dowry had been stolen too. Now the family had nothing. And the first thing I do when I wake up is ask for money? He must be scheming to butter up Li Xiuxiu again. Beaten to a pulp, and he's still groveling like a mangy dog. She squeezed out the words, "A dog can't stop eating trash," through gritted teeth, grabbed her son, and marched out. My mother wasn't happy. She glared at my second brother. What is your wife going on about? My second brother smiled bitterly. She shouldn't have said it. She shouldn't have. Outside the door, my sister-in-law heard this and felt even more wronged. How did I end up married to such a blindly filial fool? My father came out to smooth things over. Enough. This whole thing really was Third's fault. My mother was about to scold him again, so I quickly grabbed her. Mom, don't say anything more. In this household, I was the only one who could keep my mother in check. And it was precisely her unconditional coddling that had spoiled the original owner into what he'd become. A doting mother raises a spoiled son, indeed. Growl, growl, my stomach cried out again. Just then, my eldest sister, who'd stormed off earlier, came back. With a cold face, she tossed down a sack of millet, about 3 pounds worth. That's all the brown rice. There's no more. You keep spoiling this good for nothing, and sooner or later he'll drag the whole family down. After that tirade, she left again. I understood in my heart. My eldest sister talked tough, but had a soft heart. Her in-laws weren't well off either, and after all these years of helping out her own family, she'd long since lost face over there. Bringing these 3 pounds of rice would probably earn her no end of grief when she got back. I felt terribly guilty, silently cursing the original owner of this body for being such a scumbag. My mother greeted my second brother awkwardly. Hurry, have your wife cook. Don't let Third here go hungry. Second brother picked up the rice bag and went out. Dad went to rest too. The pain in his chest was so bad he couldn't stand. Once everyone had left, my mother furtively fished 2 copper coins out of her shirt and pressed them into my hand. Son, this is my private savings. I put it away in secret. The coins, still warm with her body heat, dropped into my palm. Looking at my mother's weathered, careworn face, still full of tenderness for me, my nose stung. Even after I'd pulled such a rotten stunt, she still doted on me unconditionally. What a massive piece of trash I used to be. I threw my arms around her, choking up. Mom, I know I was wrong. I'll never act like a fool again. I'm going to earn good money and take care of this family, and make sure you and Dad live comfortably. My mother froze. Ever since he'd grown up, the original owner had either hit or cursed at her. This was the first time he'd ever been this affectionate. Sensing my genuine repentance, she was so moved she started crying. Good son, Mom believes you. Then, remembering something, she wiped away her tears and hurried outside. In the courtyard, my sister-in-law, Liang Chun, was tending the fire and cooking. My mother sidled up to her and said smugly, Xiao Chun, don't go saying my third is no good anymore. He just apologized to me, and even said he's going to give us the good life. Liang Chun rolled her eyes, cursing inwardly. Yeah, right. Only you'd fall for that. Seeing that she got no response, my mother just ran off to brag to the neighbors instead. Inside, my face burned. Getting things done and then announcing it. That's called having what it takes. Bragging before you've done a thing. That's just talking out your ass. Forget it. Time to study the light screen. Carefully, I tossed a copper coin onto it. Ding. Flash sale successful. Acquired. 1 AK-47, 100 rounds of ammunition. Stored in warehouse. Withdraw anytime. Withdraw. I called out tentatively. The next instant, a heavy AK-47 appeared in my arms. The cold touch of it, the solid, undeniable weight. I released the magazine and pulled back the bolt. That crisp clack-clack of metal. The sound every man loves. That settled it. I really did have an AK-47 in ancient times. I turned the gun over in my hands, thrilled beyond belief. With this thing, roebuck, wild boar, cicadere, tigers, lions, big black bears, I wouldn't be afraid of any of them. From now on, meat every single day? Growl, hunger dragged me back to reality. In my current condition, holding the gun up for even a little while made my arms ache. Just then, the aroma of rice wafted in. I quickly stowed the gun back in the system and craned my neck to look outside. My mother came in carrying a bowl of thick porridge, still muttering, "Bunch of snobs. My son has turned over a new leaf. He'll definitely amount to more than their sons." Clearly her bragging session hadn't gone well. Seeing me practically drooling with anticipation, she came over to feed me. I wouldn't let her. I took the bowl myself, blew on it to cool it, and drank it all down. In this bitter cold, a bowl of hot porridge in my belly warmed me all over. My strength came back, and even the pain eased up quite a bit. The moment I had some energy, I wanted to get up and go out, to test the gun on the mountain. Besides, there were 6 mouths in this house and only 3 pounds of brown rice, enough to last 2 days at most. I couldn't just lie around. I was the one who'd ruined this family. I had to do something. Seeing me get out of bed, my mother rushed over anxiously to support me. "Oh, son, your wound hasn't healed. You can't go running around." I walked out the door. The sky had already gone dark. Too bad, I was too late. I turned my head and saw my 8-year-old nephew, Zhao Xiaoshan, crouched by the earthen stove, holding a bowl and sipping from it in tiny mouthfuls, as if he were savoring some rare delicacy. I asked offhandedly, "Xiaoshan, why aren't you drinking that inside?" The kid jumped in fright and nearly dropped the bowl. Trembling, he held it out to me, on the verge of tears. "Second uncle, I didn't mean to steal food. I was just so hungry. Here, you drink it, just don't hit me." I looked down. It wasn't water at all. It was rice broth, so watery there were barely any grains in it. Then I looked at the boy again. 8 years old, yet as scrawny as a 5 or 6-year-old, his hair dry and yellowed, wearing a thin cotton jacket, shivering from the cold, clutching the bowl and not daring to look at me. A stab of pain shot through my heart. I really was a goddamn animal before. I took a deep breath and turned to ask my mother, Sun Lianji, "Mom, why didn't sister-in-law cook all the rice? There's only this bit of rice in the house. We have to save it for you, the sick one, first." My mother loved her grandson, but she still favored me, her youngest son, even more. I smiled bitterly. "Mom, cook all the rice. Tomorrow I'll go out to work, hunt, earn money. I promise the family won't come up short on grain. I know Xiaoshan is pitiful, but your wound isn't healed yet. Mom, if you really believe me, then do as I say." I raised my voice. Inside the room, second brother Zhao Quan and sister-in-law Liang Chun poked their heads out from the window to look. One worried, one full of contempt, probably thinking I was throwing another tantrum to get something. My mother couldn't argue with me and agreed. Then she put on a stern face and shouted at Liang Chun, "What are you staring at? Get out here and cook." Third said the whole family eats today. Liang Chun's eyes went wide as she looked at me, her expression saying, "Has this kid been possessed? He's actually changed his ways and wants the whole family to eat?" Inside, I cringed with embarrassment. "Mom, that's the rice my eldest sister brought over, not something I earned. What are you taking credit for?" Liang Chun was hungry too, and she felt for her son, so she dashed out to cook. As for whether her brother-in-law had been possessed, let him be. The more possessed the better, every single day. Watching my sister-in-law carefully pour rice into the pot, I stepped right up, took the rice bag from her, and dumped the whole thing in. "Oh!" The whole family cried out in unison. That was 3 pounds of rice. Rationed carefully, it could last 3 to 5 days. My mother was so upset she wanted to curse someone out, but couldn't bear to curse me, so she raised her hand to point at Liang Chun. I quickly stopped her. "Mom, I'm the one who dumped the rice. Why are you pointing at sister-in-law?" Liang Chun had already braced herself for a scolding, and hearing this, she could hardly believe it. He'd actually stick up for someone? Wasn't he the one who used to love watching Mom scold his sister-in-law, and even egg her on? I helped my trembling old mother back inside. I understood her. She wasn't malicious. This whole mother-in-law and daughter-in-law business had been passed down since ancient times. Back when she'd first married in, she got beaten and scolded by my grandmother every single day. Beaten in the daytime. And at night, she still had to wash grandmother's feet, taking a kick to the body without a word of protest. She'd swallowed a lifetime of grievances without daring to make a sound. and now she treated her own daughter-in-law the same way. Thankfully, she had a soft heart. She only scolded, never raised a hand. But I couldn't stand it. I went inside and gave her a good talking to, urging her not to be so harsh on my sister-in-law. Outside the door, Liang Chun listened. I nearly dropped to my knees in gratitude, silently praying. I don't know which god has possessed my brother-in-law, but please, stay in there forever. The food was ready. This was the first pot of thick porridge our family had eaten in nearly 10 years. Honestly, with my dad being a retired old hunter, life shouldn't have been this hard. It was all my fault. I used to get into so much trouble, paying off damages until the family had nothing left to eat. We went from eating coarse rice to 2 bowls of rice water a day, and then a couple of days ago I gave away our grain, leaving the house completely without food. Adults and kids alike went 2 or 3 days between meals. Today's thick porridge? The whole family licked their bowls so clean they didn't even need washing, and scraped the pot layer after layer. I couldn't stand watching it anymore and finally said, "Careful, you'll scrape a hole through the pot," before they stopped. That night, I curled up under a thin blanket. Cotton was expensive these days. Every bit we had went into padded clothes, so the blankets were stuffed with straw and reed fluff, doing nothing to keep out the cold. We had a heated brick bed, sure, but firewood cost money that could buy rice, so we couldn't bear to burn it. Lying there, my mind wandered, first planning tomorrow's hunt, then thinking about my golden finger. I pulled up the screen. This system was called Daily Flash Sale. 1 copper coin a day could buy something good, but unfortunately it was random. Otherwise, I'd buy a few tons of rice and meat, enough to start a rebellion. Thinking about it, I drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, I woke up freezing, so I just got dressed and got up, figuring I'd head up the mountain to hunt. Then the screen popped up again. Today's 1 copper flash sale item has refreshed. Snow thermal suit. I was overjoyed. In the dead of this northern winter, the mountains were cold enough to freeze you solid. I'd been worrying about not having decent clothes, and the system just handed me a solution. But this outfit was way too modern. I couldn't take it out at home. I'd have to put it on once I was up the mountain. The moment I stood up, my legs went weak. My injuries hadn't healed, and after only a bowl of thin porridge last night, I had no strength at all. I was running purely on willpower. I pushed the door open and stepped out. The house was dead quiet. No one was up. Not out of laziness, but because staying still saved energy and kept hunger at bay. The village was the same. Barely any chimneys were smoking. Grain was scarce in winter, and unless a family was well off or had heavy labor to do, they basically skipped breakfast. You could tell a dynasty's state just by whether the common folk ate. This one was definitely in its final years. I didn't tell anyone I was going hunting. I was afraid my parents would stop me, and my mom especially would cry her eyes out. The mountain behind the village was called Azure Dragon Ridge, stretching 20 kilometers, packed with wild produce and medicinal herbs, though ordinary folks were lucky to recognize a few wild vegetables. Hunting was even harder. You had to know how to set traps, shoot arrows, track, understand animal behavior. That's why the court never banned bows and arrows. Hardly anyone could actually learn to use them. When I reached the back of the village, I ran into a few aunties and old women digging up wild vegetable roots. Seeing me, they all rolled their eyes and ignored me. Nothing I could do. My reputation was rotten, so I just gritted my teeth and headed up. To keep up appearances, I even carried my dad's bow and arrows on my back, keeping the gun hidden. Seeing me climb up with a bow, they muttered under their breath, "That little brat's gonna hunt. He couldn't catch a warm turd if it fell in his lap. I heard he groped the Leaf family's daughter and got beaten half to death. How's he even alive again? Bad news lives 1,000 years. Trash like that doesn't die easy. Poor old Zhao and his wife, such good people. How'd they raise such a rotten thing? But is he really going up there? Better not get himself killed." Old Zhang said there's a rabid boar tearing around the little bamboo grove. It's gored hunters from several villages. With that scrawny body, he shouldn't go. One charge, and he'd be shredded. Though they hated me, they didn't actually want me dead. They deliberately spoke loudly so I'd hear, hoping I wouldn't throw my life away. Little did they know, it only got me more excited. Boars were hard to kill. There's a saying in hunting circles: first the boar, second the bear, third the tiger. A grown boar has thick hide and tough flesh. Ordinary arrows can't pierce it, and one savage charge can kill a man. But that was for ordinary hunters. I had a gun. In my current state, hunting a boar was genuinely dangerous, but it was meat. Bag one, and the whole family wouldn't want for meat all winter. Plus, I could avenge my dad. A boar was what broke his ribs back then. If I could do what even a hunter as skilled as my dad couldn't, how could the family not see me differently? As for whether people would get suspicious, a bad man turning good is called the prodigal's return. People would just be happy. Who cares why you changed? My lovely boar brother, where are you? Come on out. I've got something to show you. Clutching my gun as I climbed, I muttered to myself, my head full of dripping red braised pork and scallion dumplings, sweet and sour tenderloin with strings of glaze. No good. The more I thought, the hungrier I got. The mountain was truly freezing. I was shivering and my nose was running. The leaves had all fallen, and even the branches had been chopped off and sold as firewood, leaving everything bare with nothing to block the wind. I couldn't take it anymore, so I ducked behind a big tree and quickly pulled out the snow thermal suit. A pure white jumpsuit appeared in my hands. The fabric was soft and surprisingly thin, nothing like the bulky down jackets I'd bought in my past life. Just touching it, I could tell something was off. I put it on, pulled up the hood, cinched it tight, and tucked myself completely inside. It even came with a mask and goggles. Only after putting it on did I understand what warmth really meant. The suit was obviously thin, yet it was incredibly warm, shutting out all the cold. I was even a little hot. And it wasn't bulky at all. Drawing a bow or walking, it didn't get in the way one bit. So this was the gap between the poor and the rich. Warm now, I happily made a beeline for the little bamboo grove. I already had the AK-47 in my arms. One wrong move, and I'd empty the whole magazine. But when I got there, all I saw were boar hoof prints everywhere, trampled grass and brush, dried bloodstains, and broken arrows scattered around. Plenty of hunters had clashed with the boar here. From the tracks, it looked like it had been a while. There were no fresh hoof prints. I searched the area, but found no sign the boar had been killed. Instead, there was a trail of bloody hoof prints heading deep into Azure Dragon Ridge. Looked like it had run off wounded. The deep interior was high and steep, littered with loose rocks and dead leaves, with hidden pits everywhere. Even with a gun, I didn't dare go in. In my weakened state, just climbing to the bamboo grove had left my whole body aching. But the boar was gone, and there was no other game nearby. Was I really going to come back empty-handed? My heart sank, and just as I was losing heart, suddenly a hoarse cry came from the distance, something between a donkey's bray and a goat's bleat. I looked closer. A foolish roe deer was standing by the bamboo grove, pawing at the ground for food. These things love tender shoots and young sprouts, and when desperate, they'll even gnaw dead grass. The meat is fresh and tender, with little gaminess and high protein, not a bad choice when there's no pork to be had. Roe deer really are foolish. It could clearly see me. Any other animal would have bolted long ago, yet it kept its head down, still looking for food. Without hesitation, I raised the gun and squeezed the trigger. 3 thunderous cracks, fire spat from the muzzle, and the bullets punched straight through the deer's skull, blowing its head clean apart. Good aim, just the power's too much. Good thing it was a roe deer. If it had been a pheasant, wouldn't it have blown into a cloud of meat mist? Looks like from now on I'll have to hunt bigger game. I slung my rifle over my shoulder and stepped up, first pulling out 2 arrows and jabbing them into the roe deer. I'd say later I caught it and smashed its head in. Once I had it looking convincing, I tied the deer up with rope and hauled it down the mountain on my back. Just before I reached the foot of the mountain, I deliberately found a secluded spot, changed into my ragged old clothes, and stumbled down the mountain, shivering, half from the cold, half from exhaustion. While I was heading down, the whole Zhao family was already up and about. My mother, son Lianji, was the first to come check on her precious son. Seeing I wasn't there, she figured I'd gone to the outhouse. But she called out in the yard for a good long while and got no answer. She panicked and quickly told my eldest brother, Zhao Quan, and my sister-in-law, Liang Chun, to go look together. The couple turned the place inside and out, but couldn't find me. Suddenly my sister-in-law whispered, "You don't think the third boy still hasn't given up and went looking for Li Xiuxiu again, do you?" My father's face darkened. One hand clutched his chest, the other grabbed the hatchet, and he headed straight out. "Come on, let's go check the Li place." My mother tried to stop him. "Their father, your health." "I'm fine. Let's go." The group arrived at the Li family's door, and my father knocked with the hatchet. A long-faced woman came out, Li Xiuxiu's mother, Changyu, and immediately started cursing. "What are you doing coming to my house looking for your son? My home's not a mass grave. You think it had taken your boy?" My mother trembled with rage. "Watch your mouth. We're engaged." Seeing all the neighbors coming out to gawk, Changyu only got louder. "Your whole family's shameless. My Xiuxiu is a natural beauty. Suitors are lined up all the way to the county seat. Your Zhao Mu, a chicken thieving, no good hoodlum. He's fit to be engaged to my Xiuxiu." My mother tried to argue. "But your family took the betrothal gifts and demanded so much grain from us too. You got proof? And even if you did, that's just you people crawling all over yourselves to suck up to us." My mother was so furious she just pointed at her, unable to get a word out. My eldest brother rolled up his sleeves, ready to swing, but the Li family had 3 strapping men, so he didn't dare actually go for it. My father took a deep breath and pressed a hand on my brother's shoulder. "I'll ask one more time. Is Zhao Mu here or not?" "He's not. Tell that piece of trash to stay away from my house. Anybody who gets mixed up with him is cursed." Changyu spat and started to shut the door. Just then I came walking up carrying my load and called out, confused, "Dad, Mom, what are you all doing? Everyone turned around. Changyu kept up her snide tone. Oh, look who's back. Probably went off harassing some poor girl again. Her words died in her throat, because slung over my shoulder was a roe deer. Head off, bones out, and it was still a good 30 pounds of meat. Who could afford to eat meat these days? Folks only got to a few times a year. The villagers stared at the deer on my shoulder, eyes practically turning red with envy. My mother didn't even glance at the meat. She just circled around me. Third boy, where'd you go? You went up the mountain before your injury even healed? You didn't get hurt, did you? Too hungry to sleep, so I went up to have a look and bagged a roe deer. Mom, what are you all doing here anyway? My father stepped up and said low. Enough. Let's go home. He was in such a hurry to leave because he was worried this deer came from somewhere shady. With my reputation, the whole family figured I'd stolen it. Just as we were about to go, Changyu, eyeing that meat hungrily, suddenly shouted, Hold it. Xiaomu, where'd you steal that deer from? Everyone's expression changed, and they started suspecting me again. I wasn't having it. You just love to say stolen. Why don't you go steal a roe deer and show me? This is wild game, not some barnyard chicken. Changyu was left speechless. I sneered. What? Your daughter won't marry me. You won't return the betrothal gifts or grain. And now you want to boss me around like a son-in-law. Where are all those men of yours? Why not put them to work? Saving them for breeding livestock. The crowd of onlookers burst out laughing. Changyu was livid. What did you just say, you little bastard? Oh, you like hearing it? Want me to say it again? The three Li brothers charged out with sickles and cleavers, each one built like an ox. Xiaomu, you got a death wish, huh? You want another beating, is that it? My mother was terrified. My father raised the hatchet and stepped forward but couldn't stop coughing. My brother hurried to pull people back. Looking at these three jerks, I remembered how they'd beaten and humiliated me before, and my blood boiled instantly. I tossed the deer into my brother's arms, snatched the hatchet from my father's hand, and glared as I stepped forward. Three pieces of scum. Come at me if you've got the guts. Today I'll take you all down with me. If I die, none of you get to live easy either. 1 for 3, that's a bargain. Covered in deer blood and wearing that do-or-die look, I had all three brothers frozen. The menace drained right off their faces, and they backed up several steps. Changyu was scared too and quickly shoved her three sons back inside, slammed the door, and cursed through it. You Zhao's, not a single decent one in the bunch. I spat toward the Li house, turned to my dumbstruck family, and said, Let's go, home to eat meat. I'm starving. My father gave me a long, deep look and patted my brother. Let's head home. My brother was still standing there dazed, so I jabbed him with the handle of the hatchet. He finally snapped out of it, hoisted the deer, and headed home. The villagers buzzed with gossip behind us. Back home, my sister-in-law Liang Chun was still waiting anxiously. When she looked up and saw we'd all come back, she nearly cried. So he really did go to the Li place? I was truly speechless. Think whatever you want. I'm tired. I'm going to go rest in my room for a bit. You all clean the deer and stew up a pot of meat. I'm starving. Only then did Liang Chun notice the deer on my shoulder, and her eyes went wide. Where'd that come from? My brother's expression was complicated. Third boy hunted it up on the mountain. Liang Chun didn't believe it and shot a glance at our mother. My mother rolled her eyes at her. Asked him on the way, It's not stolen. My father spoke up slowly. The deer's wild game. Nobody can raise these. And it's still got our family's arrows in it. Only then did Liang Chun relax. Though she was still baffled, this brother-in-law of hers admitted his wrongs yesterday. And today he's out hunting? Had he really lost his mind? With my father, that old hunter, guiding things, the deer was cleaned by noon, 23 pounds of pure meat. This meat could sell for 40 or 50 coppers a pound. Trade it all for millet, and that'd be 60 or 70 pounds. My sister-in-law happily tidied up the meat, planning to head into town that afternoon to trade for grain. I was resting in my room, and after a good while I still hadn't smelled any meat cooking. I came out to look and found the whole family stuffing the meat into a burlap sack. What are you doing? My mother beamed. Sending your brother into town to trade all the meat for grain. All of it? No way. I shook my head. Save half to stew for lunch, and take the rest into town to trade for grain. The whole family froze. Stewed meat? Way too extravagant. My sister-in-law forced a smile and coaxed. Third brother, we're out of grain at home. Maybe we should. I know we're out of grain. That's why I'm taking half to trade. The rest has to be eaten, or where am I supposed to get the strength? I'm going hunting up the mountain tomorrow. You want me to go on an empty stomach? I looked at my little nephew crouched next to the bones, swallowing hard. The scrawny little guy without an ounce of meat on him. If he didn't get some meat soon, who knew how many years he'd last? Everyone in the family reacted differently. My sister-in-law thought this was no way to live. My elder brother looked troubled, and my mom worried I'd be heading up the mountain again. Only my dad stared at me like I was a stranger, his voice low. Third brother, do you still remember your grandpa's name? I rolled my eyes. Zhao Dazhuang. Dad, I'm not possessed. My brain's not broken. I just want to live a decent life. My sister-in-law muttered under her breath. If you wanted to live decently, you'd trade the meat for grain. Seeing there was no reasoning with these people, I just dropped the act and got tough. Let me be clear. Whoever won't let me eat this meat, you go trade the grain back, and I'll just turn around and give it away again. You believe me. The whole family was terrified, but they also felt this was more like the real Zhao Mu, always threatening the family at the drop of a hat. My earlier show of turning over a new leaf had actually scared them worse. My old man, Zhao Daiju, gave a bitter smile. We'll do as third brother says. Save half to stew, trade the rest for grain. My sister-in-law, Liang Chun, was heartbroken, but once her father-in-law had spoken, she didn't dare argue. In this house, my mother valued filial piety above all else. Even my elder brother, Zhao Quan, wouldn't dare cross the elders. Only I dared. So the moment I made a fuss, the whole family got to eat meat. If we were going to stew it, I had to eat my fill before hitting the road. Liang Chun set up the pot and boiled water, about to throw the meat in without even blanching it first. I quickly shooed her aside and did it myself. I don't eat meat with that gamey stink. When she saw me finish blanching and skim off the bloody foam, Liang Chun was mortified. Wasting food like this was sure to bring down heaven's wrath. My mom, Sun Lianji, was dumbfounded too. Son, why'd you dump out perfectly good meat broth? That's not meat broth. It's getting rid of the filth and the gamey smell. My elder brother curled his lip. That's obviously meat broth. Where'd you learn to cook like this? In town. Learned it from a cook a while back. I lied casually. The whole family had an aha moment. I used to spend all my time in town, drinking and messing around, so knowing a few town cooks was perfectly normal. Liang Chun grumbled to herself. A farmer trying to live like a city folk. What's the point? But thinking back to my old good-for-nothing ways, it somehow seemed normal again. Even my old man relaxed a little. As I cooked, I observed and realized that the more overbearing I acted, the more at ease they felt. I sighed inwardly. The prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. It has to be moved slowly. I wanted the seasonings, so I called out, "Sis, bring me the seasonings." Liang Chun brought over a jar. Inside was black market salt, nearly scraped to the bottom, in big chunks. Selling black market salt was against the law, but the villagers were so poor they could barely survive. Who cared about that? As for other seasonings, there really weren't any, and there was only a little oil left. When they saw me pour in oil and salt with a heavy hand, the whole family winced in agony. But the moment the aroma of meat wafted out, all that was left was frantic swallowing. The rich fragrance drifted up from the meat broth, and the sound of gulping rippled through the courtyard. The neighboring households suffered for it, all of them secretly cursing. They'd just finished a thin gruel patted out with wild greens, hadn't eaten their fill to begin with, and now this meat aroma had them hooked, their bellies growling with hunger. Meat was scarce these days, so everyone's nose was sharp, and the smell had spread through the whole village. There was no escaping it. In the courtyard, my nephew Zhao Shaoshan hid behind his dad, eyes glued to the pot, and asked in a small voice, "Dad, there's so much meat. Can I have 2 pieces?" My elder brother said nothing. In his mind, I'd always been selfish, so being spared a mouthful of broth was already a lot. Liang Chun, aching for her son, glanced at my mother, who was watching me with a happy smile, then at my father-in-law inside, who pretended not to care but was actually staring the pot down. Gritting her teeth, she came over with a bowl and shamelessly pleaded, "Uncle, get Shaoshan half a bowl of meat, would you?" My mom's expression changed and she was about to say something, but after glancing at her eager little grandson, she swallowed the harsh words back down. I glanced at the noticeably smaller bowl she held out, took it, and set it aside. Liang Chun's eyes immediately dimmed, just as she'd figured. He never intended to let us eat. Then I grabbed a big bowl and filled it to the brim with meat. "Sis, give this to Shaoshan. We've got no flatbread at home, so he'll just have to fill up on meat." Liang Chun was stunned all over again. First, because I gave so much, and second, because I said to eat until full. These days, even the landlord's family wouldn't dare go this far. I paid it no mind and dished out a heaping bowl for everyone. Once the meat was divided, the whole family crouched in the courtyard, itching to dig in, but they all watched me, waiting for the signal. I knew full well this wasn't respect. It was fear of my reckless temper. Only after I lowered my head and started eating did they carefully pick up a bite with their chopsticks. I'd made this pot following the recipe for red braised pork. Even though I was short on seasonings, and the meat was roe deer, my training from culinary school in my past life let me pull off a fair bit of that red braised pork spirit. The tender, melt-in-your-mouth meat hit the tongue, the rich flavor burst out, and that juice and texture had the whole family so excited they nearly passed out. So good. The Zhao family had no room for second thoughts. They just buried their heads and ate. Especially Shaoshan, whose face turned rosy after one bowl. He drained every drop of broth and kept eyeing the pot, but in the end didn't dare ask for more. From a young age he'd understood. His hard-working dad and grandpa ate their fill first, then grandma and mom. And as for his third uncle, well, that was someone who ate and drank while out in town and never cared about the household. I ate fast too, and once I was full, I served everyone another bowl. Xiaoshan had been malnourished for so long that eating too much at once could hurt him, so one bowl was his limit. I picked up a stewed marrow bone and handed it to him to gnaw on. That's how I was raised as a kid up north in my past life. The leftover marrow bones from the New Year's stew would get smoked and handed to the children to chew. Xiaoshan wasn't picky either. He happily hugged the bone and went off to gnaw on it. By the end of the meal, the whole family was thoroughly content, each of them clutching their belly, leaning against the doorway and under the windows, basking in the sun. They'd nearly forgotten how long it had been since they'd last eaten meat. Watching my family look so satisfied, I smiled too. I owed them so much, and I just wanted to make it up to them. The smiles on my family's faces were what I most wanted to see now. "Third brother, come here," my old man suddenly called. "Dad, what is it? You're going up the mountain to hunt again tomorrow?" "Yeah, we've got no grain, and this bit of meat isn't enough. I'll head up and try my luck." I had a gun. Up on the mountain, I feared nothing, except not running into any game. My old man gazed deeply at me, so changed in temperament, unable to put it into words. Was it relief or worry? He was afraid I'd been damaged by the fighting. Back on the battlefield, so many of his brothers came back changed after a single bloody battle. The chatty ones went silent. The silent ones suddenly lost all sense of shame, and in the end they'd all quietly take their own lives some night. The old veterans said it was because their spirit wasn't strong enough, that the killing intent had shattered their souls. The test was simple. A man who'd lost his soul couldn't think straight and couldn't learn a thing. "Since you want to learn, I'll teach you the rules of the mountain and the tricks of hunting, so you don't go blundering around getting yourself hurt." Pa forced out a kindly smile, but really, he was testing my head. I was thrilled. Pa was a famous hunter for miles around, so he definitely knew his stuff. Liang Chun nudged Big Brother to go listen too, but he just rolled over irritably and kept sunbathing. He'd grown up watching all this. If he'd had the knack, he'd have been a hunter long ago, not a farmer. Liang Chun was fuming, thinking her husband was hopelessly dense. Ma actually didn't want me learning either, too dangerous. But neither me nor Pa paid any mind. One talking, one listening. We got right to work. Big Brother really wasn't cut out for hunting. Listening to Pa teach me how to read tracks, understand animal habits, dig pits, and set snares, he was dozing off before half a cup of tea had passed. Liang Chun had planned to secretly learn it to teach their son, but she was no better. The couple fell asleep leaning against the windowsill. Ma just rolled her eyes and finally shouted them awake to go trade for grain in the county town. The two of them bolted like they'd been pardoned. That night, the grain came back. Times were hard. Grain prices had shot up, and meat had shot up even worse. If that iron-headed fool of a brother had gone alone, he'd have taken whatever they gave him. Good thing Liang Chun went along. Normally she's calculating and petty, but it's all for keeping the household running. This time she brazenly haggled until her jaw ached, and stubbornly squeezed out 10 extra pounds. 80 pounds of millet in all. Coarse grain, sure, but enough to feed the whole family for a good while. By the time they got back, it was already evening. Liang Chun barely had time to feel pleased before I ordered her to cook thick porridge and make flatbread. Everyone had to eat their fill. A family of 6 eating their fill and making bread too meant 3 to 5 pounds of grain in a single meal. Who could afford that? Liang Chun looked to Big Brother for help, then immediately wanted to slap herself. What good was that iron-headed fool? She turned to Ma and Pa instead. Pa hesitated, then tried to reason. "Third son, there's really no need. So you won't eat? Fine, since none of you will eat, I'll give the grain away." I flat out threw a fit. "Eat. We'll eat right now." Liang Chun jumped and scrambled off to cook. The whole family instantly formed a united front. This brat really would give it all away. So we had another wonderful meal. There was some of the stewed meat from lunch left, so we stuffed it into the flatbread, mouths dripping with grease, washed down with thick porridge. To them, even the emperor couldn't eat better than this. The whole family finished, both heartsick over the waste and blissfully happy, then went back to their rooms. Pa did have some skill. After leaving the army, he'd worked his way up to build 3 rooms. Not like other families where 9 people crowded onto one bed fighting over a single blanket. Big Brother's family of 3 went to their room, and Liang Chun sighed. "This is the most comfortable day I've had since I married in." Big Brother glanced at his son, already snoring away, and other ideas stirred in his head. "Chunner, I feel a little bloated from eating. Look at you being useless. I'll rub your belly for you." "No, I mean, how about we get some exercise, work off the food?" Big Brother chuckled. Liang Chun caught on instantly, flushing red with embarrassment. She shot him a look full of flirtation, then quietly climbed onto the Kong and slipped under the covers. Keep it down. The 3 rooms were right next to each other. Me on the right, Pa in the middle, Big Brother on the left. The mud brick walls didn't muffle sound, so the old couple heard everything. Pa was mortified, but Ma just laughed and scolded. Full belly and their minds go straight to that. A useless pair. Enough. Don't you want a grandson? Pa hushed her sharply. I do. But I'm thinking, shouldn't we find our 3rd son a wife again too? Pa was silent for a long moment, then said tactfully, 3rd son falls for people too easily, and once he does, he loves too deeply. He needs a good family to be worthy of that devotion, or he'll just get hurt. Next door, I twitched the corner of my mouth. Pa really had seen the world. Even his criticism went in circles. Why not just say it straight? I'm a hopeless simp who'd give away everything I have. But wouldn't you know it, Ma didn't catch the meaning and just kept nodding. Right? We need someone obedient, someone 3rd son can keep in line. Just go to sleep, go to sleep. Pa admitted defeat and lay down. This wife of his, unbeatable. The young couple got busy, the old couple settled in to sleep. As for me, I put on my winter thermal gear. It was just too cold. I could only think straight once I was bundled up. It was my fault the family had fallen this far, so it was my responsibility to restore it and make it even better. To give my family a good life, I had to start with the basics: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Clothes. At least 2 sets of new padded winter clothes for everyone. It was only early winter now. Once the snow came, it'd be even harder to bear. I even suspected that if early winter was already this cold, we might have entered a little ice age. All the more reason to stock up on padded clothing, or people would freeze to death. I did the math based on current prices. 2 sets of cold weather padded clothes for each family member would come to almost 2 taels of silver, and even more if it got colder. No wonder everyone wore old padded clothes, patching them up to last another 3 years, unwilling to even stuff their quilts with fresh cotton. Some people froze to death outright. 2 taels of silver was 2,000 copper coins. Many farming families couldn't save up that much after a whole year's toil. Spend that on padded clothes, and people would curse you to death. So what if it's cold? Can't you just tough it out? In my view, no. Note it down. Padded clothes, 2 taels. Next, food. Pork was now 45 copper a pound, millet 15 copper a pound, all skyrocketing, with black-hearted grain merchants hoarding to drive up prices. To eat and drink normally, you'd need close to 200 copper a day. Others thought 20 copper a day was extravagant. In modern terms, that was 200 yuan a day on food, adding up to 8 taels of silver a year. For a home, I wanted a gray brick, tile-roofed house with a courtyard, 50 to 80 taels. As for transportation, in the countryside a mule cart was the best value, 20 or 30 taels apiece. All told, I needed to earn 120 taels as fast as possible to give the whole family a good life. 120 taels. Say that out loud in an era where farmers made less than 1 tael a year and people would laugh themselves to death. Even my own pa, Zhao Deju, would hold a knife to my throat and roar, "Get out of my son's body this instant." The reason I dared plan like this was because I had a cheat. I was just waiting for midnight to pass to see what good stuff I could snag in a flash sale. But while I waited, I fell asleep. The next morning, the moment I woke, I frantically opened the light screen. Today's 1 copper flash sale, electronic fish attractor. Drop it in the water and it automatically releases scent, light, and sound to lure fish over. I grinned. Green. At the foot of Dragon Ridge runs the Badong River, and it's full of fish. But it was winter now. The fish had either swum south with the current or were hiding deep at the bottom, refusing to surface. Even veteran fishermen struggled to catch anything. But with this gadget, everything was different. Those dumb ancient fish had never seen high-tech before. 1 lure, 1 catch, guaranteed. Too bad I didn't dare use electrofishing gear. That stuff wrecks the whole ecosystem. I wasn't about to do something that would wipe out entire generations of fish. I had the gear. But what about money? The 2 coins Mom had given me earlier were long gone, so I had no choice but to swallow my pride and go find Dad. I pushed the door open, leaned in close to him, and asked quietly, "Dad, you got any money on you?" Dad flinched, because I used to do this all the time, hitting him up first thing in the morning so I could go stuff my face with the local troublemakers, treating everyone to show off, playing the generous fool. Behind my back, they all laughed at me. To my face, they called me Brother Moo, but they were all mocking me. He'd thought that after going hunting up the mountain yesterday, I'd turned over a new leaf, only for me to come begging for money again. He sighed. "There's only half a mace of silver left. It's the last of our savings. We need to keep it for emergencies." "That's enough." My eyes lit up. "I'll make it all back for you tonight." Dad trembled even harder and stared at me wide-eyed. "Since when did you start gambling?" "It's not gambling. I'm going fishing." "Fishing? What do you need money for?" I froze, then thought fast. "To catch fish you need a net." We don't have one, so I gotta pay something to borrow one, right? My sister-in-law next door, Liang Chun, overheard too and shoved my older brother, Zhao Quan. Number 3's begging dad for money again. See, told you a dog can't change its ways. Go talk him out of it. Don't let dad give him a thing. My brother rolled over, turning his back to her. Number 3 said he's going fishing, not gambling. And you believe him? Liang Chun sneered. But the moment she thought about her mother-in-law, she backed down too, and just let the tears roll down her cheeks, groaning inwardly. Why is my life so miserable? In the end, it was my mom, son Lianji, who really loved me. While we were still talking, she dug around for a good while and finally fished out that little sliver of silver from a corner, pressing it into my hand. Son, go catch your fish. Fishing's safe, just don't get into any trouble. When Dad saw his money-wasting wife hand over every last coin, he coughed so hard from anger it seemed like his injuries had gotten worse. One look at his eyes and I bolted, afraid he might get up and smack me if he couldn't hold back. Holding the money, I asked the system whether I could get change or pay the difference. The system just converted the half mace of silver into 50 copper coins, deducted 1 coin, and the electronic fish lure was mine. Grinning ear to ear, I ran off to find Li Dajiang, the village's old fisherman. He had a boat and nets, and since he couldn't catch anything in winter, he was home mending his nets. Uncle Li mending nets? I said politely as I stepped in. The moment Li Dajiang saw it was me, he glanced at the chickens, ducks, and dried fish in his yard to make sure nothing was missing, then blocked me at the doorway. Whatever it is, say it here. I felt a pang of resentment. Had my reputation really sunk so low that I couldn't even step inside? I could only force a smile. I want to borrow your boat and net to go fishing. No, get lost. He refused flat out. I'd known I couldn't just borrow it, so I quickly pulled out 15 coins. Not borrow, rent. 15 coins a day deal? The moment Li Dajiang saw the money, he perked up. His boat and net were just sitting idle over the winter anyway, so earning a little rent wasn't bad. But he kept up the act. This boat and net are how I put food on the table. 20 coins. That's my top offer. Otherwise, I'll go borrow from the next village over. I just upped the price. He didn't dare hesitate. Deal. I'll rent you the boat. You don't know how to use the net, so I'll give you a dip net. Fine. A dip net it was. If I could catch 30 or 40 jean with it, that'd be plenty. Ordinary fish went for 5 coins a jean, so 30 jean would come to over 100 coins. Money in one hand, goods in the other. I hoisted the gear onto my shoulder and left. After I left, his wife, Wang Hui, chased after him in a panic. You lent the boat to Zhao Mo? Are you out of your mind? What if he wrecks it? Li Dajiang pulled out the money. He gave me 20 coins, it's rented, and if he breaks it, he pays. I'm doing this for his father Zhao Deju's sake. That man's honest. Every time his son does something rotten, doesn't he always pay up and apologize? Besides, even I can't catch fish this season. You think he can? A spendthrift throwing money down the drain. Either way, we come out ahead. Wang Hui broke into a grin. True enough. If he wants to waste it, let him. Shouldering the oars and dip net, I headed straight for the Badong River. It hadn't frozen over yet, but the water was bone-chilling cold. Fall in, and you'd lose at least half your life. I found the little rowboat Li Dajiang had tied up at the bank. Just a crude little vessel, powered by a pair of oars, so cramped that 2 people couldn't even turn around in it. I climbed aboard, secured the oars, and drawing on my past life's experience rowing boats at the park, clumsily paddled my way to the middle of the river. The reason I didn't stay near the bank was, first, the shore was all mud with nowhere to stand, and second, I was afraid the fish lure wouldn't work properly there. I looked around, no one in sight, and pulled out the electronic fish lure, a square box with a light, plus little holes that emitted sound and scent. I lashed it tightly to the boat with rope, flipped the switch, and dropped it into the water. Then I lay back in the boat to conserve my energy, figuring the fish wouldn't come that fast. But I'd forgotten one thing. People weren't the only ones going hungry. The fish were starving too. The moment the box hit the water, all the famished fish were drawn straight to it. I was the first person ever to use this high-tech gadget, and the fish had no defenses against it whatsoever. I'd barely lain down when I heard splashing beneath the boat. I poked my head over, and wow, 4 or 5 carp had swum up, each 2 or 3 jean, circling the box and trying to squeeze inside to eat. I dropped the dip net right down. These starving fish were so dumb they didn't even notice the net coming down. Only once they were inside did they start thrashing madly. Too late. I scooped up net after net. The moment one wave finished, the next came pressing in like they were racing to their deaths. Carp, catfish, snakehead, yellow catfish, grass carp. The big grass carp were over 10 jean, the little yellow catfish under a jean. I deliberately avoided the immature fish and only went for the big ones. As I kept scooping, I actually spotted a redfin coulter close to a meter long, the legendary water tiger that could grow up to 2 meters, and over 100 gene. Ferocious as anything, it could swallow a small carp in one gulp. I ignored it, letting it feast on the smaller fish nearby while I scooped up the rest. After drifting on the river for the better part of the day, I'd caught nearly 200 gene and was drenched in sweat. The sun had climbed high. Time to head home for a meal. I glanced at that redfin culture, knowing I couldn't haul it up myself, so I just rowed the boat to shore, hid the fish, and ran home to fetch some help. Mainly my older brother. He was strong, so he'd definitely be able to get that beast out of the water. Seeing the whole family looking like they'd seen a ghost, I pinched the bridge of my nose with a headache. It seemed that completely changing their view of me was going to take more than a day or two. Whatever. I couldn't be bothered to explain. The results would speak for themselves. Even though the whole family couldn't believe I'd changed this much, they still did as I told them. First, we dealt with our own fish and sold off the surplus. That water tiger got sold too. The buyer was the village's pedantic scholar, Li Wenyuan, who said he wanted to give it to the old master, get me a job as a county clerk. I didn't go along to deliver the fish to our relatives. I know my own reputation all too well. The moment I showed my face, people would assume I was up to something. Forget about whether they'd accept the fish. They might just curse me out and send me packing. My sister-in-law went to her parents' place on her own. 3 fish weren't much to look at, and there was no need for my big brother to tag along and make a big production of it. Even so, when my brother and his wife came back from delivering the fish, both of their faces were flushed with excitement. Third brother, you have no idea. My brother was practically dancing. When our big sister heard you'd caught the fish just for her, she cried right on the spot. Said her third brother had finally wised up and learned to care about family. Too bad he's a simple, tongue-tied fellow. All he could talk about was how our sister cried. I was quiet for a moment, then asked, what did our sisters-in-laws say? My brother's excitement froze instantly, and his eyes visibly dimmed. He didn't need to say it. I already understood. After everything our big sister had done for our family over the years, 3 fish were hardly enough. Mom and Dad's smiles faded too, and they kept sighing. Seeing the mood turn sour, my sister-in-law quickly said, third brother, my parents were so happy to get the fish. They even said they want to have you over for dinner sometime. I believed that even less. But I knew she was just trying to comfort the family, so I smiled and said, once I bag a wild boar, we'll bring the meat over and mooch a meal off them. Hunt a wild boar? The whole family jumped. My dad snapped at me sternly, third son, don't think you're some big shot just because you caught a deer and scooped up a few fish. A full-grown boar up in those mountains. Even 3 or 5 hunters together might not take it down. It's good that you want to do something with your life, but don't be reckless. People really die out there, understand? I nodded. I understand, Dad. Can a man even brag a little? My brother and his wife laughed. That's more like it. Bragging is classic Zhao Mu. Mom smacked me too, annoyed. Don't say scary things like that. Only my dad could tell. I wasn't joking. I really did want to hunt a boar. To talk me out of it, he sent everyone else away and took me into the room. I thought it was about the money from this morning. We'd made 9,000 coins selling fish today, all of it in my hands. I was just wondering how to split it. I was about to speak when I saw my dad slowly open his shirt, revealing a hideous scar across his chest. The scar was about a foot long, running diagonally from below his throat to his left ribs. The flesh had puckered outward, and the scar had turned black. Even though it had healed, I could imagine how deadly it must have been. I was startled. Dad, did a boar do this? That's right. I never told you kids before because I didn't want you to worry. But now I can tell you. My dad recounted the story slowly. Back then, a few of us hunters went up the mountain. We were after pheasants and river deer, but we ran into a lone wild boar. That thing was over 7 feet long, fat and muscular, easily 300 to 500 pounds. We just wanted to run, but the moment it spotted us, it charged straight at us. Do you know how fast a boar can run? Fast as a full-grown horse, and that's uphill. The others were farther away and climbed up trees to escape. I was too close. I hadn't gone 2 steps before it knocked me flat. Just one hit. That's all it took, and I couldn't get back up. It tore open my chest like this and broke several of my ribs. If I hadn't reacted fast enough to shoot an arrow into its eye, and if the others hadn't loosed arrows to lure it away, I never would have made it down that mountain alive. People say the mountains hold boars first, tigers second, bears third. Now do you understand how terrifying it is to hunt a wild boar? My expression turned grave. In my past life, where would I ever have seen a wild boar? At most, at the zoo or on TV. Thinking about it now, a 2-meter-long boar charging at you at dozens of kilometers an hour, tusks and all. One hit, and you'd be dead for sure. My dad only survived because of his experience and quick dodging. If it had been me, my bones would have been picked clean. Remembering how I'd actually dared to go up the mountain to hunt a boar, I broke out in a cold sweat. Sure, I had a gun, but in that weakened state, if I actually ran into one, I'd be in real trouble. I immediately promised, Dad, I get it. I won't go hunting boars so easily. Not so easily, meaning I'd still go? My dad caught on right away and got so angry he wanted to yell, but he got worked up and tugged at his wound, breaking into a fit of coughing. Seeing his face turn red and the veins bulging in his neck, I hurriedly changed my tune. Okay, fine, I won't hunt them. Don't get worked up. Only then did he settle down. After a long while, he earnestly warned me again. Third son, it's not that I don't trust you. Wild boars are just something ordinary folks can't handle. If something happened to you, your mother would cry herself sick, and I wouldn't live long either. Our whole family would suffer along with you. I believe you're good at heart. Surely you don't want to see this family fall apart, do you? I nodded again and again. Yes, Dad, I won't hunt wild boars. But silently I added, once I've perfected my aim, well, that's another story. My dad stared into my eyes, and only when he saw I didn't seem to be lying did he relax. Next came dividing up the money. By rights, all of it was money I'd earned selling fish. I could have kept every last coin. But I knew that after all the trouble I'd caused the family over the years, I'd long since drained our savings dry. I needed to make up for it. And this question dragged out an awkward truth. The family was actually in debt. I'd raised so much hell these past few years, and my dad, being a man of his word, had paid compensation every single time. When we didn't have enough money to pay, he'd had to borrow. Add to that the 5 taels of silver for the Leaf family's betrothal gift. My dad did the math, and our various debts came to a full 10 taels. I got a splitting headache. I'd thought this money would ease the family's burden, but it wasn't even enough to clear our debts. Just as we were discussing who to pay back first, a booming voice called from outside the door. Uncle Zhao, you home? My dad gave a bitter smile. There it is. A debt collector. Who? Big Pillar, from the village. Back when you stole his little sow piglet, valued at 2 coins of silver. I promised him 2 coins and 3, just so he wouldn't report you to the authorities. I nodded and went out. In the courtyard, my mom was awkwardly entertaining a tall, dark-skinned man. He was big and burly, his face covered in a beard, his bell-sized eyes fierce. Yet at the moment he stood there stiffly, so overwhelmed by my mom's hospitality that he kept saying, "Auntie, please don't go to any trouble." He was clearly the creditor, yet he fidgeted like he was the one who'd come to borrow money. My brother and sister-in-law knew why he'd come, so they both kept their heads down, pretending to be busy. People always get extra busy when things get awkward. One look at Big Pillar told me he was an honest, down-to-earth man. I stepped forward and greeted him politely. "Brother Pillar, you're here." He was awkward around my mom, but he had no such patience with me. He kept a cold face and ignored me completely. Oh, my damned earlier years. I bitterly, smiling, I pulled out 1,000 copper coins and handed them over. "Juicy, here's part of the 1,000 coins I owe you. I'll pay back the rest once I earn some money. Sound good?" His eyes lit up, but he didn't take it. Instead, he asked suspiciously, "But I heard your family sold quite a few fish today. It's got to be more than this, right?" "Yeah, but all that money went to my dad, to pay off the debt for the medicine we bought in town. You know he's still sick. Don't worry, I'll pay you back everything I owe by the end of this month, okay?" I shoved the coin straight into his hand. He still hesitated. "But your family's owed this for so long already. Just give me 1 more month. If I still can't pay you back by then, come to my house and take whatever you want, deal?" I knew he was too soft-hearted to push, and sure enough, once I said that, he didn't argue. Juicy sighed. "All right, but hurry up, okay? Winter's gonna be rough for my family this year too." "I know. Sorry, Juicy." I apologized and saw him off. Once he left, my older brother couldn't help but ask, "Saner, don't we have money now? Why not just pay him back in full?" I smiled bitterly. Pay it all back, and what are we supposed to eat? Besides, I owe way too much, and there are a lot of creditors. That little bit of money wouldn't even cover it all. So we do it like I just did. Whoever shows up, we pay back part of it to keep them calm, and I'll slowly earn the rest by hunting and fishing. My brother nodded, finally understanding, and didn't ask anything more. My sister-in-law had been angry at her husband for being such a fool, but after hearing me, she looked at me with newfound respect. And when she heard I planned to catch fish to pay off the debt, she trusted me a little more too. She'd seen what I could do with her own eyes that morning. Maybe I really could pay it all back. Maybe we really could have a good life. Thinking of all that debt, I didn't dare waste time. I quickly scooped up some fish, grabbed a flatbread, and dug in. Once I was full, I still had to go catch fish. It was way faster than hunting in the mountains. Nobody in the family said much either. We all just focused on eating. Nothing was more important than a meal. After we finished, seeing that I was about to leave, Zhao Xiaoshan worked up the courage to say, "Listen, Uncle San, can I go catch fish with you?" I'd been wanting to bond with the kid, so I was thrilled to hear this. But then I remembered how dangerous the riverbank could be, so I just patted his little head. "The river's dangerous. I wouldn't feel right taking you." Seeing there was a chance, Sean quickly patted his skinny little chest. I promise I won't go near the river. I'll just pick up fish from the shore, okay? He was so determined, and we'd just started getting along, so I couldn't bring myself to refuse. I laughed. Fine, but it's settled. You can only watch from a distance on the shore, no getting close to the river. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, Uncle Sam won't be able to live with himself. Pa, don't say such things. My mom smacked her youngest son, exasperated. My sister-in-law glanced at my brother, signaling for him to speak up. He hesitated, then asked quietly, "How about I come with you too?" "Don't bother, brother. Go up the mountain and gather some firewood. We're out. If anything happens, I'll send Sean back to get help." My brother let out an, "Oh," and said nothing more. My sister-in-law was fuming. What a blockhead. He earned so much that morning and didn't get a single coin. Then he finally had a chance to go fishing, and he just agreed to this. Watching my flustered sister-in-law, I shook my head, took out all the money on me, and handed it over. "Sister-in-law, I already talked to Dad. Take this money. You manage all the household expenses, big and small, and from now on you'll handle the money too." Everyone in the family, except my dad, stared hard at me. Her lips trembled. "Huh? Me?" I nodded and pushed the money toward her. "Sister-in-law, these past few years, everything in this household has depended on you. Back then I was a mess and put you through a lot of shame. I even stole plenty of your dowry and made it so you couldn't hold your head up in front of your own family. That was my fault, and I should make it up to you. I've only just come to my senses, and I don't have much, so for now I can only leave this in your hands to manage. Part of it will have to go toward the debts. But don't worry, I'll work hard hunting and fishing to make our lives better and better. I just ask that you set your heart at ease and don't hold any grudges against my parents or my brother." Those words broke my sister-in-law completely, and she burst into tears. Just as I'd thought, she was a good woman, sensible, tender-hearted, and kind. She wasn't crying because I gave her money. It was because my words made her feel that all her earlier resentment toward her husband's family had been childish and unfair. I was young and had gone astray. That was forgivable. My mother-in-law had a sharp tongue, but never once hit her. And unlike other mothers-in-law, she never made the daughter-in-law eat only the worst scraps. Her father-in-law had always been courteous. Her husband was a simpleton but doted on her. Her son was obedient too. She'd clearly married into a good family, so why had she judged them so harshly? So she cried out of guilt. I had no idea she was this virtuous, and I felt terribly awkward. Why was she crying now? Dad, mom, husband, little brother-in-law, it's my fault. A woman should keep the household in order. I didn't manage it well, and even blamed you all. I'm sorry. Good grief. Was this 3 obediences and 4 virtues indoctrination really this severe? The Zhao family felt uneasy too, especially my mom. Domineering as she was, she knew her daughter-in-law had suffered plenty in their home. Her strictness had actually come from a fear that the daughter-in-law might not be able to endure the hardship and remarry or run off. So she'd kept a tight, intimidating grip. Now, seeing her daughter-in-law crying so pitifully and even taking the blame herself, my mom did something unheard of. She raised her hand and slapped me. "All these years, I'm the one who spoiled you rotten. Now get down and kowtow to your sister-in-law to apologize." I felt a bit awkward. Was this really necessary? But then again, an elder sister-in-law is like a mother, so it wasn't a big deal. I immediately stood up. My sister-in-law wiped away her tears and hurriedly helped me up. "Sanner, we're family. There's no need for this. As long as you truly turn over a new leaf from now on, anything I do for you is what I should do." "All right, now that we've cleared the air, everything's fine." My dad spoke up. "We're all family. What obstacle can't we get past? From now on, let's work together and make our lives better." I smiled. Dad's right. My sister-in-law nodded, wiping her tears. Once everything was out in the open, the whole family was noticeably more harmonious. I wasn't a troublemaker anymore. The bad blood was gone, and even my mom had dropped her overbearing ways. I figured that if every day from now on could be like today, life was sure to keep getting better. But just at this harmonious moment, Li Dajiang's weary voice came from outside the door. "Zhao Mu, is Zhao Mu home?" What did Li Dajiang want with me? Puzzled, I went out and found him soaking wet, like he'd just climbed out of the water. That only made me more curious. "Uncle Li, it's freezing cold out. What are you doing taking a bath?" He was already in a foul mood, and he snapped. "I fell into the Batong River." "You went swimming in the river too? Wouldn't that be even colder?" "I fell in by accident." The Zhao family all turned their heads, trying to hold back their laughter. Who in their right mind would bathe in the river in the dead of winter? People wouldn't even dare wash their hair, afraid of catching a chill. He clearly saw I was itching for a fight and was toying with me on purpose. That's exactly what I was thinking. He'd shown up looking for trouble right off the bat. I didn't know why, but if someone comes to my door picking a fight and I just let them cause a scene, given all the rotten things I'd done in the past, wouldn't everyone in town line up to kick me while I was down? Li Dajiang, stung by my two sharp comebacks and thrown off by my half-smile, lost some of his swagger for no clear reason. But remembering his wife's instructions, he steeled himself and pressed on. Did you dump poison in the river or not? Our whole family's faces darkened instantly. There was no rule against electrofishing these days, only because nobody had the equipment for it. But poisoning fish was even worse than that, and the punishment was harsh. Once that stink stuck to your name, even if you explained yourself, you'd never live it down as long as you lived. Li Dajiang was hollering right there in the yard, loud enough for all the neighbors to hear. This wasn't just picking a fight anymore. This was a deliberate attempt to ruin me. My big brother, dull as he was, knew this was serious, and he snapped, "Uncle Li, what the hell are you saying?" My sister-in-law was so furious she pinched him. Things had gone this far, and he was still calling the man uncle. My mother was about to start cursing him out. I didn't hesitate for a second. I stepped forward and kicked Li Dajiang clean out of the yard. That one move froze everyone in place. I couldn't be bothered with them. I chased out the gate and caught sight of all the neighbors peeking out through door cracks and over walls. I threw my head back and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Li Dajiang, I saw your fishing boat just sitting idle. And since you're too useless to catch fish in the winter, I went out of my way to rent your boat and dip net for 20 coppers a day, so you could make a little money too. Then you saw me catching fish, got greedy, and ran off to fish the Batong River yourself. You couldn't catch a thing, and fell in the water on top of it. And now, to squeeze medical fees out of me, you actually turn around and accuse me of poisoning the fish? We're neighbors from the same village, for God's sake. How could you try to destroy me like this?" Arguing with uneducated people, reasoning gets you nowhere. To win, you rely on the loudest voice and getting your story out first. He was pinning the fish poisoner label on me, so I pinned the extortionist label on him. With this kind of thing, whoever speaks first owns the truth. Sure enough, the villagers immediately swung my way, all shooting Li Dajiang looks of contempt. He always seemed like such an honest man. When did he learn to shake people down? And he picked me, the town's notorious scoundrel, to try it on? Li Dajiang was guilty to begin with. There wasn't a trace of poison in the Batong River. He'd been driven here by his wife, who was green with envy over my catch. His original plan was to lean on his reputation as an old fisherman, plus my rotten name, slap a big accusation on me, and scare me into begging for mercy and handing over half my fish. He never expected to eat a kick to the chest right off the bat, and then get cursed out in public with me pointing at his nose. Angry and flustered, he threw out a wild accusation. You did poison it. Otherwise, how come a scoundrel like you could catch so much, and I, an old fisherman, couldn't catch a single one? You'd make way more selling fish in town. Clearly the fish are poisoned and you don't dare feed them to the city lords, so you're poisoning your own neighbors instead. Everyone knows what kind of trash you are, Zhao. For once, my bad reputation was working in his favor. Plenty of the neighbors started having doubts. This guy really didn't seem like someone who could catch fish, so was something fishy going on after all? I let out a cold laugh and turned to shout into the yard, "Xiaoshan, bring out a bowl of fish soup." My sister-in-law scrambled to ladle some out, wanting to bring it out herself. But my father understood what I was after, stopped her, and had little Xiaoshan carry out the big bowl instead. "Have a drink," I said with a grin. Xiaoshan absolutely worshipped me. His hunting, fishing, always keeps him fed third uncle, and obediently gulped down half the bowl. I stared at Li Dajiang. If I poisoned the fish, would my own family drink it? My little nephew just drank it, no problem at all, and you still dare to frame me? Li Dajiang was speechless. He was slow-tongued to begin with. I'd beaten him to the punch, and now I had proof. What could he possibly say? But shutting him up wasn't enough. I meant to destroy him inside and out. I scanned the crowd and suddenly asked, "Li Dajiang, your heart may be rotten, but a low-down thing like framing someone isn't in you. Your wife put you up to this, didn't she? She's famous around the village for being a cheapskate who's always chiseling people. Who hasn't been cheated by her? And now she's egged you on to come ruin me. Well, since we've torn off the gloves, don't blame me for not going easy. Come on, let's go to the magistrate. What you did is called slander, and it'll earn you a caning and a jail cell." I lunged forward, grabbed his shirt, and started dragging him toward the county town. Li Dajiang, already guilt-ridden, was terrified and thrashed wildly. "I'm not going to the county office. I take it back about you poisoning the fish, okay? Bullshit. You frame me and think one never mind settles it? Then if I knock up your wife and then strangle the kid, that's fine too, huh?" My words were crude, and the villagers roared with laughter, but after laughing, they feared me even more. This guy was fiercer than before. He used to just be a scoundrel. Now he was like a bandit. Humiliated as he was, Li Dajiang didn't dare make a peep, because he realized I truly meant to haul him before the magistrate. The thought of a caning in jail, and knowing his wife's nature, she'd surely grab the family's money and run back to her parents' house. Fuming, he screamed, "It wasn't my idea to come. My wife forced me. If you're reporting anyone to the authorities, take her." Off in the distance, Lee Dajiang's wife, who'd been peeking, exploded. She charged out and jabbed a finger at his nose, screaming, "It's all your fault. You dipped that net a dozen times and caught nothing. Then insisted Zhao Mu poisoned the fish. I told you to come and you just came. Are you my son or my grandson?" The villagers, bored out of their minds, loved nothing more than a good show, and seeing the couple go at it, every one of them was thrilled beyond belief. Having accomplished my goal, I stepped back and crossed my arms. "You two pick. Which of you is coming to the magistrate with me?" Li Dajiang didn't dare mess with me, but he sure wasn't scared of his wife. He marched over and gave her a huge slap. "It's all because you were jealous of what others have and put me up to it. You're hitting me? Help. Murder. He's killing someone." His wife dropped to the ground and threw a screaming tantrum. The crowd howled with laughter, and someone jeered, "Li Dajiang, you can't even keep your own wife in line?" Li Dajiang couldn't stand losing face. He grabbed his wife by the collar and slapped her again and again. "I'll teach you to run your mouth. I'll teach you to scheme. I'll teach you to force me into shaking people down. If I'm going to jail, you're not getting off easy either." The pain was too much for the wife. She let out a howl, grabbed his hair, and the two of them started brawling. "It's all because you're useless. If you could catch fish and keep this family from starving, would I ever send you off to swindle people? And you dare hit me. I'll fight you to the death." The two of them tangled together, hitting and biting, rolling in the mud, an absolute wretched mess. Having gotten what I wanted, I clasped my hands to the onlookers. "Neighbors, you all see it clearly now, right? It's these two, jealous that I'm making money, so they came here to pick a fight on purpose. Yes, I, Zhao Mu, used to be a no-good bastard, but it's true. But after all that mess, I finally understood something. A person's gotta walk the right path. If you're a pile of shit, you'll only attract flies. If you're gold, then you've got a real future ahead. From now on, I'll never do anything that hurts others for my own gain. Everyone here is my witness." That little speech actually earned me a bit of respect from the villagers. Maybe this kid really has turned over a new leaf? But Li Xiuxiu's family wasn't having it. Chang Yu pushed her way out with a long, sour face, pointing at me. "Who are you calling a fly? My daughter stopped wanting anything to do with you ages ago. You're the one who wouldn't quit hounding her. You're the stinking dog shit." I spread my hands. "I wasn't even talking about you. Why'd you jump in?" The crowd burst out laughing again. Everyone knew what the Li family had done. No matter how bad I'd been, I'd always treated Li Xiuxiu right, while her family beat me half to death just to climb the social ladder. There was no way to justify that. Chang Yu wanted to keep cursing, but just then a girl in a blue cotton jacket, fair and pretty, stepped out from the crowd. In this mountain village, she really was one of a kind. But the me I am now? She was nothing special. It was the village flower I used to grovel over like a lovesick fool, Li Xiuxiu. She grabbed her mother's arm and looked down at me with cold, condescending eyes. "Zhao Mu, how many times do I have to say it? Stop pestering me. Stop harassing my parents. Or I'll report you to the authorities and have the village head throw you in jail." The moment she brought up the village head, Chang Yu found her courage again. That's right. Their daughter was as good as married into the village head's family. Who did they have to fear? I let out a soft laugh. "Li Xiuxiu, if you really want to cut all ties with me, then give back everything I gave you. The gifts and the money too." "Give back a gift once it's given? Is the Zhao family really that shameless? And what about all the time I wasted on you?" she shot back. I froze for a second. In that dizzy moment, I could have sworn I was looking at one of those entitled princesses from back in the modern world. Wait, did you transmigrate too? Is your cheat code an Instagram influencer mindset? I scratched my head. So your time counts as time, but mine's worthless? You harassed me, and now you want me to compensate you for your time? What kind of logic is that? She sneered. I gave up. This girl was a black belt master of playing the victim. I couldn't be bothered to argue. Then what about the betrothal gifts? Are those compensation too? You tried to force yourself on me. Thank goodness my brothers stopped you in time, or you'd have actually gotten your way. That money was compensation all along. I only held my tongue out of respect for our fellow villagers. Push me any further, and don't blame me for reporting you and having the village head bring in the county magistrate to settle this." Her eyes were full of threats. If I dared ask for money, she'd accuse me of rape. She'd hooked up with the village head's youngest son. The village head wasn't an official himself, but he had connections, and the one who'd get screwed in the end would definitely be me. That was her trump card, and the very reason she'd been so determined to cripple me and prove her loyalty to the village head's family. The Zhao family was stamping their feet in fury. This woman was pure poison. Bad enough she'd swindled the betrothal gifts, but now she wanted to brand me a molester for life, and if I fought back, she'd have me arrested. My father couldn't hold himself together. He shuffled out, trembling, wanting to speak. but he just kept coughing. I quickly told my sobbing mother to help him back home first. Back in the modern world, up against certain compassionate enforcement, I'd have no way to deal with a professional victim like her. But this was ancient times. People here might not care about reason, but they cared a whole lot more about face. I stared her down. You say I molested you? Then explain to everyone exactly what happened. Or are you just going to flap your lips and expect everyone to believe you? You think everyone's an idiot? The onlooking villagers had been dragged into this without even realizing it, and they all thought I had a point. If she was going to cry molestation, she'd better spell it out. Besides, hearing a girl describe exactly how she got molested, that was prime entertainment. So they all stood there grinning, waiting for her to talk. Li Xiaoxiao hadn't expected me to think so clearly. Before, one word from her, and I'd be so dizzy I'd agree to anything. How was it that now I wasn't even scared of her threats? As for describing how she'd been molested in front of everyone, it never happened in the first place, and actually saying it would humiliate her beyond repair. The village head's family would want nothing to do with her. Her brow darkened. Zhaomu, I'm trying to cut you a break for old time's sake, and you're begging for death? Fine, let's go to the authorities. Go, be my guest. I stepped forward slowly, dropping my voice. Even if that fool from the village head's family bribes and begs on your behalf and gets me framed, I'd rather plead guilty, take the beating, lose half my life, and rot in prison the rest of my days. But I'll shout out to everyone exactly how I molested you. You think I can't drag your name through the mud? By the time I'm done, you think you'll still marry into the village head's family? We'll see if a single family for miles around still wants you. Li Xiaoxiao was finally scared. No matter how fierce she acted, she was still a young woman, and nothing mattered more to her than her reputation. If I really slandered her in public, it wouldn't do her any good either. The huge accusation she tried to pin on me hadn't cowed me at all. Instead, it had become her own stumbling block. But she still put up a front. How exactly are you going to ruin my reputation? Simple. I just need to describe your figure to everyone, and what kind of undergarment you were wearing that day. I sneered. That was the beauty of ancient times. The moment those words left my mouth, I was finished, but so was she. Not like the modern world, where you could count every strand of a false accuser's hair and it wouldn't matter. They'd just seize the chance to live stream their sob story and cash in on a book deal. Li Xiaoxiao shrieked in fury. You're lying. When did you ever see my... She stopped halfway, catching herself, and lowered her voice. You bastard. When did you ever see what I was wearing? I laughed softly. Who cares whether I actually saw it or not? What everyone wants is the show. She glanced around. Sure enough, no one cared about her. Every face was gleeful, savoring her misfortune. The color drained from her cheeks. She knew she'd lost. Lost because she never imagined I'd be this shameless. Was this really the same guy who used to hang on her every word? Fine. You win. She spat out the words and turned to flee. I wasn't letting her go. Apologize first, then leave. Otherwise, She whipped around in disbelief. You want me to apologize? Apologize. Or I'll strip you naked right here. Worst case, we both go down together. You've got a bright future ahead. I've got nothing but one worthless life and a ruined name. Let's see which of us loses more. I was threatening her with my bad reputation again. Every last drop of color left Li Xiaoxiao's face. She instinctively backed away, clutching her clothes. You wouldn't dare. Want to test me? How could she dare? After struggling for a long moment, she finally choked out helplessly. Didn't you say you changed? For everyone else, I've changed. But for a wretch like you, killing you wouldn't be enough. My expression was ice cold. Swindling the betrothal gifts, demanding our grain stores, framing me, beating me half to death. Every single thing was meant to destroy me. If I let her off the hook, I'd choke on my own rage. But if I really did kill her in front of everyone, I'd throw my own life away too. So for now, I'd just collect a little. Interest on top. I'll bide my time and get back at this little bitch. Seeing I wasn't joking, she looked to Changyu for help. But Changyu had heard the threat too, and she was at a complete loss. Watching her mother come up empty, Li Xiaoxiao could only grind her teeth in secret and mutter her surrender. Sorry. Louder. I suddenly raised my voice. She jumped, her eyes welling up with tears, looking utterly pitiful. In the past, that look would have broken my heart. I'd have found a way to pluck the stars from the sky if she'd asked. But now, I just waited, my face blank. Begging wouldn't work, playing the victim wouldn't either. All for the sake of marrying into the village chief's family. She forced herself to raise her voice. Before, maybe it was a misunderstanding. I did you wrong. But inside she was cursing, damn bastard. Once I marry into the chief's family, I'll make your life hell. When the villagers heard her admit fault, their faces all twisted with confusion. A misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Does that mean I never actually molested her? So her whole family beat me up purely to swindle the bride price and climb the social ladder? In an instant, everyone's expressions turned to disgust toward Li Xiaoxiao. She was uneducated after all, so fixated on climbing higher that she didn't understand what admitting fault would cost her. I burst out laughing. Li Xiuxiu, oh Li Xiuxiu, since you say the molestation was a misunderstanding, then why don't you return the bride price? I've got no interest in a woman who's so prone to misunderstandings. With those words, what had been the Li family calling off the engagement suddenly became the Zhao family calling it off. Now I was the one rejecting her. Only then did Li Xiuxiu realize she'd been played, trembling with rage. This scoundrel, from start to finish he'd deliberately been scaring her, all to clear his name and get the bride price back. How could he be so shameless? Changyu panicked too. Return the bride price? Even if there was no molestation, my daughter got the short end of the deal being engaged to you. What short end? I gave money, I gave grain, and I never so much as touched her little hand. What did she lose? Or are you saying you think I did something to her? I mocked. Changyu flustered, waving her hands frantically. No, no. You never touched my Xiuxiu at all. Don't go making things up. Enough. Shut up, Mom. Li Xiuxiu's cheeks burned under everyone's stares, her whole body squirming with discomfort. Though most of the village shared the Li surname, no one held back when there was drama in someone's household. The gossip was sure to fly, and some might even treat her as a loose woman and harass her. And if she really got harassed, she'd never be able to explain herself. After snapping at her mother, she dropped all pretense of restraint and glared at me viciously. Perfect. I don't want anything to do with a thug like you either. I'll return your bride price, so don't ever bother me again. Having delivered that grand line, she practically fled, walking so fast that Changyu could barely keep up. Changyu was still nagging as she chased after her. Daughter, that's 5 taels of silver. We can't return it. Our family's counting on that money to get through winter, and the chief's family already said they wouldn't give much of a bride price. Hearing this, I let out a soft chuckle. Marry a poor man, and you demand a sky-high bride price. Marry a rich man, and you don't take a cent? People really do find it easiest to bully the poor. Li Xiuxiu left, and the show broke up too. Oh, right, there were still Li Dajiang and his wife. But turns out those two had slipped away at some point without anyone noticing. With nothing left to watch, the villagers all went home to lie down. This round of excitement had cost them quite a bit of energy. They'd probably need an extra half bowl of porridge. I brought my still-dazed brother and sister-in-law back home and shut the courtyard gate. Zhao Quan was still stunned. We got the bride price back just like that? Liang Chun marveled too. Yeah, we thought that money was gone for good. I said confidently. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Not only the bride price, the grain Li Xiuxiu took, the medical costs from when they beat me up, all of it's coming back, Liang Chun said happily. If we get all of that back, our family will be a lot better off. But Zhao Quan's face was full of worry. They all say Li Xiuxiu's close with the chief's family. What if she gets them to take revenge on us? Liang Chun grew tense too. I laughed. Brother, sister-in-law, you don't need to worry. The two stared at me intently, thinking I had a plan. Then I said, the chief's family will definitely come after us, so worrying is pointless. My brother and sister-in-law were speechless. The truth was, it wasn't that I didn't care, it was that caring wouldn't help. I knew a woman like Li Xiuxiu had her ways. In this backward era, she could sweet-talk plenty of men into becoming her lapdogs. The chief's youngest son was surely trained into a total simp by her. Having suffered such a big loss, she'd definitely make him take revenge on me. The chief's revenge would boil down to 3 things. 1. When it came time to channel water for irrigation next year, he'd deliberately make my family the last in line. 2. He'd put my family's name first on the list for corvée labor. 3. Since he handled village security, he might use that to pick a fight with me. The first 2 didn't worry me. I made my living hunting, so I didn't depend on irrigation, and corvée labor could be bought out with money. It was only that third one. I'd done plenty of bad things in the past, and if he really started digging up my old dirt, that would be trouble. So what I needed to do now was keep the chief's family too preoccupied to bother with revenge for the time being. As village chief, whenever the village faced danger, he had to be the first to step forward. But you can't just conjure danger out of thin air. I gazed toward the distant mountains. It looked like I'd have to start with Azure Dragon Ridge after all. Sure enough, Li Xiuxiu really did go to the chief's family for help. She couldn't approach the chief directly. A daughter-in-law getting her father-in-law to take revenge on her ex-fiancé. If word got out, it'd be a laughingstock, and the chief wouldn't go for it either. So she needed to pull in the chief's youngest son, her new lapdog, Li Kongming. Her excuse was borrowing money to return my bride price, so that Li Kongming would learn how I'd bullied and coerced her. She washed up and dolled herself, then rubbed her eyes hard until they were red, and went to find Li Kongming. When she found him, Li Kongming was drinking with a few of his no-good buddies. When they saw Li Xiuxiu show up all dressed to the nines, those guys couldn't take their eyes off her. Deeply uncomfortable, Li Xiuxiu said softly, Ming, come here, I need to talk to you. Seeing his buddies glued to his woman, Li Kongming was quite pleased with himself. Drunk and eager to show off, why would he leave? Instead, he grabbed her hand and slurred, "Xiao, come meet my brothers Zhou and Ma." Li Xiao instinctively tried to pull her hand away. In truth, to win Li Kongming's heart, the two of them had done things far more forward than this. But in front of outsiders, and not yet married into the family, she couldn't be too affectionate. But Li Kongming held on tight, even trying to pull her into his arms. "We've already kissed. What are you afraid of?" Zhou and Ma cried out in shock, green with envy. Kissed before even getting married? And a girl from a respectable family, no less? So scandalous. Li Xiaoxiu's face went pale. "Ming, you've had too much to drink. Stop talking nonsense." "What nonsense am I talking? Last time up on the mountain, I even put my hand. Reach into your brother Ming." She cut him off in a panic. "Keep this up, and I'm leaving." That trick always worked like a charm on me, but Li Kongming wasn't having it. Catching the mocking looks from his two buddies, he snapped, "You won't give me even a shred of face in front of my brothers? Then get lost." Li Xiaoxiu couldn't believe it. "How can you be like this?" "Like what? Plenty of women would kill to marry into my family. You think I need you?" Li Kongming had had too much to drink, and he was furious that she kept guarding that final line. It grated on him. Did she really take him for some lovesick pushover? Li Xiaoxiu trembled with anger. She never imagined all she'd given would be taken for granted. The more she gave, the less he cared. In that moment, she still didn't understand the grievance I'd felt back then. Instead, she hated me even more. "If it weren't for you, you wretch, why would I have to come begging Li Kongming to deal with you?" On top of all she'd already sunk into this, she was even less willing to walk away. She looked up at Li Kongming through her tears. "Brother Ming, it's because I have feelings for you that I did those improper things with you, hoping to win your true heart. And you don't care about me at all? Today that bastard Zhao bullied me, forcing me to pay him back, so I came to you. But if this is how you treat me, then fine. Worst case, I'll just give myself to Zhao and let him have his way." That whole outburst of Li Kongming's had just been the liquor talking, wounded pride after being rejected. He'd regretted it the moment it left his mouth. Now she was crying in a way that tugged at him and threatening to leave, and he hadn't even gotten a taste of this beauty yet. How could he bear to let her go? At the mention of Zhao, he immediately seized on it. "Zhao, that son of a bitch is giving you trouble." "It's over the betrothal money," Li Xiaoxiu said, breathing easier, then poured on every ounce of her manipulative charm as she sobbed. "My parents are greedy. They took 5 taels of silver from the Zhao family as a betrothal gift. I told them all along Zhao was no good. First he tried to force himself on me and failed, and now he's making a fuss demanding I pay it back, saying if I don't, I have to marry him. But brother Ming, you know, there's only you in my heart." Li Kongming slammed the table and cursed. "That delusional dog. I'll finish him off." But Li Xiaoxiu couldn't actually let him go. A face-to-face confrontation would risk exposing her lies. And if he actually hurt the village head's son, that would cause real trouble and ruin things between them. She grabbed hold of him, looking pitiful. "Brother Ming, you can't go. Dealing with a lowlife like that is beneath you." Then she glanced over at Zhou and Ma. Their earlier shameless stares had annoyed her, and now was the perfect chance to redirect the trouble onto them. "Brother Ming, these two friends of yours are big, strong men. Teaching Zhao a lesson would be no problem for them. And I hear they're loyal, honorable types. I wonder if they'd be willing to help." Zhou and Ma were dumbfounded. How did this get pinned on us? The two of them were nothing more than freeloaders in it, for the free food and drink. But Li Kongming was a poor judge of character and truly took them for real brothers. He thumped his chest. "These two are like blood brothers to me. Of course they're willing. Right, brother Zhou, brother Ma?" The two of them silently cursed Li Xiaoxiu for being a busybody, but their families were less well off than his, and to keep the free food and drink coming. Plus, 2 against 1 would be easy pickings. They got up together. Just roughing up some small-time thug? Easy. Li Xiaoxiu was relieved. Let the dogs fight it out. Win or lose, it had nothing to do with her. Best case, they'd beat me so badly I wouldn't dare demand those 5 taels again. With the matter settled, she made to leave, but Li Kongming clung to her, insisting she stay and drink with him. She naturally refused, but she knew Li Kongming wasn't a fool like me. Push him too far, and it'd only get worse. So she swallowed her shame and let herself be dragged just outside the door, where he pawed at her and copped plenty of feels before finally letting her go. Humiliated, she hated me even more, and as she left she made a point of telling Li Kongming to have those 2 go hard on me. Truthfully, she didn't need to say it. Li Kongming had wanted to get me for a while. To think the beauty he'd taken a fancy to had once been betrothed to me. If Li Xiaoxiu was this loose and let him have his way, hadn't she done the same with me too? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Back inside, he instructed Zhou and Ma to be sure to break my arms and legs. Once it was done, He'd give them a few taels of silver to lie low in another county, and he promised that when he became village head someday, he'd exempt them from taxes and corvée labor. The two of them didn't know whether a village head even had that authority, but drunk as they were, they bought it, loudly vowing to give me a thorough beating to avenge Li Kongming and his lady. Though where this grudge came from, who could say? That night, I lay in bed mulling over the day's messes. I'd fallen out with Li Dajiang, so borrowing his boat was off the table, and my fishing plan had fallen through, probably for good. Unless I bought a boat myself, but I still had debts to pay off, so where would the money come from? That line about borrowing a boat from another village was just something I'd said to fob off Li Dajiang. In times like these, who would lend their livelihood to someone from another village? Looks like I'd have to fall back on hunting. I'd head up the mountain in the morning and see. It'd be great if I ran into a river deer or a stag. Venison, deer blood, and antler velvet are all prized tonics that the wealthy scramble to buy at high prices. There's no era without rich people. Thinking it over, I drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, I got up bright and early and couldn't wait to open the panel. Today's one-coin flash deal, the Beast Call Compendium. Beast Call Compendium records the habits and vocalizations of all kinds of animals, along with their meanings. Allows you to imitate their calls and summon the corresponding animals. I was stunned. A beast taming art? No, not quite that level yet. It only mimics animal calls to lure them in. Once an animal approaches, it'll still use its eyes and sense of smell to check. One whiff of trouble, and it bolts. Animals may not be very intelligent, but their survival instincts far exceed what humans imagine. It wasn't a beast taming art, but with it, hunting would be a whole lot easier. I hurried to redeem it and take a look. Though I'd handed over all the money I'd earned to my sister-in-law, I kept 50 coins for myself, enough to cover it. The animals in this compendium were remarkably complete. Everything from tadpoles and crickets to tigers and black bears, all listed with their habits, likes and dislikes, body structure, sound characteristics, and how they produce their calls. I picked the cricket and tried to imitate it. My first attempt sounded like a ghost wailing. Following the book's instructions, I adjusted my throat and the shape of my mouth. The second time, it was maybe 40 or 50% right. Third try, fourth try, after 10 times, it was spot on. This scared the daylights out of my parents next door. Son Lianji pressed her face to the crack in the door to peek in. What on earth was her third son doing? Holed up alone in his room howling like a banshee. Zhao Xiaoshan, though, was a fearless kid. He pressed against the window and called out, "Third uncle, why are there crickets chirping in your room? Are you keeping crickets?" Kids these days had little to play with. Their favorite pastime was messing with bugs and cricket fighting. Looking at the little head at the window, I felt encouraged and laughed. Xiaoshan, in a bit third uncle's going up the mountain to catch you some birds to play with. What kind of birds? Zhao Xiaoshan asked excitedly. I thought about it and didn't dare make wild promises. Depends on my luck. Okay, I'll wait at home for you, third uncle. Seeing the kids so happy lifted my spirits too, and I headed out for breakfast. There was grain stored up at home now. Liang Chun knew I'd throw a fit if I didn't get something good to eat. So first thing in the morning, she reheated yesterday's fish soup and made some flatbread. Once I'd eaten my fill and splashed water on my face, I was ready to head up the mountain. Zhao Dezhu called out from the doorway. If you run into wild boars or wolves, don't you dare stick your head out. Remember the tracking methods I taught you. Got it, Pa? Son Lianji grumbled. Why don't you talk him out of going up there? What good is hiding? You think he can dodge them if it really comes to it? Zhao Dezhu shot back sourly. You raised the boy, you don't know him? Who can control him? Zhao Quan chimed in too. Ma, it's a good thing third brother wants to go hunting. Beats him running around with those no-good buddies and slipping back into his old ways. Unable to sway the old man, son Lianji turned on her eldest son. Get out of here, you. You've got the nerve to lecture your own mother? Go haul the water. Zhao Quan, made a scapegoat for no reason, looked helplessly at his wife. Liang Chun rolled her eyes at him. After all these years, he still didn't know when to keep his mouth shut. Served him right for getting chewed out. When I reached the foot of the mountain, I found a spot where no one was around and changed into my warm gear, then headed up feeling confident. The Cries of the 100 Beasts was thorough enough, but it mostly taught you how to identify animals. No real tricks for actual hunting. So I stuck with the tracking method Pa had taught me and searched around. First find the tracks, then imitate the calls to lure them in, and one shot to finish them off. Beautiful. This time of year, animals ate little and roamed constantly. I quickly found some pheasant droppings, with scratch marks nearby. Checking the area, sure enough there were a few fruit trees, their leaves all fallen, ripe fruit rotting on the ground. It was that rotten fruit smell that had drawn the pheasants in. Pheasants love grain, grass seeds, and berries. As long as I could lure them, chicken soup would be a real treat too. Pheasants are too small. One shot would turn them into pulp. But a bow and arrow. I patted the bow slung across my back for cover, and felt a little tempted. I'd fantasized before about bending a bow to shoot down a great eagle. Might as well give it a shot. I scrambled up a tree, pulled out the bow and arrows, and started imitating the pheasant calls from the book. Pheasants have all kinds of calls. Different pitches mean different things. The one I was mimicking was the sound they make to call their companions when they've found food. Gurk, gurk, gurk. I strained my throat and called out a dozen times in a row. Except for a few startled birds, there wasn't a single stir in the forest. No pheasants came. Not working? My hand holding the bow was starting to ache. I was seriously confused. If it was this hard, even with the cries of the 100 beasts, then hunting really wasn't so simple. Was I going to have to borrow money and buy a boat to catch fish instead? Just as I was thinking that, a burst of flapping wings came through the air. I whipped my head around and saw 4 or 5 pheasants rushing over from a distance, half flying, half running. Delighted, I shook out my arms, knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and aimed at one. Whoosh! The arrow wobbled off crookedly and missed completely. All it did was scatter the pheasants, which took off squawking and vanished. Me? Fine. Guess I shouldn't overestimate myself. If I couldn't hit a pheasant, catching a wolf to take home would work too. Either way, I was up in a tree. A wolf couldn't climb up, and a few shots would blow it away. With that thought, I opened my throat and started howling like a wolf. A woo, a woo, a woo. It echoed through the forest, dead realistic. The result? A flock of birds scattered in panic, and those few pheasants from before were long gone. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountain, 2 figures were skulking around. They were none other than Zhou Hejing and Ma Yuanjin, who'd been drinking with Li Kongming earlier. While drunk, these two had promised to help Li Kongming teach me a lesson. Once sober, they'd wanted to weasel out of it, but Li Kongming had given them a qian of silver to buy weapons. So the two of them talked it over and decided they might as well actually cripple me and claim the reward. They'd been staking me out early, and when I left home, they'd trailed me from a distance, but they'd hung too far back, the forest was too dense, and they'd lost me. Brother Zhou, where'd that kid run off to? Damn it. When I find him, I'll make him kowtow and beg for forgiveness. Right? You force him to kowtow, I'll break his arms and legs. Remember to wipe away all the traces. Don't let the authorities trace it back to us. Relax. Even if there's an investigation, it'd be the village head doing it. You think Li Kongming would let the Blue Dragon village head trace it to us? True. Huh, what's that sound? The next moment, a wolf's howl carried through the air. Oh mama, a wolf. The two of them scrambled and tumbled down the mountain, not daring to stop for a second. That howl was way too close, only a few 100 feet off, and a wolf's nose is sharp. If it caught their scent and came after them, they were done for. The two fled down the mountain crying for their mothers, and ran smack into Li Kongming and Li Xiuxiu, who'd been waiting for news. Their clothes were shredded by branches till they looked like beggars, their faces covered in cuts, blood mixed with snot, and tears streaming down. Li Xiuxiu backed away in disgust. Li Kongming was baffled. What happened to you two? A wolf. Right near us. Zhou Hejing wailed, and Ma Yuanjin nodded frantically. Where'd you see it? Li Kongming forced himself to stay calm. Halfway up the mountain. Ma Yuanjin was too embarrassed to admit he'd pissed himself in fright without ever actually seeing the wolf. Halfway up the mountain. Li Kongming panicked. That spot was barely a li from the village. Wolves normally didn't come that close. Unless it was bitterly cold and food was scarce, then they'd come down. It wasn't unheard of for starving wolves to be lured down by the smells of the village and eat people. Li Kongming forgot about me, forgot about everyone else, and bolted straight home to raise the alarm. The richer a man is, the more he fears death. Li Xiuxiu stared up at the mountain, panicked and unwilling to give up. Zhaomu, oh Zhaomu, how are you this lucky? With the village head's family throwing everything into wolf defense, they probably wouldn't have time to deal with you now. Looks like she'd have to return the money. Damn it, it'd be better if the wolf just ate you. Too bad they didn't know. That wolf was me. I'd howled forever and hadn't seen so much as a wolf hair. Made sense. Small animals were rare even this far up, so the wolves were surely hunting deep in the Blue Dragon Ridge. Who'd come out here? A lone wolf's call to its pack was useless. Hollering blindly like this got me nowhere. I needed a real plan. I'd thought it through. Big animals were hard to hunt. Mid-sized ones weren't easy to tangle with either. Pheasants and rabbits were actually the best fit. But I couldn't shoot those with a gun, so there was only one option: traps. There wasn't much else on the mountain, but vines and willow branches were everywhere. Vines were too conspicuous. Willow branches were just right. Standing in the tree, I snapped off over 100 willow branches, though I didn't dare strip any single tree bare in case it drew trouble from the authorities. Then I painstakingly wove the willow branches into a grid net, just tight enough not to fall apart, and tied a drawstring along the edge so it'd cinch shut with one pull. That would do. I climbed up a tree and mimicked the pheasant call again. Pheasants don't learn their lesson. They came flapping right back. Once they wandered cluelessly into the range of the net, I yanked hard on the willow branches and leapt down from the tree. One end of the branches was tied to the net, the other in my hand, with a tree branch hung in the middle as a support beam. As the net snapped tight, 7 or 8 pheasants got trapped, flapping and squawking, feathers flying everywhere. These things were strong, though, and my makeshift net couldn't hold them. So I just grabbed a rock and I clubbed them senseless, one by one. Once they were all knocked out, I tied them up with willow branches and carried the bunch down the mountain. I was just about to leave when I spotted a messy trail of hoof prints, wild boar and fresh, like they'd been made just today. Boars here? Weren't they supposed to be over in the little bamboo grove? That's a good way off. Could they be roaming around because they can't find food? I followed the tracks and found at least 3 different sets, varying in depth. I pulled out my field guide to compare. A male, a female, and a piglet. A family of 3, out foraging? Back when my dad warned me about how tough boars were, he'd mentioned it wasn't just one. Could this be the same group he'd run into? I got excited. Rooster in hand, I drew my gun and chased after the trail, circling the mountainside for 4 or 5 miles, until the hoof prints disappeared under fallen leaves and I couldn't track them anymore. I wasn't ready to give up. I climbed a tree and started imitating a boar's call, howling away for a good hour until my throat was bone dry. I'd been calling out way too much today. Even the throat-soothing trick from the guide couldn't keep up. Just when I figured it was all for nothing, a boar came trotting over from the distance, grunting. Pitch black all over, fat, with vicious tusks, but only 3 feet long. Not full-grown. A little disappointed, I kept up the calls. The young boar came scampering closer, circling my tree, sniffing and looking up. Good thing I was tucked away in a big pine, hidden behind the needles, so it couldn't spot me right away. I kept howling for a long while until my voice gave out, but the big boar never showed. Finding no food and no company, the young one gave up and turned to leave, disappointed. Fine. One's better than none, no need to get greedy. I raised my gun and took aim. Bang, bang, bang. 5 shots in a row. The young boar first squealed and bolted from the noise, then took hits and started bleeding. But even after 5 shots, the thing could still run. A chill went through me. Looks like Dad wasn't exaggerating. If a piglet was this hard to kill, how terrifying would a full-grown one be? Gritting my teeth, I fired 3 more times. One shot caught it right behind the heart, punching clean through. The young boar let out a horrible squeal and collapsed, left twitching on the ground. Overjoyed, I jumped down from the tree and rushed over, trying to lift it up. Damn, it was heavy. 3 feet, nearly a meter, and even without being full-grown it had to weigh close to 200 pounds. Pork was expensive, and wild boar even more so. It wasn't as fatty as farm-raised pig, and it had a gamey, musky smell, but rich folks had ways to mask that. Besides, they all believed wild game had special benefits, and once they got sick of domestic meat, they craved the wild stuff. The grass is always greener, right? With this boar, once Li Xiuxiu returned the betrothal gifts, I could knock a big chunk off the debt. It wouldn't be long before I was debt-free and light as a feather. Grinning ear to ear, I lashed the boar to the willow branches and hauled it down the mountain with everything I had. But it was just too heavy. This body had been hollowed out by years of booze and women, so I had to stop and gasp for breath every few steps. I cursed silently. Fine, a rich playboy ruining himself with drink and lust, whatever. But you, a farmer's son, wrecking your body just the same? You son of a... Okay, well, that's me too. Can't curse myself out. I dragged it to the foot of the mountain and ran right into a group of villagers digging wild vegetables. My sister-in-law, Liang Chun, was there too, and my nephew, Zhao Xiaoshan, was roughhousing with his playmates nearby, but his eyes kept drifting toward the mountain. He knew his third uncle would bring back birds for him. As he watched, Xiaoshan noticed a hunched figure struggling down the slope. He wondered who was such a sad sack, then realized it was me. Third uncle's back. His shout made everyone look up. When Liang Chun saw me dragging something, she lit up and quickly called out, Xiaoshan, go get your dad to help. I'll go meet your third uncle. Xiaoshan took off running home, and Liang Chun headed up. First she saw the pile of roosters and clapped in delight. Oh my, so many roosters. Uncle, you're amazing. My mouth twitched. When there's nothing going on, it's third son, but when there's work, it's uncle. Heh, women. Wait, why did she only see the roosters? I turned to look. Turned out the boar had gotten covered in fallen leaves while I was dragging it. I brushed them aside. Sister-in-law, there's more. Liang Chun leaned in for a look, took one glimpse of those vicious tusks, and shrieked, stumbling backward and plopping down on her rear. The other villagers had only been eyeing my catch enviously without coming over. But now, seeing her yelp and flail, they couldn't hold back their curiosity. They craned their necks, and some even ran up the mountain. One look at that fearsome boar, and they all cried out, good heavens, a boar! A boar that big! Moo, you hunted this yourself? The cries came one after another. and the crowd kept growing. Before long, nearly 100 village men came charging out with steel pitchforks and other weapons, Zhao Quan leading the pack. Turns out when Xiao Shan ran home, he'd been yelling, "Coming down the mountain! Coming down the mountain!" the whole way, and the village had just gotten word from the headman that day that there were wolves up there. Hearing his shouts, everyone assumed wolves were coming down and grabbed their weapons to rush over. More than half the village had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Quan saw me standing there stunned, then spotted the roosters and the boar. Shocked, he spun around and smacked Xiao Shan on the back of the head. "Your third uncle comes down the mountain, and you holler like bandits are raiding the village." But Xiao Shan didn't feel wronged at all. He just kept scanning me up and down. "Where are the birds? Where are my birds?" I felt a little awkward. I'd actually thought about catching birds, but they were too small for the willow branch net. Still, I'd prepared something else fun for him, a pig's bladder. A rare treat in the countryside. You could blow it up like a balloon or use it as the inner lining for a kickball. You only got one when slaughtering a pig for the new year. Times were hard, though, and folks couldn't bear to slaughter their pigs for the holiday. They'd sell them for grain instead. My one boar and that bunch of roosters, seen by the whole village who'd thought wolves were coming down, left everyone green with envy. A boar. Meat. The way they looked at me now held a new respect, too. Boars were as feared as tigers and bears. 7 or 8 hunters had gone to the little bamboo grove before, and all come back wounded and empty-handed. Yet here I was, having taken one down single-handedly. What courage! Not a trace left of the good-for-nothing scoundrel I used to be. Seeing the villagers' averted glances, I smiled but said nothing. I deliberately dragged the boar down like this, struggling and out in the open instead of hiding it, and calling my brother for help. All to show off my strength and let the whole village know I wasn't the old rascal anymore. I hadn't expected my nephew to shout it out and let everyone see for themselves, but it saved me the trouble of pretending to have gotten lost. Pretty satisfied, I reminded my brother to help carry the boar. My reputation was bad, and all my friends were just drinking buddies, but Zhao Quan was honest and had a few real friends to speak of. Several of us together hauled the boar down the mountain, thrilled to bits. The boar entering the village drew countless more stares. Men, women, young and old craned their necks to look, commenting on the boar's fierce appearance and pointing at me, but this time not in criticism. In admiration. Only Li Xiuxiu's family, in the crowd, wore gloomy faces. Seeing her third son praised, Liang Chun beamed, her face glowing, and kept telling everyone, "See? I told you my third son turned over a new leaf. He's a good man now, and a capable one too. You all just wouldn't believe me." People could only nod along. The boar was brought into the Zhao household. Son Lianji saw. So many people had rushed out to greet us, but the moment they saw the massive wild boar, they jumped back in shock. "Good heavens, what is that?" Someone laughed. "Auntie Lianji, that's the boar your Zhao Mu hunted down." Inside, Zhao Dezhu had just taken a sip of water and immediately spat it out. Forgetting all about his injury, he came running out. These past few days I'd worn him ragged. He should have been resting in bed, but because I kept acting up, he'd been running around after me. Just when I finally seemed to come to my senses and he thought he could catch a break, I turned out to be even more of a handful than before, keeping him on his feet more than ever. Zhao Dezhu came tottering out, and when he saw the 3-foot boar lying on the ground, he nearly passed out. He didn't share everyone else's excitement. Instead, he glared at me, furious. "I told you all that." You nodded and agreed. Then you turned right around and went hunting a boar, then hauled it back to make me eat my words? So you're pulling that whole prove him wrong stunt on your own father, huh? One look at his face and I knew exactly what he was thinking. I hurried over, grinning and shameless. "Pa, this boar just didn't know any better. Came charging right at me. You spent all that time teaching me archery and hunting, and I've been itching for a chance to put it to use. So I used everything you taught me on this thing and took it down. Turns out my pa really is the best teacher." The second the words left my mouth, the villagers gawking at the boar turned to gawk at Zhao Dezhu instead. This old man's that good? His archery lessons could turn a good-for-nothing into a boar hunter? Zhao Dezhu hadn't expected me to pull that. Seeing the admiration in the villagers' eyes, he swelled with pride, most of his anger melting away. He couldn't keep the corners of his mouth from turning up, and in the end, all he managed to squeeze out was, "You did learn it well." Hearing this confirmed it really was Zhao Dezhu who'd taught me, and the crowd's respect for the old hunter grew even deeper. Brother Zhao really is a veteran. That skill is no joke. Zhao Mu's so lucky to have a father like that. Why doesn't my old man have a talent like this? Your old man? Mine sure doesn't either. Guess it really does pay to have a good father. The crowd heaped praise on Zhao Dezhu while trampling all over their own fathers, half wishing they could trade dads. Zhao Dezhu practically glowed now, all his displeasure gone. Ignoring the pain from his wound, he hollered, "Eldest, hurry up and slaughter it, bleed it out." Once the blood clots, you won't be able to drain it. Zhao Quan answered and went to get ready. Their family had hunted years ago, so they had all the tools. In no time, he'd set up a board and gathered the knives, then bled and butchered the boar under Zhao Deju's direction. Seeing this, the villagers drifted off one by one. Watch any longer, and their mouths would water too. I stopped the few men who'd helped carry the boar earlier and gave each of them a pound of meat. They quickly tried to refuse. This was meat, after all. A pound went for dozens of copper coins, and all they'd done was help lug something over, hardly worth this much. Honestly, even my own family winced, thinking gifting it away like this was just wasteful. But I knew all too well what the original owner of this body had been like. The whole village had long despised him. Just establishing authority wasn't enough. I had to win people over too. Others might be hard to win, but these few who were willing to talk to my family and lend a hand, those relationships I absolutely had to keep in good standing. After all, the village of Qinglong was full of the Li clan, and my family carried a different surname. If we ever got pushed around, no one would speak up for us, and we'd be in real trouble. My pa, Zhao Deju, understood this too, and he put on his elders' authority to make them accept. Only then did the men cheerfully take the meat, all saying we should come to them anytime we needed anything. By the time I'd seen everyone off, the boar had mostly been bled. My second brother, Zhao Quan, fumbled clumsily at scraping the bristles and cutting the meat. It was his first time butchering a wild boar, and if Pa hadn't been standing there guiding him, it would have taken him all day. My mother, son Lianji, and my second sister-in-law, Liang Chun, were both bustling about. The bristles were kept, the blood was kept, the innards were kept, the bones were kept. Every part of this boar was a treasure. My nephew, Zhao Xiaoshan, also ran around helping out, though every now and then he'd shoot me a resentful little glance that made me squirm. I dug the boar's bladder out of the innards, washed it clean, and blew it up into a balloon for him. Kid that he was, he cradled it happily and ran off to show it off to his friends. The little rascal had barely left when an old codger showed up. The village head had come calling. The village head was named Li Fuwang. Word had it he had a relative serving as a clerk in the county town, which was how he'd landed this quasi-official position that wasn't really an office at all. A man in his 50s, he leaned on his petty bit of power to take bribes and line his pockets. And he was so well-fed and ruddy he looked 10 years younger than my pa. He walked into my home with lackey number 2, Li Kongming. The moment father and son stepped through the door, their eyes locked onto that boar, brimming with greed. Pa, there really is a wild boar. My uncle's been meaning to send the magistrate a gift lately. Why don't we offer this up? Li Kongming said without the slightest restraint. My family's faces changed. This pair had come to take what wasn't theirs, and they wanted the whole boar. Li Fuwang was clearly tempted, but he feigned a scolding. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Mu hunted this. It isn't ours. Zhao Mu? I don't buy it, Li Kongming sneered. A sneaky little thief like him, hunt down a boar? He must have stolen it. Don't go making accusations before you've got the facts straight. Li Fuwang turned back to my pa. No offense, brother Deju. Kongming's just a blunt, straight-talking boy. My pa's face went dark in an instant. This pair was singing the same tune, plainly scheming for our boar, and after insulting me they threw in a blunt and straight-talking line. So that was how they meant to make the charge stick? Pa was about to defend me, but I cut in first. Li Kongming, you can put whatever you want in your mouth, but you can't say whatever you want. Which eye of yours saw me steal anything? Li Kongming was about to fire back when Li Fuwang glared at him. Zhao Mu, where are your manners? I'm speaking with your father. Since when do you get to butt in? Li Kongming immediately looked smug. I put on a face of pure surprise. Village head, you were talking to my pa. I never interrupted. You say your piece. I'm talking to Li Kongming. Or is this village a place where only you're allowed to speak and the rest of us aren't allowed to chat? Left with nothing to say, Li Fuwang could only turn snide. Brother Deju, back when Zhao Mu was stirring up trouble, I did my fair share of talking the villagers down, telling them not to hold it against him. And this is how you let him run wild with no manners. On any other day my pa would have given him face. But knowing the man had his eyes on the boar, bowing his head now would mean all those years in the army had been for nothing. Pa shot right back, just as snide. Now don't be upset, village head. Zhao Mu's just blunt and straight-talking too. Turning his own words against him, Li Fuwang was livid. Fine. So brother Deju looks down on me as village head, does he? He simply put on his official airs. Today he had to have this boar no matter what. His cousin was waiting in the county town to present the gift. If it went over well, he might climb higher. And if the cousin rose, Li Fuwang as village head would throw his weight around even more. He might even land the position of clan head. In an age where imperial authority didn't reach below the county, the clan reigned supreme, and the clan head held enormous power. Even the village head didn't dare offend him. Qinglong village was full of the Li clan, and the clan head was a Li as well. The reason the original owner of this body had gotten away with so many rotten deeds without being driven out of the village was entirely because the clan had owed my pa his life from years ago. But favors called upon too often become burdens, and by now the clan had looked upon my family. Didn't sit right with him either. Only then did Li Fuwang have the nerve to march right up to our door and demand the pig. He threw his weight around as the village head, trying to scare us. My dad wanted to apologize, but I stepped forward. That's not right, village head. You're showing up to take the very food that's keeping my family alive. You've got no intention of letting us off the hook. What food that's keeping you alive? Those wild pheasants aren't enough to fill your bellies? Besides, this wild boar's origins are unclear. What's wrong with me taking it back to investigate? Li Fuwang wouldn't budge, only getting nastier. I laughed. Listen to yourself. In all the villages around here, who else could ever hunt down a wild boar? Whether there is or isn't, we won't know until I look into it. You still don't get what I mean. A dangerous glint flashed in my eyes. I'm saying, out of every village for miles around, I'm the only one who can hunt a boar. So what do you think of a skill like that? The moment I said it, Li Fuwang understood. It was a naked threat. Li Kongming exploded, cursing. Zhao Mu, you son of a bitch, you dare threaten my dad. I stepped up and kicked him hard. Li Kongming screamed and dropped to the ground, clutching his stomach and wailing, Dad. He hit me. Kill him. Have him arrested. My family jumped in shock. My second brother rushed to pull me back, but I shook him off with one arm. Li Fuwang never expected me to actually get physical to his face. Terrified, he kept backing away, all bluster and no backbone. Zhao Mu, are you trying to start a rebellion? A rebellion? Are you the village head or the emperor? How about we go take it up with the county magistrate? I sneered. Li Fuwang's face went white. He scrambled to backtrack. You heard me wrong. I said, are you looking to pick a fight? I mocked him. You come to my house to steal my pig. This brat calls me a son of a bitch every other word, and I'm the one picking a fight? Sounds like your family enjoys getting robbed and cursed at. Fine, from now on, I won't call you village head, and I won't call him Li Kongming. I'll call you sons of bitches. Should you be thanking me for the compliment? You. Li Fuwang was shaking with rage. I didn't give him a chance, pressing harder. Village head, think it through. If I can hunt a wild boar, what wouldn't I dare to do? As I spoke, my eyes slid straight over to Li Kongming, like I was sizing up another boar. I was a man who'd fired a gun and seen blood. That look was genuinely terrifying. Li Fuwang caught it, and he understood. This kid would really go all the way. And since he couldn't kill me on the spot, there was nothing in it for him. Fear crept into him. He backed away slowly, glaring at my family. Fine, fine, fine. You're really something, kid. Did you? You sure raised a fine son. I can pretend I never saw anything about the boar, but I hope your whole family stays this tough from here on out. Son, let's go. With that, he spun around and strode off fast. He really was scared that I, with nothing left to lose, would take him down with me. After all, he was the village head, with a whole lot of good living still ahead of him. Li Kongming forced himself up through the pain and followed, shooting a venomous look back over his shoulder as he went out the door. Just you wait. I don't believe you can stay this cocky forever. Father and son left, and the farce was over, but the worry didn't leave my family's hearts. The village head held real power, and he was one of the Li clan. After a blow-up like this, there'd be no peace ahead. Still, they knew it wasn't my fault. A pig that big could feed us for a long time and even pay off our debts. It was the whole family's shot at survival. A few pounds of meat, even half the pig, they'd have swallowed it. But the whole thing? No one with any spine could stand for that. My dad gazed long and hard at his youngest son, whose temperament had changed so completely. Third boy, come inside with me. Sure. I turned back to my second brother and his wife with a grin. You two keep working on the pig. Just keep half. Sell the rest to pay off the debt. My second brother, oddly wary of his fierce little brother, nodded again and again. His wife kept her head down, not daring to make a sound. My mom's legs had gone weak with fright the moment I squared off with the village head, so I helped her inside first, then looked at my dad on the bed. Dad, if you're upset, just yell at me a couple times, but don't hit me. You've still got injuries. Seeing me bow my head and wait obediently for a scolding, my dad felt all his words dissolve into a single sigh. The boy had grown up, gotten some sense, and had only clashed with the village head to protect his family. If he came down hard on me, wouldn't that make him the bad guy's accomplice? In the end, he only asked, the village head's sure to come after our family for revenge. Do you have a way to deal with it? Not for now. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I shrugged. I was wary of the village head's family, sure, but I honestly wasn't that afraid. If things really came to a head, worst case I'd sneak in on some dark and windy night and finish them off. In my past life, I'd watched plenty of crime dramas and knew a bit about ancient investigative methods. As long as I was clean about it, there was no way they'd trace it back to me. I wasn't acting now because it hadn't come to that point yet. Besides, what if a better chance came along later? They couldn't stay indoors forever, could they? The boar was butchered fast. A whole basin filled with blood, the bristles laid out to dry, the red meat piled high on the table, the bones set aside for soup. I picked out a few good-looking pig trotter bones, ground them down into small pieces, and shouted out the door, "Little Sean." Zhao Xiaoshan, who'd been showing off his balloon, jumped in fright, thinking my old temper was flaring up again. His little face went pale as he trembled his way back, and all his little friends scattered in a swarm. He crept back to the doorway. Then his legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, tears spilling down. Third uncle, I was wrong. Confessing first always got you a couple fewer smacks. Me. I'd meant to lecture him a bit. Your parents don't look at me sideways anymore, so why do you still treat me like some troublemaking demon? But looking at his scrawny little frame, I couldn't bring myself to. Grumbling, I tossed the pig bones over. Made you some jacks to play with. Go find your friends. The second he heard new toy, he wiped his tears, stood up grinning. Thank you, third uncle. Not a trace of fear left in him. You little rascal. So all that being scared of me before was an act? I said with a laughing curse. He gave a sheepish smile. No, I really was scared of you too. Okay, I'm going to play now. I gave his backside a light kick. Pleased as could be, he ran off with the bones to show his friends. Look, my third uncle made these. Call me Big Brother Sean from now on, and I'll teach you all jacks. All his little friends stared enviously at the smooth bones. One little girl said timidly, Big Brother Sean, your third uncle's so good to you. You bet. My third uncle's the best. Not only does he get me meat every day, he makes me toys too. Zhao Xiaoshan lifted his chin. A snot-nosed little boy next to him couldn't help himself. But didn't you say your third uncle's the worst, that he beats you all day long? Zhao Xiaoshan glanced back guiltily, made sure I'd gone inside and hadn't heard, then glared at him angrily. What are you talking about? That was just for fun. My third uncle's the best and the toughest. I'm changing the rules now, from here on. You have to say my third uncle is the best third uncle. Then I'll let you play with it. The snot-nosed kid tried to bring up my dirt again, but the others yanked him aside. Third Uncle Sean, I admit your third uncle is the best. Now let me play for a bit. Yeah, third uncle's the greatest. We love third uncle. Just like that, the whole pack of kids was bought off. They kept praising me, played like maniacs, and even talked in their sleep singing my praises that night, leaving all their parents utterly baffled. Of course, I didn't know any of that at the time. I looked at my family's nearly 200-pound wild boar. The head alone was 25 pounds, the hide another 20 or 30, the bone-in meat 80 or 90, and the pure meat 70 or 80. In these times, that could sell for 5 taels of silver. With a little luck, if I ran into a desperate buyer, maybe even 7. Enough to pay off every debt we owed. My family thought the same. My second sister-in-law went to my mom first, wanting her to talk me into it, since earlier I'd said I wanted to keep half to eat. For once, my mom and daughter-in-law were on the same page, and she quickly dragged me into the room. Son, let's just sell the whole pig, My mom smiled sweetly. Ma, we haven't had pork in ages, but we've got the pheasants. My mom knew I'd refuse, so she quickly pointed at the birds in the yard. Keep 2 pheasants, that's plenty to eat. How about it? I laughed. Normally, my mom would never bear to keep chickens for herself. She'd sell them all for coarse rice. She'd even learned to yield in order to gain, just to persuade me. Too bad. You retreat to advance, and I'll pull the whole house down. I put on a stern face. I'll agree to selling all the pork. We need to clear the debt. But every last pheasant stays, or I won't sell a single thing. My mom panicked. All that meat sitting at home made her nervous, and eating it ourselves instead of trading it for grain? That was just squandering the family fortune. Fine, Ma agrees, the pheasants stay. Only then was I satisfied. Trying to outmaneuver me? You're a bit too old for that, Ma. I walked out and said to my brother and sister-in-law, who'd been peeking in, Brother, let's head to the county town and sell this pork. Sell all of it? My second brother probed. Yep, I nodded. My second brother and his wife happily started loading meat into baskets and grabbing the chickens. I stopped them. The chickens don't go. We're eating those ourselves. Zhao Quan and his wife froze, staring at the 8 birds all over the ground. Stewed chicken every day? Wouldn't that make us total spendthrifts? I immediately hardened my face. No good. Then nothing gets sold. The moment they heard that, they panicked and threw themselves over the baskets. Sell, 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 the chickens stay. Then Zhao Quan's eyes suddenly gleamed. This simple-minded brother of mine had actually gotten crafty. Third boy, I can't haul all this meat by myself. Come to town with me, yeah? Just as I was about to nod, I caught my second brother, his wife, and my old mom constantly trading glances. I got it in an instant. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Trick me into going to town, then quietly sell the chickens behind my back. I couldn't help but laugh in anger. All that scheming, just aimed at me? I set the baskets right back down. Brother, forget town. Let's go ask the scholar if he wants it. Zhao Quan gaped. Huh? Not going to town? Then what about the chickens? I made the call. 4 stay for eating, 2 go to big sister's place, and 2 go to sister-in-law's family. Ma, we'll skip my uncle's side. He wouldn't appreciate it anyway. My mom, Liang Chun, waved her hands frantically. We already sent fish over. We can't send more. Your family doesn't want them? Then let them sit here and rot. Cold as it was, meat left too long draws flies, and possibly draws thieves. I'm not the only thug in Qinglong village. My mom looked helplessly at her mother-in-law. Though son Lianji had softened toward her, she wasn't that generous either. Seeing my mind was made up, she could only swallow her reluctance, drop a not my problem, and retreat into the room. Inside, she started complaining to my dad, Zhao Dezhu. How is it that this Zhao Mu is even more of a handful now that he's turned over a new leaf? My dad thought, if you can't handle him, what makes you think I can? This kid dares to hunt wild boar? What am I supposed to do? So he just rolled over and pretended to be asleep. My mom didn't dare keep the chickens after all, and once she was forced to give them away, she actually got cheerful about it, packing up 4 pheasants and taking the long way around to deliver them to my aunt. Only then was I satisfied. My big brother and I hoisted up the meat and went to sell it. The scholar, Li Wenyuan, lived at the east end of the village, far from the mountains. As he put it, a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Don't let poor scholar fool you. It depends who you compare him to. Anyone who could afford to study in the old days came from decent means. Now, Li Wenyuan wasn't a stipend student, but his teacher was the county school's instructor, a rank 8 official, and rumor had it there were people even higher up backing him. Through that connection, he wrote annotations for a bookshop in town, earning 3 qian of silver a month, a solid income, the equivalent of pulling in 30 grand a month today. The 2 of us lugged the boar to his door, and he came running out delighted to see it. One glance at the blue-faced, tusked beast, and he stumbled back 2 steps in fright. This creature is truly so ferocious. Then he sized me up, and seeing how scrawny I was, hardly the build of a hunter, his face filled with suspicion. Zhao Mu, did you really hunt this boar? Naturally. What proof do you have? I wanted to curse. What kind of proof does this need? I could hardly dig the bullet out to show him. Besides, to cover the bullet marks, I deliberately gouged a few big wounds with a bamboo pole. All I could say was, if the scholar doesn't believe me, follow me up the mountain and watch my archery for yourself. I'd bet he wouldn't dare go up the mountain. Sure enough, he waved a hand, a trace of contempt in it. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. For us scholars to go shouting about killing and hunting, what would that look like? That's the crude business of your sort. The corner of my mouth twitched. I'm here to sell some meat, and 1 minute you accuse me of stealing it. The next you call me crude? Good thing I'd read plenty of novels in my past life. The words just rolled off my tongue. The scholar is mistaken. The rites of Zhou say, first, the 6 virtues, second, the 6 conducts, third, the 6 arts, rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. The sages themselves said a gentleman ought to master the 6 arts, to hunt and provide for one's family. How is that crude? Both Zhao Quan and Li Wenyuan were stunned. My brother was stunned because he was curious what on earth I was babbling about. Li Wenyuan was stunned because he was shocked to be lectured by a village thug. When he recovered, his curiosity outweighed his shock. Zhao Mu, you've studied? I went to town to have some fun and overheard a few lines outside a private school. I answered vaguely. He thought for a moment. Heaven and earth, dark and yellow. The universe, vast and wild. I finished it reflexively. He laughed. You've read the 1,000-character classic too? Then, lush and green the reeds. White dew turns to frost. Again, instinct answered for me. These lines came too easily, as hard to hold back as a familiar jingle. His eyes flickered, and he deliberately said, have you heard of Zheng Duan defeated Bo at Yen? I'm not that educated, but shouldn't it be the Earl of Zheng defeated Duan at Yen? I scratched my head. Smack. He slapped his thigh and pointed at me, laughing. Still claiming you're no scholar. You've even read the spring and autumn annals. No. I've heard a bit, but not much. I waved my hands over and over. All right, think of the hardest question you can and ask. Let me see how learned you are. He grew interested. There were no scholars in the village. He looked down on the farmhands as ignorant fools, and it made him terribly lonely. Now that he had someone to chat with, he was thrilled. Zhao Quan watched, dumbfounded. The high and mighty scholar was actually laughing and joking with my brother? How did my brother know so much? Honestly, I didn't feel like chatting. I nudged the bamboo basket with my foot. Scholar, we're here to sell meat. Do you want it or not? I do. I've got some gifts to give out lately, and I promise I'll pay more than those crooks in town, as long as you can stump me with a question. I scratched my head. How much more? He glanced at the boar. How much are you asking for this pig? 5 tails, at least 5. I held up 5 fingers. I'd been hoping to sell it for 7 if I got lucky, but I couldn't try that with a scholar who knew his stuff. He nodded, satisfied. Honest of you. That's about right. But if you can stump me, I'll give you 7. How about it? Whoa. My luck had turned. Excited, I said, really? A gentleman's word. Once given, it can't be taken back. I shot right back. He burst out laughing. Good, 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 ask away. Without hesitation, I said, how many characters are there in the spring and autumn annals? Heaven have mercy. I had barely any education. How would I know what could actually stump a scholar? All I could do was throw out a trick question like this. Li Wenyuan looked troubled. He'd read the annals more than once and remembered its contents. But who on earth counts the characters when they read? When he realized I was messing with him, he got annoyed. You're making a fool of me? Zhao Quan was so scared he dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Spare us, scholar. My brother took a blow to the head a while back. He's a bit muddled. He frantically tried to yank me down to kneel too. But I didn't back down. Instead, I argued in earnest. Read a book 100 times, and its meaning reveals itself. You, sir, believe you've mastered the annals, that you remember every story, every passage. But do you truly understand it? He sneered. So knowing the character count means understanding it? No. If that were so, any child who could count would be a sage. What I mean is this. You're too arrogant. Because you think you understand, you've stopped reading. Because you think you know everything, you confidently invited me to test you. A person should always stay humble and eager to learn, not assume they know it all after reading something a few times. Otherwise, even someone you look down on can ask a question you can't answer. I deliberately steered the conversation to his attitude. This kind of excuse never fails. It's like praying to the gods. If your wish comes true, the god answered. If it doesn't, your faith wasn't sincere enough. Applied to scholarship, it's just as bulletproof. If I stumped you, it's because your attitude was wrong. Not just a scholar. Even a prime minister couldn't argue against that, because he genuinely couldn't answer. Having said my piece, I shut my mouth. The rest was for him to fill in himself. And sure enough, Li Wenyuan began to search his own conscience. He truly hadn't studied the 4 books and 5 classics much these past years. He'd figured he'd read plenty, so why couldn't he pass the provincial exams? He'd suspected it was because he had no connections or hadn't catered to the examiner's preferred writing style. Lately, he'd been collecting essays from examiners over the years, trying to imitate them to catch attention. But he wasn't the only clever man under heaven. Everyone was doing the same thing, which meant no one gained an edge. Everyone was back to the starting line. So after failing the exam twice, he'd started collecting essays from court officials. If the examiners wouldn't notice him, surely studying the Grand Secretary would work? But no, that failed too, because far too many people were doing it. That was how Li Wenyuan had fallen into confusion, believing his talent had gone unrecognized. And now, a single sentence from me had woken him up. He'd thought himself vastly learned, yet a country hunter had stumped him. So genuine study was the true path after all. Cutting corners and gaming the system got you nowhere. Once this dawned on him, the despair from his repeated failures suddenly lifted. He even took half a step back and clasped his hands to me in earnest. Thank you for your guidance. The corner of my mouth twitched. There's nothing more lethal than letting someone read too much into your words. I stepped aside to dodge the gesture. There's no need for that, scholar. You were simply too close to see it clearly. With your learning, you'd have figured it out on your own eventually. His mood had shifted, and he knew I was giving him a graceful out. He smiled and called into the house. Wife, bring 7 taels. No, 10 taels of silver. Whoa, my luck hadn't just turned. It was overflowing. A gentle woman came out from inside, delicate in a blue skirt. She handed the silver to her husband and went back in. Li Wenyuan pressed the silver into my hands. 7 taels are for the pig. I lost the bet fair and square, and I take my loss. The other 3 are to thank you for waking me up. You must accept them. Seeing how serious he was, I thought it over and took it. He let out a sigh of relief. He'd been afraid I'd refuse, which would only have made him look ignorant. Giving 3 extra taels was a strain, but as the saying goes, starving is a small matter, while losing one's integrity is a great one. He couldn't afford to earn a reputation for being petty. But to his surprise, after taking the silver, I handed the 3 taels back. Scholar, I'd like to offer these 3 taels as tuition. Tuition? He was taken aback. Yes, I know a little, but not much. I'd like to learn more, so I don't embarrass myself down the road. He admired me even more. Learning is certainly welcome, but this tuition is far too much. Then let me bring my nephew along too. He's old enough to begin his studies. I didn't want to be illiterate, and I especially didn't want my family to be. A man with a gun, but no sense can only ever be the lowest kind of thug. You have to wield the pen and the gun together to accomplish anything great. More importantly, I'd made an enemy of the village headman's family. Without a powerful backer, trouble would find me sooner or later. And Li Wenyuan, the scholar, was the best backer I could ask for. Li Wenyuan looked at the silver, then at me, and understood that I was using the moment to return his money. He suddenly burst out laughing. From now on, if anyone calls you Zhao Mu a good-for-nothing scoundrel, I'll tear their mouth apart. You, boy, you understand how the world works. I knew this meant Li Wenyuan had agreed. I quickly turned to Zhao Quan, who was still dazed, and called out, "Brother, hurry up and carry the meat inside." Zhao Quan was still standing there in a stupor. The whole chain of events had hit him too hard. How had his own little brother ended up laughing and chatting with a scholar, and become his student, no less? Could his own rascal of a kid learn to read too? Might he one day become a scholar himself, or even a provincial graduate, an honored official? The more he thought about it, the more his blood surged. With a grunt, he hoisted the entire basket of pork onto his shoulder and strode into Li Wenyuan's house. Li Wenyuan stared, stunned, and I marveled too. What a brawny, big-hearted oaf of a brother. While I went inside to study with Li Wenyuan, Liang Chun shouldered her bamboo basket and set off for Sanchu village. Sanchu village was where my eldest sister, Zhao Chui, had married into, and also the hometown of my mother, son Lianji. No sooner had Liang Chun entered the village than she ran into my eldest uncle, son Hailong. The fellow was lazing in the sun, shooting the breeze with a bunch of old men. Spotting his niece-in-law, he gave a smirk that wasn't quite a smile. Come to sponge off Chui Chui's family again. Don't they get to live their own lives? Huh. Liang Chun was fed up with this uncle of hers. Every time he'd come to borrow grain in the past, he was nastier than even Zhao Chui's in-laws, and sometimes he'd deliberately block people from entering the village. Back when my brother Zhao Quan came to borrow grain once, he got turned away flat. The slap mark on his face didn't fade for hours, and my mom cried for 2 days. You have to understand, my mom had done plenty for her side of the family, giving money, giving grain, even chipping in a good amount when her nephew got married and built a house, and she never once bragged about it. But the one time she sent her son to borrow a little grain, he got sent packing the very first time. After that, my mom never mentioned her family again, and we treated them like they didn't exist. Liang Chun didn't even glance at him. She hoisted her basket onto her back and headed straight for Zhao Chui's in-laws' place. Son Hailong couldn't stand being ignored. He barked, "Liang Chun, didn't you hear your elder speaking to you?" "Elder? So you actually remember you have a sister? You don't come by even once during New Year's, and now you want to play the elder with me? Back when my husband came to borrow 2 pounds of brown rice and you turned him away, why didn't you remember you were an elder then?" Liang Chun let out everything she'd been holding in. The surrounding villagers immediately turned their eyes on Sun Hailong. It was crystal clear who was in the wrong here. Sun Hailong's face went green. He jumped up and jabbed a finger in Liang Chun's face, cursing, "What nonsense are you spouting? Which year did I ever miss paying my sister a New Year's visit? Marrying into the Zhao family, you learn nothing but how to spread lies." After cursing, he didn't dare keep pressing that subject and turned his attention to me instead. "Go back and tell Zhao Mu. If he keeps messing around, I'll straighten him out. I'm his own uncle. I could beat him to death, and it wouldn't even be a crime. Are you here to borrow grain again because this brat caused more trouble? Go on, get lost. Don't embarrass me." He waved his hand like he was shooing away chickens. The people of Three Trees Village nodded along and tried to persuade Liang Chun. "Just go on home, sister. Chui Chui's in-laws aren't having an easy time either. Who isn't short on grain these days? Nobody could handle you all asking like this. Get that Zhao Mu of yours to shape up. His bad reputation spread all the way to our village." Sun Hailong was thoroughly pleased with himself, as if cutting ties with his sister's family was the smartest decision he'd made in his whole life. Honestly, if I hadn't awakened the wisdom of my past life, his cutting ties wouldn't have been such a terrible thing. At most, my family would be hurt, not resentful. But he took it too far. He actually laid hands on my brother Zhao Quan. We'd been swallowing that anger ever since. Before, I was useless, so my family had no recourse. But now Liang Chun wasn't about to let this chance to hit back slip away. She sneered. "You've all got it wrong. Zhao Mu hunted a few pheasants and had me bring them over." The moment those words came out, the people of Three Trees Village were dumbfounded. Pheasants? Meat? A live chicken went for 60 or 70 coins these days, and pheasant meat was about the same. In times like these, when people couldn't even fill their bellies with grain, who would give away meat? They didn't believe it. Sun Hailong believed it even less. "Quit making things up. I watched Zhao Mu grow up. That brat's lucky if he can even recognize a pheasant, let alone hunt one. Next time you lie, work out your story first." Liang Chun was so furious she was about to pull out the pheasants as proof when my eldest sister, Zhao Chui, came running from a distance, cursing, "Sun Hailong, you got nothing better to do? What are you blocking my sister-in-law for? Acting like some kind of hooligan." Sun Hailong's face flushed red. "Zhao Chui, watch your mouth. I'm your elder. I don't have an elder like you." Didn't you want nothing to do with my family anyway? Zhao Cui planted herself in front of Liang Chun. She hated that I was useless, but she despised this uncle even more. Sun Hailong couldn't out-argue her, so he turned snide. Your sister-in-law's here to mooch again, making up some excuse about bringing pheasants. Your family doesn't have enough grain. You think your husband's going to divorce you? Zhao Cui shot Liang Chun a look, annoyed she'd tell a lie like that, then turned and snapped at Sun Hailong. None of your damn business. Real men are out there trying to scrounge up food for the winter, while you spend all day flapping your gums at the village entrance. And you've got the nerve to call yourself a man? You. Sun Hailong had no comeback. He threw up his hands to leave, but not before tossing out a parting shot. Go ahead and keep pouring into that bottomless pit. Sooner or later, you'll starve your whole family to death. Zhao Cui's face darkened, and she said nothing. But Liang Chun suddenly called out, Sun Hailong. He turned back instinctively. What? Smiling sweetly, Liang Chun pulled out 2 pheasants in front of everyone and pressed them into the stunned Zhao Cui's arms. Sis, these are from Zhao Mu's hunt up on the mountain. He wanted me to bring them so you could build up your strength. The whole crowd was shocked. Was there really some fool who'd bring meat to a married-off daughter's family? Sun Hailong's eyeballs nearly popped out. Zhao Cui cradled the pheasants, so overjoyed she was stammering. Sister-in-law, did the third boy really hunt these? Take them, sis. Our third boy's really made something of himself now. Not only did he bring home 8 pheasants, he even hunted down a wild boar. He and Zhao Quan went to sell it today, and we'll be able to pay off the family's debt soon. From now on, our family's only got good days ahead. Let all those irrelevant people be jealous. Those words made Sun Hailong's blood rush to his head. He nearly fainted. Impossible. How could Zhao Mu possibly amount to anything? But the pheasants were real. I hadn't tasted chicken in ages. Afterward, Zhao Cui wept for joy as she saw Liang Chun off. The people of Three Trees Village were all envious, and Sun Hailong even had the gall to ask how many pheasants were left at home. But let's not get into all that. Liang Chun left Three Trees Village with her chest out and head held high, then went to her own parents' place. She used to always come to borrow grain, until her family dreaded her visits. But today she plopped 2 pheasants down on the table. Her sister-in-law's fawning smile, her parents' reassured looks, her eldest brother's tears of excitement. It all made her happy. In all her years since marrying out, this was the first time she felt so grateful to me. By the time she returned home, all cheerful, she heard even bigger good news. Little Shan gets to go to school. Liang Chun shrieked, unable to hide her wild joy. She was a farmer's wife. She knew all too well that schooling was the best way out. She wasn't hoping he'd become a noble or a high official. If he could just become a licensed scholar, that alone would be like the ancestors' graves smoking with good fortune. When she heard I'd traded 3 taels of silver to buy her son this opportunity, she nearly dropped to her knees before me. I quickly held her up. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Little Shan is my nephew too. It does me good to have him get an education. Liang Chun's tears fell in big drops. Uncle, I treated you badly before, I neglected you. From now on, if little Shan ever fails to honor you, I'll be the first one to have a problem with it. I laughed. We're all one family, why talk like that? Beside us, Zhao Quan grinned foolishly, thrilled to the core at the thought of his son studying and maybe becoming a scholar. Mom and Dad's faces were full of relief too. But when Liang Chun brought up how Sun Hailong had caused a scene, the whole family fell silent again. My mom especially. She was so upset she couldn't speak. That little brother who used to trail after her as a child calling sister, the one she'd cherished with all her heart, had treated her like this. And even his parents hadn't said a word. She felt as if she'd been abandoned. I set my face and said, Mom, it's all right. You still have Dad, and you have us. From now on, we'll take good care of you. And I promise no one will ever dare to look down on. You're not part of our family anymore. At those words, my mother cried even harder, clutching me and wailing. How could they do this to me? I've worked myself to the bone since I was little, never once shortchanged your uncle. Back when he needed money to get married, your grandparents cursed me up and down, but I still handed over my savings to help. And now that his kids are grown and he doesn't need me anymore, he just tosses me aside. I'm his own sister. I held her and tried to comfort her, but my eyes grew colder by the second. I used to be a good-for-nothing, and I'll own that when other people say it. But Sun Hailong has no right to say it. He was no saint in his younger days either. If it weren't for my mother killing herself to help him, forget about a wife and kids, he'd probably have landed in prison. Now he's transformed himself into some respected elder, looking down on his own sister and despising his nephew. What a thick face. But in these times, the hierarchy between elders and juniors is the highest law of the land. No matter how rotten Sun Hailong is, if I really went and made a scene, blew things up, that would count as familial discord, one of the 10 unforgivable crimes. Best case, I'd get a beating. Worst case, prison, or exile. That's why, no matter how much of a screw-up I was, I never dared lay a hand on an elder. My parents were always out there covering for me, terrified I'd get branded as unfilial. So there was only one way to deal with Sun Hailong. Make him jealous, make him regret it, make him realize that the family he threw away had risen far above him. And then I'd have him crying on my doorstep, down on his knees begging forgiveness. That thought made me even more desperate to make money. I made up my mind. Once I paid off the debt, I'd earn enough to buy a small boat. Mornings I'd hunt in the mountains, afternoons I'd fish the waters, and build up my first pot of gold fast. With the system helping me, I had every confidence. That night, since I hadn't kept any pork, the family stewed a chicken for everyone, especially to help my father recover. Everyone ate their fill and went to bed satisfied. Early the next morning, I couldn't wait to check today's flash sale items. 5 consecutive days of flash sales, special item unlocked. Today's 1 coin flash sale, basic medical skills. Oh, I sat straight up in bed. This basic medical skills wasn't a book, it was a ball of light. Accept it, and I'd learn it instantly. Become a doctor. I never imagined the daily flash sales included things like this, not just ordinary goods. Looked like keeping up a streak accumulated counts and unlocked better rewards. Good thing I hadn't broken the chain these past few days. Honestly, I couldn't have brought myself to skip anyway. Every one of those items was something I badly needed. I spent 1 coin and grabbed the basic medical skills. The ball of light flowed into my mind, and I gave a little shiver. Inspection, listening, questioning, pulse reading, herbs, acupuncture, along with a whole pile of clinical experience all came flooding in, as if I were a proper physician who'd trained under an old master and passed his qualifications. Basic, they called it, but it was already enough to practice medicine. Intermediate would probably make me a renowned folk healer. Advanced likely an imperial physician, and top tier. That would be the level of legends like Hua Tuo or BNK. I couldn't wait to test it. I placed my hand on my own arm and took my pulse. Beat after beat, clear and distinct. A moment later, I had my diagnosis: malnutrition, plus internal bruising from the beating I'd taken. My mind had already worked out which medicines to use. But treating myself could wait. What I really wanted was to check on my father. He'd been injured this long without proper rest. If something went wrong, it'd be serious trouble. I went to my parents' room, and the moment I stepped inside, I saw the two of them curled up under a threadbare, tattered blanket, shivering. That blanket was thinner and less warm than a summer coverlet. Mine wasn't stuffed with much cotton either, but at least it was warmer. Seeing their lips turn blue from the cold, I clenched my fists. I knew cotton was expensive, knew plenty of families just had to grit their teeth through winter. People froze to death every year. But my parents, who loved me so much, shouldn't have to suffer this. I swallowed the curses I wanted to aim at myself and resolved to speed up buying those cotton quilts. I walked in and grabbed my father's arm. "Dad, you cold?" I made small talk as cover while I checked his pulse. Not suspecting a thing, my father chuckled. "Got used to it ages ago." I read his pulse for a while. Nothing seriously wrong, just malnutrition. But a pulse reading couldn't detect the broken bones, so I had to find another excuse. "Dad, why isn't this injury of yours healing? Let me take a look at it." He instinctively went to swat my hand away. "What do you know? I used to get beat up all the time, picked up a thing or two." My excuse was airtight, and it left the two of them speechless. After all, I'd gotten plenty of beatings before, caught red-handed stealing chickens. But those people only ever roughed me up a little. Nothing like the Lee family, who'd been out for blood. I felt around my father's chest and confirmed the injury was healing and the bone hadn't set crooked. That was good news. I figured I should prepare some medicine for him. I'd been mulling it over since my first day back, but the medical care out in the countryside was worse than a pharmacy apprentice's, and my father flat out refused to go into town anyway. Not that it would have helped, since we had no money for treatment. Luckily, I now had medical skills, better than any of the old healers in the county town. I had several formulas in mind that could speed up the mending of broken bones. I decided to make a trip up the mountain first. "Dad, you're recovering really well," I said with a smile. My father thought I was just trying to comfort him and cursed me good-naturedly. "The hell you know, get lost." I shrugged and headed out. In the courtyard, my sister-in-law Liang Chun was already hard at work, sharpening sickles and shovels, and sharpening my brother's wood-cutting knife while she was at it. In a bit, the two of them would split up. She'd dig for wild vegetables, and my brother would chop firewood. "Sis, don't bother with all that. Make me some food first, I'm hungry. Make something dry that's easy to carry. I'm heading up the mountain today, won't be back for lunch." Trekking up and down the mountain over and over was exhausting. No point in it. If it were anyone else demanding breakfast this time of year, Liang Chun would definitely have grumbled, aside from landlord families, who didn't get by on 2 meals a day, and thin gruel at that. But since I was the one asking, and I was going up the mountain, she didn't dare cut corners. "Right, I'll light the fire now." She cooked porridge and made millet cakes. My brother, Zhao Quan, didn't have the slightest complaint about me ordering his wife around. He even shuffled over eagerly. Third brother, anything you want me to do? Nothing needed. I waved him off. As Liang Chun lit the fire, she suddenly grew tense. Third brother, I heard there are wolves stirring up in the mountains. Maybe don't go up these next few days. We've still got enough to hold out for a while after paying off the debt. We could actually hold out for quite a while. Yesterday, I'd earned 7 taels, and today I'd get another 5 back from Li Xiuxiu. Pay off the 10 taels of debt, and we'd still have 2 left. Stretched carefully, that was enough to feed the whole family for half a year, though at the rate I ate, it wouldn't last 2 weeks. At the mention of wolves, my eyes lit up. When did you hear this? Just yesterday. While you were out hunting the boar, somebody heard wolves howling, my brother said hurriedly. Yesterday? Wolves howling? I choked. That was clearly me howling, and somebody had gotten the wrong idea. Helplessly, I waved my hand. It's fine, sis. Those people heard wrong. There's no wolf on the mountain. I was up on the south slope all day yesterday and didn't hear a thing. If there really were wolves, you think I'd still go up there? Seeing how sure I was, Liang Chun stopped arguing. Sure, Green Dragon Ridge was rumored to have jackals and tigers, but they all hunted deep in the mountains. No way they'd wander down to the mid-slope this time of year. After breakfast, I tucked warm flatbread and a water skin into my clothes and headed out side by side with my big brother. Plenty of folks in the village were out digging wild greens too, all of them dressed thin, some still in single-layer spring clothes, faces pale and trembling from the cold, yet still having to go out and work. The world is full of suffering. But right now I couldn't worry about the whole world. I could only take care of my own family first. Someone called out warmly, "Moo, going up to hunt." It was sure to, the guy who helped haul the pig yesterday. I answered with a smile. No sense in getting on the villagers' bad side. Good relations never hurt. You're really going up? There are wolves up there. Sure to urged anxiously. Don't believe that nonsense. I was up there so long yesterday and never saw a wolf. If one had really made it down to the mid-slope, it would have come down and attacked last night. I reassured him, and while I was at it, cemented my reputation as the fearless one. You all are too scared to go up. I'm not. That way they'd respect me and think twice before messing with me. Sure enough, after I strolled up the mountain bold as brass, the way the villagers looked at me changed, some with admiration, some with disdain, and some with pure venom. One even muttered a curse under his breath, hoping I'd die up there. It was Li Xiuxiu's own brother, Li Daniu. Once we were up the mountain, my brother and I split up. Zhao Quan wanted to tag along and help, but to keep the secret of the gun and the manual hidden, I turned him down. I had plenty of time today, so I wasn't in a hurry. As I walked, I mimicked all sorts of animal calls. Pheasant, wild boar, river deer, roe deer, elk, whatever lived up there, I imitated it. To trade for cotton quilts and winter clothes for the family, I'd take any game I could get. But instead of game, I found something even better, a camellia tree. Even in the dead of winter, it was blooming red flowers. This was valuable stuff, recorded in the compendium of Materia Medica, medicinal and ornamental. Dig up the whole thing and bring it to town, and it'd fetch close to a tael. Too bad I didn't dare dig it up. I'd already offended the village head, and chopping down a whole tree would just bring me trouble. Still, the tree gave me an idea. I didn't just have to hunt. I could gather medicinal herbs too. The villagers were ignorant, only recognizing wild greens. They couldn't tell precious herbs from weeds. And there were plenty of medicinal herbs on the mountain, even in the harsh winter. I hadn't walked far when I stopped short, my eyes lighting up. On the ground was a cluster of cylindrical stalks that looked like dried bamboo twigs, smooth surfaces with shallow grooves, long segments between the joints, and a rotting smell coming from the soil below. Solomon's seal. There was Solomon's seal under the ground here. This was the immortal's rations. It replenished qi, nourished the yin, strengthened the spleen, moistened the lungs, and even benefited the kidneys. Any pharmacy would fight to buy it, and these days it easily sold for 3 to 5 chin a pound. This patch looked like a good 3 to 5 pounds. I dug carefully with my spade. Solomon's seal is brittle, and if you damage it the quality drops, and so does the price. I dug for a full 2 hours, 4.5 pounds. Even better, several plants were over 20 years old, and the older ones fetched more. A single plant could be worth 6 or 7 chien. This whole pile could earn me around 3 taels. 3,000 copper coins in 2 hours. Where else could you get a deal like that? I was thrilled and packed it all into my bamboo basket. This time I'd come prepared. Tools, the basket, and even the dip net my second brother had woven last night. Say what you want about him being simple. He's got clever hands, and the net he made from tree fibers works better than the willow branch kind. Then I found more. Buplurum, Siler, and Anna Marina. By my estimate, the whole basket was worth about 4 taels, enough to buy winter clothes and cotton quilts for the family. By the time the sun hit its peak, I decided to head down and sell everything first. If something happened, I'd be out 4 tails of silver. Halfway down, I ran into a group of village hunters heading up together. Seeing my empty hands, their tense faces broke into grins right away. And when they saw my basket full of what looked like weeds, they grinned even wider. I'd been bringing game home this whole time, which got them chewed out by their families, and now the wolf scare had forced them up the mountain. They'd been holding a grudge against me for a while, so naturally they had to throw a few digs my way. An old hunter put on his elder's airs. "Zhao Mu, you're young. What could you possibly catch, hunting this early? Come kowtow to old Grandpa Nine here, and I'll teach you a few tricks so you can at least bring home a couple of birds." I answered with a smile. "I'm happy to learn, and I'll even kowtow, provided you've ever caught a wild boar." The old hunter's smile froze. He stammered, I'm passing on my experience. I've been a hunter for how many years now? I've caught more animals than you've ever seen. So you've got experience catching wild boar?" I pressed. He shut his mouth, his eyes full of frustration. If he could catch a wild boar, would he be standing here wasting his breath on some kid? But I actually had caught one, so he had nothing to say. A middle-aged hunter set his face hard. "Zhao Mu, don't get too cocky. We'll give you the wild boar, sure, but a real man doesn't brag about past glories. So why'd you come back empty today, hauling a basket of weeds? Can't even tell wild greens apart. Are you idiots? This is medicinal herbs." I scoffed and headed on down the mountain. The old hunters just about coughed up blood, the retort stuck in their throats, because I was right. They really couldn't identify medicinal herbs. The most they knew were a few for stopping bleeding. That basket of herbs had passed right in front of their eyes, and not one of them recognized a single plant. I'd already outdone them at hunting, and now I had a whole herb-gathering trade on top of it. They couldn't keep up with a single step, not one. The men exchanged looks, all of them unwilling to accept it. The bunch of us seasoned hunters, getting shown up by this kid? No way. Today we're bringing down a pile of game too, preferably a wild boar. And so, full of loud confidence, they charged up the mountain. I ran all the way home, only to find my big brother gulping down cold water, the stove cold, no fire going, and it was already noon with not the slightest sign of anyone cooking. "Brother, sis, why isn't there any food?" Liang Chun, who was sorting firewood, jumped like a thief caught in the act. "Saner, why are you back?" she said guiltily. "Didn't you say you weren't coming home for lunch?" She kept shooting glances at Zhao Quan. My brother can't lie. He scratched his head and said, "I ate plenty this morning. I'm not hungry." My face darkened. Now I understood. To save grain, they planned not to cook whenever I wasn't home. "Fine, don't cook, don't cook. Then I won't hunt anymore either. Go ahead and save all you want. Let's see just how much you can save." I threw the bamboo basket down on the ground and buried myself in sorting the herbs. Liang Chun looked wounded. "Saner, other families get 2 thin gruels a day, and we're eating solid rice every single meal. Even a landlord's house couldn't keep that up." I ignored her. I understood she was thinking long-term, but this mindset had to change. Constantly going hungry would wreck your body, and by then it'd be too late to regret it. The reason people back then died young was because they worked hard and never ate enough. Only a strong body could weather small illnesses and misfortunes. But I couldn't come right out and say the family wouldn't lack grain from now on, so I could only throw a tantrum like before. Liang Chun panicked and ran over to Zhao Quan, pleading with him in a low voice. My brother screwed up his courage and sidled over to me. "Third brother, how about I help you out with the work?" "What work? If we're not eating, what's there to do? Might as well let the whole family go hungry." That shut him down completely, so he had no choice but to go inside and bring out our mother. The moment Sun Lianji saw my stone-cold face, she got nervous too and yelled at Liang Chun, "What are you standing around for? Cook the rice. Stew the chicken," I said coldly. Liang Chun forced down her heartache. "Fine, I'll stew it right now." Seeing her go start the fire, my expression softened a little, but I left her with a warning. "Remember this. Next time anyone dares say we're not eating, then everyone goes hungry. And if I get hungry enough, I'll go back to my old ways and steal and rob." That was my trump card, and it terrified the whole family. Liang Chun definitely didn't want me reverting to who I used to be. Now there was food to eat and drink to drink. So comfortable. Going back to the old days would be worse than killing her. People can accept bad, can accept worse, but they can't stand tasting the good life and then falling back to the way things were. Liang Chun obediently got the pheasant stewing. Zhao Xiaoshan, who was playing outside, caught the smell of chicken soup and shouted excitedly, "I'm going home to eat." His little friends were all baffled. The snot-nosed kid grabbed him. "Xiaoshan, there's nothing to eat around here. Didn't you say your family doesn't eat lunch?" Lately, Xiaoshan had been eating well and had 2 new toys, so he'd quietly become the leader of the pack, and none of them wanted him to leave. "What do you know? That's the smell of stewed chicken. Only my family knows how to stew chicken." Xiaoshan shook him off haughtily and ran home. He chased the scent through the door, and when he saw I was back, he was overjoyed. Third uncle. These days he looked forward to me coming home every single day, because whenever I was home, he got good food. Hey there. I looked up with a smile and realized it wasn't just Xiaoshan. There was a whole cluster of kids peeking in at the courtyard gate, smelling the chicken, all of them drooling and dying for a taste. Looking at that gang of sallow, scrawny children, I turned my head and called out to Liang Chun. Sister-in-law, is the chicken soup ready? It's ready. I ladled out a bowl and shoved it at Xiaoshan. Go on, share this with those friends of yours outside. Xiaoshan glanced hesitantly at his parents. His father said nothing. His mother wanted to speak, but didn't dare. I gave his backside a kick. What are you spacing out for? Oh, he carefully carried the bowl outside. My third uncle says you can all have some chicken soup. The kids couldn't believe their luck. I smiled and nodded at them. Only then did the snot-nosed kid work up the nerve to step forward and reach for the bowl. Xiaoshan pulled it back in disgust. Wipe your nose first. Don't let it drip in the bowl. The kid swiped his sleeve across his face, and his cheeks came out clean. His sleeve was practically shining. He took a sip, his whole face melting with pleasure. So good. So delicious. The others rushed forward to grab it, and Xiaoshan, afraid they'd break his family's bowl, shouted, "Line up. Everybody line up. Or nobody gets any." This kid was usually one of the smaller ones in the group and never backed down to anybody. But right now, they all listened obediently, standing in line and staring at that chicken soup, drooling. Xiaoshan was craving it himself, but he steadfastly watched each of them take a sip until it was gone before carrying the bowl back home, still waving his hand and imitating a big brother. You guys go play first. I'll come find you after I've eaten. His little followers left reluctantly. When Xiaoshan came back, I washed the bowl twice before I let the family eat. Rich, thick chicken soup goes best with white rice, but unfortunately the north is all millet and sorghum. Rice is precious. I planned to buy some in town that afternoon. I glanced at the medicinal herbs drying outside the door and said casually, "Brother, this afternoon the two of us are going into town to sell those herbs." Zhao Quan thumped his chest. "I'll just go myself. It's 20 or 30 li. Can you handle it? Walk there? Get a cart." I shook my head firmly. Going into town was fine, but walking there was absolutely out of the question. That's exactly why I said you can't handle it. I'll go. It's just swapping them for a bit of money. Liang Chun chimed in too. Third brother, you rest. Let your brother do the heavy lifting. I shook my head. I'm afraid he'll get cheated. Zhao Quan wasn't having it. I may not be as smart as you, but I can haggle too. Then, brother, tell me, how much is this stuff worth? Zhao Quan steeled himself. Whatever you say, it's got to be worth 80 coppers. I laughed. This stuff is worth 4 taels of silver, and that's underselling it. The whole family choked and started coughing on the spot, 8 eyes locked dead on me. Only Xiaoshan kept gnawing his chicken leg, thinking his parents and grandparents were so dumb. My third uncle was this amazing, so of course he'd earn a fortune. My mother's voice trembled. Third son, how much is this pile of grass worth? Ma, these are medicinal herbs, not grass. That's Solomon's seal in there. Only nobles and generals can afford to eat it. The whole family instantly fixed their eyes on that pile of herbs in the yard. Liang Chun stopped eating entirely and ran over to study it, desperately memorizing what it looked like. She'd made up her mind. From now on, she wasn't digging wild vegetables, she was digging herbs. One of these was worth dozens of pounds of wild greens. Zhao Quan put down his bowl too. From now on, I'll keep an eye out for this stuff when I chop firewood. I just shook my head. If those two could learn to identify herbs after a few glances, I'd sell everything I owned to send them to study medicine. Natural-born medical geniuses. Only my father stayed level-headed. He asked, Third son, when did you learn about medicinal herbs? I never taught you. I read about it in the scholars' books. I trotted out Li Wenyuan as my shield. I'd already thought it through. The skills I'd be revealing from here on out would only keep growing, so I needed a plausible cover story. The scholar made a handy shield. Later, when selling the herbs, I could just pin my medical knowledge on the people at the apothecary. After the meal, Liang Chun carefully packed the herbs into a bamboo basket, even lining it with her own bedding. This stuff was more precious than eggs. Watching her, I just shook my head. Zhao Quan had gone off to borrow a donkey cart, but when the donkey arrived, Li Wenyuan came along too. This Li Wenyuan's family was genuinely well off. His cotton robe was thick, without a single patch. He sat on the cart with a bamboo basket holding a wild boar beside him, and he waved to me. Moo. Perfect timing. I'm heading into town to drop off some things too. Let's go together. Sure. I was completely clueless about the county town anyway, so bringing him along meant he could steer me to reliable places and keep me from getting fleeced. With him coming, Zhao Quan wouldn't need to go, and I felt better leaving a strong pair of hands at home. Hearing he couldn't come, Zhao Quan looked crestfallen. We climbed aboard and set off. Li Wenyuan eyed the blanket-covered basket. What V you got in there? I thought it was eggs. Herbs. My sister-in-law was afraid they'd get damaged. Li Wenyuan gave a thumbs up. Your sister-in-law is a rare, virtuous woman. My brother marrying her is a blessing for us Zhaos. I said it with real feeling. With the kind of trouble I used to stir up, any other woman would have blown up long ago, but Liang Chun always endured it quietly and still kept this household running well. It wasn't right to say too much about my sister-in-law, so I changed the subject to ask him about the county town and the state of this Ming dynasty. From what he told me, I got a clear picture. This Ming dynasty was pretty much the same as the one I knew in my past life. The Little Ice Age, unrest in Liaodong, and signs of peasant uprisings cropping up everywhere. The current reign was named Yongjing. This Yongjing emperor was smarter than Chongzhen, equally diligent and good at using people, but not stubborn or paranoid. He wouldn't go through 19 chief ministers in 17 years. Most importantly, he didn't slaughter the eunuchs the moment he took power. Instead, he used the eunuchs to suppress the gentry, elevated the military officers, and kept the three factions in balance. In normal times, he'd have been a truly wise ruler. Unfortunately, he'd run into natural disasters in Liaodong. The trees planted by predecessors doomed their successors, so to speak. Even he couldn't turn the tide, and things kept getting worse. I'd assumed all of this wouldn't affect a remote place like mine for now. But the moment I reached the county town, I was shocked. The town was in ruins, surrounded by low earthen walls, many sections crumbling. The soldiers up on the walls were all malnourished, dozing off while leaning on their broken weapons. If anyone actually came to attack, they'd take it in minutes. What broke my heart most was the several hundred refugees outside the town, barely clothed. Every one of them had an ashen face, half dead, and every so often you'd hear crying. Another person had starved or frozen to death. So many refugees couldn't get into the town, so they could only kneel by the roadside and beg, worse off than beggars. I worried that if they got desperate enough from hunger, they'd riot, and the county town wouldn't be able to hold them back at all. Even if they turned to banditry, the nearby villagers would be in serious trouble. If it was already like this at the start of winter, what would deep winter be like? Corpses strewn across the fields would be the good outcome. When the court had reached the point of ignoring refugees, the dynasty was probably already in its final days. Li Wenyuan gave me a shove. Don't stare too much. Careful you don't get swarmed. I looked around and saw plenty of refugees fixated on our 2 bamboo baskets, eyes gleaming. If I showed even a hint of kindness, I'd probably get pounced on and cleaned out. A chill ran through me. I drew the hatchet at my waist, the one for warding off thieves, and put on a fierce expression. At that, the refugees lowered their heads one by one, and no one dared move. I pitied them too, but my own life wasn't much better. There was nothing I could do. Security was lax. You didn't need a travel permit to enter the town, but each person had to pay a 1-coin head tax. I was just about to dig out some money when the donkey cart rolled right on through, brazen as could be. The moment those soldiers saw Li Wenyuan, they put on fawning faces and didn't stop us at all. It really pays to have a scholarly title. A Shiotsai is exempt from corvée labor and gets into town for free. Li Wenyuan's lips curled up smugly. No need to be surprised. Someday when you pass the Shiotsai exam, you'll get the same treatment. Pass the Shiotsai exam? I shook my head inwardly. Given the current situation, after my flower blooms, all others wither. That'd save a lot more trouble. The town was livelier, at least. Vendors hawked their wares, and the aroma of street food drifted through the air. I'd only just eaten my fill at noon, and already I was craving more. I wanted to eat all of it. But exchanging goods for money came first. Li Wenyuan had the cart driver drop me off at an apothecary called Chungawei Hall. While he stayed on the cart, a fat shopkeeper came waddling out, belly swaying. "Ah, Master Shiotsai, what brings you here today?" Li Wenyuan patted my shoulder. "This is my clan brother from the same village. He's come to sell some medicinal herbs. Give him a fair price, Shopkeeper Wang." Shopkeeper Wang shot me and the bamboo basket a glance, not taking it seriously, and just kept chatting with Li Wenyuan. Of course. Master Shiotsai, do you have time to sit at the tea house? My son wrote an essay and would love for you to critique it. No time today. I have to deliver a gift to my mentor. You two talk. Li Wenyuan cupped his hands and left. Once the donkey cart had gone off into the distance, Shopkeeper Wang glanced at the blanket-covered basket and shouted into the shop, "Go Dan, bring out 50 coins and haul these herbs inside." Me? The clerk ran out, tossed me a string of copper coins, and hoisted the basket up to leave. I clamped a hand down on it. "Is this how you do business, Shopkeeper Wang?" He snapped. "That's good enough. We normally don't buy herbs from you scattered peddlers. Too much hassle to process, and it's all junk not worth anything. As a favor to Master Shiotsai, I'll give you 50 coins for your trouble. Just go back and put in a good word for me. Don't expect any more than that. My household can't afford to feed freeloaders." I kept my hand on the basket. "I suggest you take a look inside." He laughed in exasperation. "You farmers really are dreamers. You honestly think you'd find good herbs? As a favor to Master Shiotsai, I'll give you one more chance. Either open it now, or go somewhere else. But if you open it, you have to sell it at a clearly marked price. He glared at me. Godan chimed in too. Enough, kid. Just take the money and go. At best, there's wild vegetables in there. Not even worth 10 coins. You're getting a great deal. My expression didn't change. I just stared at him. Shopkeeper Wong's temper flared. Fine, fine, fine. I'll open it and take a look. Let's see what good stuff you could possibly have. Grumbling and cursing, he threw back the blanket and looked. His eyeballs nearly popped out of his head. He'd been in the herb business for years, and one glance told him the top layer was unmistakably Huangjing, Solomon seal, and several of the stalks were quite well aged. His expression shifted again and again, and finally he broke into a face full of smiles, warm as could be. Please, please come in. Godan, carry the basket inside, and bring tea, the good tea. Godan also glanced at the basket, and even he, with his bit of experience, was stunned. Whoa, it's all high-quality stuff. Calmly, I tossed the 50 coins back and was about to speak. But Shopkeeper Wong shoved the money right back into my hands, his face all obsequious. Consider this money my apology for failing to recognize your worth. Don't hold it against me, little brother, please. Facing the suddenly bowing and scraping Shopkeeper Wong, I pocketed the coins and followed him into the apothecary. There were a few customers in the shop, all better dressed than me, yet Shopkeeper Wong treated me like an honored guest and left them hanging. They were all bewildered, staring at me, unable to figure out what was so special about me. I followed the shopkeeper into the inner room for tea. Godan carried the bamboo basket in, and a regular customer who looked like a scholar asked curiously, Godan, who is that kid? Why is your shopkeeper acting like he just met his own father? Godan gave a mirthless smile. Master Su, our shopkeeper's father is doing just fine at home. Are you paying on credit today, or with silver? That shut Master Su up and turned his face bright red. His father was ill, and he was here buying medicine on credit. Getting jabbed like that, he could only lower his head and wait it out, while everyone else looked on, enjoying the show. In the inner room, Shopkeeper Wong brewed tea for me while I stayed perfectly composed. In my past life, I'd worked at a construction company. What section chief, bureau chief, or department head banquet hadn't I seen? A little place like this, what did I have to fear? My unruffled manner made Shopkeeper Wong admire me even more. He smiled and pushed the teacup over. Master Zhao, please, have some tea. See that? He was even using please now. That's people for you. Only when you have value to exploit does anyone bother with you. I took a sip, and my brow furrowed. Damn, this is what passes for good tea. It's worse than the tea dregs from my past life. Shopkeeper Wong assumed I'd never had tea before and said smugly, What? Never had it, have you? This is our shop's finest foo. Tea only gets better the more you savor it. I gave a wry smirk. The tea my boss in my past life handed me on a whim was 100 times better than this stuff. As luck would have it, I'd gone up the mountain yesterday and picked some Dracocephalum, a classic cold weather herb. This was exactly when its flavor was at its strongest. It could dispel wind heat, cool the liver, stop bleeding, treat wind heat colds, headaches, and sore throats, even fight tumors and gout. Great stuff. And it made an incredible tea. I set down my cup and threw his own words back at him. Sounds like you've just never had anything good, Shopkeeper Wong. Have your boy bring me my bamboo basket. There's some Dracocephalum in it. I'll teach you how to make tea. Once I listed off the benefits, Wong eyed me skeptically. It's really that miraculous? He clearly figured a broke country kid like me knew nothing about tea. I scoffed. I can dig up all those medicinal herbs. Recognizing a tea leaf is no big deal. That got his attention. A tea that tasted good and had medicinal value. That was a treasure, something that could turn a serious profit. He immediately called for Godan to bring the Dracocephalum in. Following the method from a medical text, I wrote down 3 steamings, 9 dryings. Step 1. Kill the green. Steam it at high heat to remove the raw, grassy smell. Step 2. Knead it while still hot to draw out the juices, then ferment it for a day. Step 3. Dry it in the sun, and finally coax out the aroma. I'd never learned traditional characters or how to use a brush, so I just traced along with the medical book. The writing was ugly, but that didn't matter, as long as it was legible. Watching my crooked, sprawling characters, Wong's eyelid twitched. I didn't care. I blew the ink dry and folded the paper. Shopkeeper Wong, this recipe's worth something too, wouldn't you say? He looked troubled. I haven't even confirmed I can sell the stuff yet. I pointed at the teacup. Let me just ask you this. The tea you served me, is that considered good tea in this town? It's nothing compared to what the wealthy gentlemen drink, but for common folk, it's absolutely a fine tea. He didn't want a reputation for being a cheapskate. That gave me my footing. Then it settled. You make the tea, and I guarantee demand will outstrip supply. If you don't believe me, let's sign a contract. I provide the materials, you provide the labor, and we split the profits 70-30. Wong was tempted. If I'd just shown up on my own, he wouldn't have trusted me. But with scholar Li Wenyuan's endorsement, things were different. Still, merchants are shrewd, and he stared me down. And if it doesn't sell? How do we account for all the labor and time I put in? I leaned back in my chair with a smile, crossing one leg over the other. Shopkeeper Wong, you know why, at your age, you're still stuck running a tiny apothecary and drinking this swill? Because your attitude toward making money is all wrong. You want the reward before you've put in the work, and you won't take on any risk. That's how ordinary people think, but ordinary people never become great merchants. That soured his expression. I continued, I'll cover your costs. But if the team makes money, I want 90%. He got even more displeased. You've got some nerve. 70-30. I take on the sales responsibility, so 70% for me is only fair, isn't it? If you're not sincere, then let's just settle the bill. I tucked the recipe back into my robe and stood up with a cold face. I'd figured he'd counteroffer, maybe land on 60-40 with me taking 60. Never imagined this guy would open by demanding 70%. Did he take me for a fool? This town had more than one apothecary. Worst case, I'd set up my own stall and sell it myself, or have Li Wenyuan taste it and recommend it to his classmates and teachers. No need to put up with this treatment. Wang hadn't expected me to turn on a dime, and his own stubborn streak kicked in. He refused to believe that tea could really be all that good. Fine, if you won't agree, Master Zhao, then never mind. My apothecary can't do a tea business anyway. Godan, tally it up. Godan didn't miss a beat. 4 taels and 3 chien in total. How much? Wang jumped, hurrying over to check the herbs. He confirmed the count was right. All top-grade goods that he could resell for at least double. Regret started creeping in. Could this kid actually make good tea? But seeing the way I clearly didn't take him seriously, his stubbornness flared right back up. Fine, settle it. He handed over the silver without a fuss. I carefully put it away. He couldn't resist a jab. So you do know money's a good thing. Then why come here to mock me? I'm not mocking you, I said earnestly. I looked down on you. I saw right away you've got a small-minded, penny-pinching air about you. You'll pay a scholar to tutor your son, but you'll only spring for a tea house. You want high income, but won't dare to invest. Money in hand. I spoke my mind freely. I had no plans to work with him going forward anyway. Wang ground his teeth in fury. Fine, let's see how you build your fortune, and how many years it'll take you to save up an estate like mine. I swept my eyes over the shop. Won't take long at all. See yourself out. He stormed off with a flick of his sleeve. I picked up my bamboo basket and left. Li Wenyuan wouldn't be done for a while, so I figured I'd go do some shopping. First, winter clothes and quilts. The clothing shop was hung wall-to-wall with winter garments. I felt the fabric and the cotton batting, then deliberately flashed a bit of silver, and the shopkeeper immediately warmed up and had me try things on. But 12 winter garments would run 2 taels and 5 chien, and that didn't even include the bedding. I couldn't bring myself to pay it, so I shopped around at 3 different places. After making my way across the whole town, I found a small workshop that fluffed cotton batting. I gave the old man an idea. Embroider the workshop's name on the inside hem of each cotton coat. It'd only take a few stitches. When someone asks where you bought the coat, you just flip up the corner and there's the name. Then push after sales service. Anyone who bought their clothes there gets 10% off cotton repairs, plus 1 free refluffing when the batting wears out. Charge for it after that, but at a discount. For thrifty people, that's an irresistible temptation. Spend a little up front, and once word gets around, the business rolls in. The old man had a good head on his shoulders and agreed on the spot, thanking me profusely and giving me a discount besides. In the end, 12 sets of winter clothes plus several quilts came to just 2 taels and 3 chien, far cheaper than I'd expected. Doing business takes more than just brains, it takes guts. That shopkeeper Wang over at Chungwei Hall had grown too comfortable and lost all his drive. He had the materials and the technique, but wasn't even willing to put up the labor. Next, I went to the grain and oil store to buy rice. I honestly couldn't choke down millet all the time anymore. Rice was 30 coppers a jean, and the shopkeeper even claimed that was a fair price. Said with the roads north and south in chaos and more uprisings breaking out, it would only get pricier. I quickly bought 30 jean. Flour was even more precious at 21 coppers a jean. I got 30 jean of that too. You need a white flour steamed bun every day to have any strength. Cooking oil was 85 coppers a jean, plus sesame oil, soy sauce, vinegar, and salt. By the time I was done, all 4 taels of silver were gone. Ordinary townsfolk wouldn't dare spend like this, and the Zhao family would surely be heartbroken to find out. But looking at that pile of rice, flour, oil, and winter clothes, I felt an indescribable joy. With all this, the family could get back on track, and this winter wouldn't be so hard to get through. Once I'd finished, Li Wenyuan, a little tipsy from drinking, came rattling up to find me on a donkey cart. When the driver saw the pile of goods, his eyes just about popped out of his head. Good heavens, how much did all that cost? Not much, I brushed it off with a smile, not naming a figure. If I actually admitted I'd spent 4 taels in a single morning, they'd probably die of envy. Li Wenyuan perked up too. Who lives like that? You spend way too much. I made a little money and wanted to give Ma and Pa a better life. I was such a screw-up before. I owe them, so I've got to make it up to them. As usual, I used my past self as an excuse. Li Wenyuan nodded. You really were a screw-up. Do scholars always talk this bluntly? He burst out laughing. But you're doing great now. Keep it up, and don't let anyone look down on you. Come on, let's head home. Your parents are going to be thrilled when they see all this. The donkey cart rattled its way back toward Qinglong village as dusk approached. The cart was piled high with stuff that drew everyone's eyes. There was no hiding the winter clothes and quilts. The villagers stared at the thick new garments, faces full of envy. Uncle, did you buy all this? Someone asked sourly. Buying so much, you trying to go broke? The driver waved his hand. Wasn't me. Xiaomu bought it all. The moment they heard my name, everyone relaxed. In their eyes, I was just a spendthrift who stewed meat every day and blew money like crazy. Sure, I could make a little cash now, but wouldn't I just eat through my savings eventually? Some muttered curses under their breath, convinced I was just showing off and would meet a bad end sooner or later. Sitting in the cart, I couldn't have cared less. Reputation mattered, but if I tried to explain myself now, people would just think I was being stubborn. The only way to shut them up was to keep improving my life. Actions speak louder than 1,000 words. On the way home, we ran into those old hunters from that morning again. They were trudging back with their heads down, empty-handed, hadn't even caught a single bird. Faces covered in dust, they hugged the wall, clearly trying to avoid me. After bragging so big, a whole group of veteran hunters coming back with nothing? Talk about humiliating. And of course, the driver's cart passed right by them. When they saw the half-smirk on my face, they picked up their pace, trying to slip away. But I just had to call out, Uncle Guang, Uncle Le, Uncle Han, just coming down the mountain. That shout mortified them even more. They took off running for home and slammed their doors shut, bolting them tight. I shook my head. So petty at their age. So they didn't catch anything. It's not like I was laughing at them. The hunters hiding behind their doors nearly coughed up blood at that. Was that supposed to be human speech? Not laughing at them? If he laughed any harder, his back molars would be showing. The driver was speechless. Can't you show your elders a little respect? I respect the ones who deserve it. I couldn't care less. Being old didn't automatically earn you respect. If someone was truly virtuous and honorable, I'd treat them courteously even if they were younger than me. The driver didn't push it further. His own household was doing worse than mine, so he had no room to talk. He dropped me off right at my front door, where I ran straight into Changyu, Li Xiuxiu's mother, come to return money. Her face was already long, but right now it hung longer than a donkey's, her eyes venomous enough to want to tear me limb from limb. She shot me a fierce glare when she saw me come back and had no intention of speaking to me, until she caught sight of the thick new winter clothes and stacks of quilts on the cart. She froze. Was this kid getting married? Whose daughter was he marrying? Her gossipy instincts kicked in, and she stopped in her tracks, pretending to rest a ways off while secretly peeking at my haul. I stood at my front door and hollered, "Second brother, sister-in-law, come get your stuff." My second brother Zhao Quan and sister-in-law Liang Chun came dashing out, and little Xiao Shan, who'd been playing off in the distance, came charging over with his pack of little buddies like a gust of wind. When she saw that pile of winter clothes on the cart, my sister-in-law was dumbstruck. "Sanner, what are you buying all these clothes for? It's getting cold. Everyone in the family gets 2 sets of padded clothes plus quilts. Can't have anyone freezing," I said with a grin. Changyu, watching the commotion off to the side, sucked in a sharp breath. 2 sets of padded clothes each? Did this kid think he was some landlord? My brother and sister-in-law reached out trembling hands to touch the new clothes, then hastily pulled back when they saw their own dirty hands, terrified of soiling them. The two of them stared at the goods on the cart like they were dreaming. I paid it no mind, dumping the clothes and quilts into their arms before going to haul out the rice, flour, grain, and oil. I didn't have enough strength, so I staggered as I carried them, the jars and bottles in the basket clinking against each other. My brother heard it and turned around. "There's more in the basket? Did you not sell all the herbs?" "Nah, I bought rice, flour, grain, and oil too. We're steaming buns tonight." My face flushed red as I said it loud enough for Changyu to hear. "Look down on me. I'm eating stuff you can't even afford." Sure enough, Changyu's face went green. Steamed buns needed white flour, and white flour in town cost 20 or 30 coppers a pound. This kid was willing to buy that? She stood on tiptoe and craned her neck to see what was in the basket, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't get a look. So I decided to help make her dream come true and shouted toward the house. "Ma, come help me carry this. There's 30 pounds of rice, 30 pounds of white flour, plus cooking oil and sesame oil in here. I can't lift it." Changyu's eyes went red with envy. 30 pounds of fine rice, 30 pounds of white flour. Even with 5 taels of silver as a bride price, she wouldn't have dared dream of goods like these. Ma, son Lianji, hurried out and helped me carry the basket inside, then shut the courtyard gate. Chang Yu stood there frozen, snapping back to reality. For the first time, she felt regret. She shouldn't have been so heartless toward me. She should have kept me on a string and sweet-talked all these goods right into her own house. She wouldn't have even minded letting me hold her hand or kiss her cheek. Those were dozens of pounds of rice and flour. A wicked idea took root, and she hurried home to ask Li Xiuxiu if there was any way to make me keep being her dog. Back home, I first took out the medicinal plaster I'd made earlier, claiming I'd bought it in town, and applied it to Pa to speed up his bone healing. Then I helped the family put away their old quilts and padded clothes, planning to have Ma and my sister-in-law refresh them another day. I spread the new quilts on the beds and made everyone put on the new padded clothes. The whole family boiled some water, shut the door, and risked catching a chill to scrub themselves clean. Xiaoshan got grabbed by his parents and scrubbed free of grime, yelping in pain the whole time. Once they were washed up and dressed in their new padded clothes, everyone looked so much sharper, not like farmhands at all, but like townsfolk. In these times, folks couldn't even afford new clothes for the new year. Looking at their brand new padded garments, the whole family actually wept with joy. I didn't laugh at them. If anything, it left a bitter taste in my mouth. People in this era had it so hard that a single new outfit felt like living the good life. Their expectations were painfully low. I shook my head. Don't overthink it. The most important thing is giving my family a good life. While everyone was happy, I went out to knead dough, planning to steam a batch of buns first to satisfy the craving. Xiaoshan was over the moon in his new clothes, circling around me and calling third uncle with every breath. Couldn't have been more affectionate. My sister-in-law came out to watch me work and rushed to stop me. Saner, don't do this. Let me handle it. You go rest. I was the family hero now, and aside from hunting, she wouldn't let me do a single chore. You won't do it right, sister-in-law. Better let me handle it. When she saw that basin of dough, she nearly fainted. There had to be over 3 pounds of it. What a waste. I laughed and said, see, I told you you'd. No thanks. Go on back and rest. Trembling, she went inside and told her mother-in-law. Son Lianji came scrambling out, and the moment she saw the basin full of white flour, she slapped her thigh. Io, you little brat. Where'd you get the nerve? She wanted to yank my ear, but couldn't bring herself to, so in the end she just pinched her own thigh red. I ignored her, mixed the dough, boiled the water, and steamed the buns. By evening, when I lifted the lid, a whole pot of plump white buns emerged from the steam. The whole family came running to look. Even Pa, Zhao Dezhu, pushed through the pain to lean over the pot, staring at each bun, swallowing hard. I picked one up, tossed it back and forth until it cooled, then broke off a small piece and popped it into Little Shan's mouth. He chewed away in big mouthfuls while everyone else watched hungrily. My second brother swallowed and asked, Little Shan, how's it taste? So good. Really good. This bun is delicious. Little Shan shouted excitedly, clearly nowhere near full. I gave him the rest and called my sister-in-law over to fetch a basket for the buns. She gripped the rim of the basket tight, sweating with nerves. The way she carried it, you'd think it wasn't buns at all, but solid gold. Once they were loaded and set on the table, the whole family gathered around, but nobody wanted to be the first to take one. I cracked a smile and handed one to each of them. What are you all standing around for? Eat. They cradled their buns carefully and took the first bite, and that soft, sweet, fragrant taste moved them to tears again. My second brother instinctively went to wipe his face with his sleeve, but my sister-in-law kicked him. You fool, that's a new shirt. He hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to dab his eyes. Watching them, I couldn't help but laugh. Talk about a bull in a china shop. I still had other business to attend to. I grabbed another basket, put 3 buns in it, and headed out. Pa, Ma, I'm taking a few buns over to the clan elder's house and paying back the money. Part of the 5 taels of betrothal money had been borrowed from the elder. Hearing this, Ma looked even more pained and was about to speak, but Pa shot her a look. Fine, go on. The elders helped our family plenty. We ought to give him something. Pa wasn't upset. If anything, he was glad to see his son growing up. Besides, I'd bought the flour and steamed the buns myself, so nobody had any right to stop me. The weather was freezing cold. I tucked the basket against me and arrived outside the home of the clan elder, Li Jihuai, and knocked. A clear, pleasant voice came from the courtyard. Who is it? I recognized it as the elder's daughter, Li Jingmei. Is that Jingmei? It's me, Zhao Mu. I've come to bring the elder something. I didn't dare mention returning money or bringing buns. I didn't want the village gossiping. There was no response from the courtyard. After a moment, the gate opened, and Li Jihuai himself came out. He was 50 but still solidly built, looked more like 40. You could see the muscle even through his clothes. Had he trained in martial arts? He looked displeased. What do you want, boy? Here to borrow more money? Forget it. Not at all. I've come to repay what I owe and to bring a token of thanks. I held out the basket with complete sincerity. If it weren't for your help these past few years, I'd have been driven out of the village long ago. Now that I've turned over a new leaf, I've come specially to thank you. When Li Jihuai saw what was in the basket, his heart started racing. The silver being his was no surprise. What truly stunned him were those 3 round, white buns. Zhao Mu, this is. Seeing his reaction, I felt reassured. Even a clan elder didn't eat white buns often, so this gift was worth something. Elder, I know this is nothing much to you. It's just a small gesture. I'll always remember the help and patience you've shown me, and one day I'll repay you 100 times over. Those words actually left Li Jihuai feeling a bit guilty. Moments ago, his daughter had come in saying, "That troublemaker's here," and his wife had wondered if I'd come begging again, and he'd already braced himself for a confrontation. He never expected me to not only repay the debt, but bring gifts too. It made him feel his own thoughts had been a little dirty. The truth was, those 3 white buns really were a fine thing to him. Though he was clan elder, he'd kept only 30 mu of land for fairness's sake. Most of the fields were in the hands of the village head, Li Fuwang. Normally the best he ate was clean millet, with meat maybe once a month. There was white flour at home, but it was saved for New Year's and festivals. Who would waste it on an ordinary day? He looked down at the buns for a moment, then reluctantly picked one up. Zhao Mu, I'll accept the money, but take the buns back. He looked up, but I was already long gone. Elder, I'm heading home. Zhao Mu, wait. He wanted to chase after me, but I'd already vanished into the night. Helpless, he took the buns and went back inside. The moment he stepped in, his wife, Lu Haixiang, who was in the middle of dinner, said irritably, "You didn't lend him money, did you?" No one answered. She looked up. Their 2 sons, daughters-in-law, daughter, and several grandchildren were all drooling as they stared at the thing in the old man's hand. What's that? White buns from Zhao Mu, thanking us for helping him. And he paid back everything he borrowed. Li Jihuai set the buns on the table. Don't underestimate people. Zhao Mu really has changed for the better lately. To Lu Haixiang, it was like the sun had risen in the west. But the sons and daughters-in-law couldn't care less about that. All they cared about was who got to eat the white buns. Li Jihuai broke the 3 buns into 12 pieces, 1 for each person. Just have a taste. The little rascal comes into a bit of money and can't help but show off. Now he's even eating white buns. He grumbled, but his eyes were full of emotion. He'd helped plenty of people, and most took it as their due, offering a thanks at best. Whoever brought gifts to his door. The grandchildren's eyes lit up as they ate. The second son's youngest boy cried, "It's so good. I want more. More, my foot." If your pa could hunt and earn money, then you could eat buns. After scolding him, Lu Haixiang couldn't help but ask, "Say, how did Zhao Mu manage to catch a wild boar? Maybe we should head up the mountain tomorrow and take a look ourselves." Li Jihuai shot her a look. If wild boars were really that easy to catch, would there be any poor people left in the world? His 2 sons smiled bitterly too. Anyone who could hunt wouldn't be slaving away farming. Sitting at the table, Li Jingmei nibbled at her bun, quietly wondering. This Zhao Mu who used to shower her with sweet talk every time he saw her, had he really turned over a new leaf? I got home to find the family still waiting on me to eat. They'd barely touched the buns, as if they wouldn't start the meal until I got back. Little Sean was so anxious he was bouncing off the walls, not daring to eat much more. I hurried to wash my hands and sat down. What are you all waiting for me for? Eat, before it gets cold. Little Sean couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed a chicken drumstick first. My sister-in-law, annoyed, went to snatch it back so I could eat it, but I waved her off. Let him have it. He's got to go study at the scholar's house later. That's hard work. Studying's hard? Isn't sitting at home better than farming? My sister-in-law muttered, but she didn't try to take it back. It wasn't that she was taking her son's side. She just didn't dare go against my word. In her mind, I'd already become the backbone of this family. After dinner, while my sister-in-law cleared the dishes, I took little Sean over to Li Wenyuan's house. He was already waiting. Catching the smell of chicken on the 2 of us, he grinned. You'd better go easy on the spending, boy. Since when could you afford to be this extravagant? Extravagant? Yeah, I've got a plan. Since I was asking for a favor, I didn't dare brag. Li Wenyuan called Xiaoshan over and started teaching him to read characters. I watched from the side. Even though phonetic notation existed back then, it was all done through the Fanxia and Jin methods, clunky and hard to use. Kids basically had to memorize the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic by rote. Xiaoshan was just a kid, after all. At first the novelty had him hugging the book and bouncing around eagerly, but before long his eyes glazed over. What Li Wenyuan taught might as well have been gibberish, and the boy started nodding off. Li Wenyuan showed me no mercy. He grabbed his ruler and smacked away. Dozing off, smack. Not paying attention, smack. Crying? Smack anyway. Xiaoshan took hit after hit, glancing at me through teary eyes several times, begging for help. I just pretended not to see, silently telling myself, once he's done beating the kid, he can't beat me. Besides, I had my own business to attend to. I didn't recognize many traditional characters, so I needed to learn to read them. The Fanxia and Jin methods actually came in handy for that. Luckily, I had a foundation, so I picked it up fast. Country folk eat early. The two of us got to Li Wenyuan's place at 6 in the evening, and it was nearly 9 when we left. We'd stayed a good hour and a half. Zhao Xiaoshan's hand was swollen from the beating, but thankfully, it was his left hand. His right was fine. The kid really had unlimited potential. He'd actually memorized half of the 3-character classic. Li Wenyuan was thrilled, praising him as a natural scholar. Zhao Xiaoshan, on the other hand, was misty-eyed, feeling sorry for himself. My own gains weren't small either. Thanks to the 1,000-character classic, I recognized most of the traditional characters in a single night. I was no longer illiterate. Writing them was still a struggle, but recognizing them was a good start. When we got home, my big brother and sister-in-law were still up waiting for us. Zhao Xiaoshan pitifully held out his swollen hand, hoping for some sympathy. But the first thing Liang Chun said was, "You didn't cause trouble for your third uncle and scholarly, did you?" Zhao Xiaoshan swallowed his grievance and held back tears. "No, Ma. I studied. I even memorized part of the 3-character classic." "Recite it for your parents," I prompted. Zhao Xiaoshan bobbed his head as he recited. "In the beginning, human nature is good." He stumbled a few times, but he still got through half of it. Zhao Quan and Liang Chun were overjoyed. Liang Chun put on a stern face and lectured him. "Well recited. But don't slack off. In the future, earn a title and repay your third uncle." Zhao Xiaoshan's head snapped up. "Huh, I have to go again tomorrow." I couldn't resist twisting the knife from the side. "Not just tomorrow. You'll be studying for the rest of your life." Zhao Xiaoshan broke down on the spot and started bawling. His parents couldn't have cared less. They'd love nothing more than for their son to be a scholar his whole life. Scholars either lived comfortably at home, well-fed, or sat in high office commanding the world. Anything was better than toiling under the blazing sun in the fields. After the 3 of them went back to their room, I lay down on the Kong. The soft new mattress and the warm, thick quilt finally made me feel like I was living like a human being in this era. But it still wasn't enough. Looking at the old wooden beams, the patched and repatched thatched roof, and the broken window lattices that creaked at the slightest breeze, I wanted a grand mansion, servants and maids. I wanted to enjoy the finest things this era had to offer. And all of that took money. So tomorrow I'd have to go up the mountain again. But hunting day by day for cash was living hand-to-mouth, precarious. That was exactly why people called me a spendthrift wastrel. I needed a real enterprise, something that would generate steady income even when heavy snow sealed off the mountains and hunting was impossible. There was plenty a modern man could do coming back to ancient times. Toilet paper required cooperation with the government, making ice. No one would buy it in winter. Salt would get your whole family executed. Sugar was viable, but I lacked the materials. The wealthy already had soap. Sanitary pads would easily draw criticism. This era was more developed than the Ming Dynasty. Many things already existed, and they were tangled up with the interests of the powerful. Touch them, and you're dead. Only mass-market goods were worth trying, like tea. I thought again of Manager Wang from Chungawei Hall. Tomorrow I'd go up the mountain and see how much rock mint there was, whether I could turn it into a lasting business, build up a reputation first, then sell something else. If all else failed, I'd just build a steam engine and kick off an industrial revolution ahead of everyone else. But then I feared being targeted by the court or by rebel armies. That killer device was even more dangerous than smuggled salt. As I mused, I drifted off to sleep. The next morning I woke up and, out of habit, pulled up the light screen. Today's one-coin flash sale item, small kitchen dot. What the heck? What's a small kitchen? Don't tell me it's going to plop a whole big house on me. Whatever, it's just one coin. I bought it instantly. Looking at the reward, I let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't a building after all, but a fully equipped kitchen's worth of stuff. A blender, knives, pots and pans, and even a pressure cooker. I was overjoyed. In ancient times, so many things couldn't be made properly. Firewood alone was a huge problem. And the biggest advantage of this little kitchen was that it was self-powered. It couldn't connect to anything external, but inside it I could make anything. That meant I could stay up on the mountain for a long time and even process tea. The equipment here was far more advanced than the tea roasting gear of the Ming Dynasty. I got so excited I jumped up off the Kong and immediately winced in pain. I had, after all, taken a beating. Even though awakening my past wisdom plus eating well had helped push the injuries down, my constitution was weak and I wouldn't heal overnight. I wondered whether this world had any cultivation techniques, martial arts, breathing exercises, longevity arts, that sort of thing. When I got up, Liang Chun was already busy. The steamed buns and porridge were ready, and seeing that I was awake, she hurried to set them on the table. Sanner, are you going up the mountain today? Yeah. All right, I'll pack you some rations. She thoughtfully filled the water skin with hot water, murmuring, too bad this water skin doesn't keep things warm. By the time you reach the mountain, it'll be cold. I hear the wealthy households have some kind of thermos flask that stays warm all day. She felt guilty that I, the family breadwinner, had to drink cold water. I didn't mind. I knew how to make a thermos too. It was just that ordinary folks couldn't afford one. I'd pick up a water bottle when I went into town. Drinking unboiled water was bad. Everyone knew that. Once I'd eaten my fill, I shouldered my bamboo basket and headed up the mountain, where I ran into the same old hunters from yesterday. Li Guang, Li Lu, and Li Han. By seniority, they were all my uncles, all members of the Li clan. Silently carrying their bows and arrows, they fell in behind me and climbed the mountain together. I didn't think much of it. I had my cotton coat now, so I didn't need to change clothes. I just grabbed my gun after we split up. But to my surprise, once we were up the mountain, these three stuck to me like glue, staying 2 or 3 yards behind and refusing to leave. When we reached the mountainside, I turned around, puzzled. Do you 3 uncles need something? Li Guang smiled broadly. Nothing, just heading the same way. The other 2 said nothing, same meaning. Then it dawned on me. These 3 old geezers wanted to tag along and mooch off my hunting. With them following me, I couldn't pull out my gun, and even if I spotted prey, I couldn't take it. My face darkened. You 3 old codgers, give you an inch and you take a mile? Elders like you, trailing behind my backside to scavenge scraps. The 3 of them bristled. You little brat, how dare you? Damn it. This mountain belongs to your family. You're pushing people around on Li clan territory? I stopped and made a welcoming gesture. Well, if you're not following me, then go ahead and leave. I need to rest for a bit. None of them moved. Li Guang was even more shameless. We're tired too. We want to rest as well. I laughed in anger. You're really 3 old bastards. The hell did you just call us? Li Han had the worst temper. He raised his bow, ready to shoot me. The other 2 hesitated, their eyes shifting, but neither made a move. You think I'm scared of that? I immediately closed in and snarled. Come on, you mangy dog. Go ahead and shoot me. Let's see if the clan chief reports you to the authorities to protect the Li clan's reputation. Of course, Li Han didn't dare. He glanced hesitantly at the other 2. Turns out they'd spent all day yesterday roaming around without catching any game. They suspected I knew a good hunting spot or had some special technique. So today they wanted to scare me into spilling it. They never expected to end up backed into a corner instead. Li Guang stepped in to play peacemaker. We're all from Green Dragon Village. Why get all worked up? Xiao Mu, let me give you some advice. We're your elders, so you shouldn't just curse at us. Besides, times are hard. Is it really right for you to keep everything to yourself? Why not just tell us where you hunt? We'll hunt together. With our skills, we'll definitely bag more, and we'll split it evenly. It suddenly clicked. These 3 old geezers suspected I had a gold mine spot. I said coldly, I just wander around when I hunt. What good spot? There isn't one. The 3 of them wore half smiles, clearly not buying it, and refused to leave. I narrowed my eyes. You sure you want to keep following me? When you're armed, the urge to kill comes naturally. If these 3 could bully me like this and I didn't fight back, hunting on this mountain would be a real headache from now on. I would never let anyone stand in the way of the good life I was going to build. That's right, we're following you. What are you going to do about it? Li Guang laid his cards on the table. He was just going to be shameless about it. I didn't waste words. Fine, follow me. I turned and headed up the mountain. The 3 old hunters exchanged delighted looks. The kid had caved. Li Han whispered, Brother Guang, you've still got it. Li Guang looked smug. Come on, keep up. We're going to bag a lot today. Li Lu was reluctant. We're really splitting it evenly with him? With our skills, once we find his gold mine, we'll catch 10 times as much as him. Why split anything? Li Han said confidently. Li Guang shot a glance at me leading the way, a vicious curl at the corner of his mouth. Don't say anything. Once we get there, how we deal with him is up to us, isn't it? Even if he runs back to the village and makes a fuss, Green Dragon Village belongs to us lease. Who's going to help him? Both men's eyes lit up, so Brother Guang had it all planned out. The 3 grew even more pleased with themselves and swaggered up the mountain. I had no idea what they were scheming as I made my way toward the summit. To reach the top, you had to pass through a dense forest. When the 3 saw me duck into it, they hesitated. Where's this kid going? The woods are dangerous, Li Han said, uncertain. Li Guang gritted his teeth. Come on, 3 against 1. You think he can eat us alive? The 4 of us plunged into the dense forest, 1 leading and 3 behind, going deeper and deeper. In the dead of winter, the pines and cypresses stayed green, blotting out the sky. The forest was dim. The rotting fallen leaves made the footing treacherous, and there were hidden pits here and there. Once we were deep enough that a single glance couldn't reach the outside, I knew we'd arrived. With my back to the 3 of them, I pulled out the gun. The three stumbled to a stop behind me, still complaining. Where's this gold mine? You're pulling our leg, kid. Don't get any funny ideas, or the three of us will finish you off right here and nobody will ever know. Their faces turned savage, especially Li Han's, far fiercer than out in the open. Deep in these woods, almost no one ever came. A man could die here, and even his corpse would be hard to find. And that was exactly what I was counting on. I turned to face the three of them. They sensed something was wrong and aimed their bows at me. But when they saw the strange iron thing in my hands, shaped like some kind of rod, they all sneered. You lost your mind, kid? We've got bows and arrows, and you're taking us on with an iron stick? Li Guang drew his bow to full draw, his face twisted. I dove and rolled to the side, firing at the same time. Rat-tat-tat. More than a dozen rounds sprayed out. The three cocky old hunters never had a chance to react before several bleeding holes were punched through them. I ducked behind a tree and leaned out, ready to finish them off. But the three of them hadn't even managed to loose a single arrow. Their bows dropped limply to the ground. They stared blankly down at their own chests, blood pouring out, their strength draining away fast. That was the first time I learned that getting shot is nothing like it's shown on TV, where people keep fighting and firing back. The instant a bullet enters the body, the searing pain and gushing blood take your strength away in a heartbeat. Even with adrenaline surging, all you can do is cling to your last breath. And an AK-47 leaves wounds that tear wide open. So once these three hit the ground, they couldn't even crawl. All their earlier bluster and threats were gone, replaced by sheer terror. Coughing up blood, Li Guang begged, Zhao Mu, I know I was wrong. Please let us go. They were genuinely terrified of the fire-spitting iron thing in my hands, unable to believe such a divine weapon could exist in this world. I let out a breath. I didn't move, I just watched them die, pleading, right in front of me. Maybe it was because of the hunting I'd done these past few days, but I was strangely calm in the face of dead men. Once the three had breathed their last, I immediately searched their bodies and found a shovel, then started digging. The pit didn't need to be deep, just enough to hide them from anyone coming up the mountain. I was hard at work when a chill suddenly crept up my back. My heart clenched. A ghost? Carefully, I turned to look. Deep in the woods, a pair of amber eyes was fixed on me, glowing coldly. Shit, how could there be a tiger out here? I stared hard at the beast, slowly set down the shovel, picked up the AK-47, and slapped in a full magazine. Only then did I feel a little safer, but not much. After all, it was the king of beasts, something humans instinctively fear. That tiger stood over a meter tall, 2 meters from head to tail. It wasn't fat, but it was packed with explosive power and menace. Just standing there, with that Wang character marking on its forehead, it radiated raw dominance. Man and tiger stared each other down, both testing, waiting for the other to show an opening. After a long while, the tiger flicked a glance at the ground beneath my feet. I understood. The thing was hungry, drawn here by the smell of blood. If that was the case, could I use it to get rid of the bodies? I slowly backed away, ceding the burial spot. The tiger raised a paw and advanced as I retreated. Once I'd backed off far enough, it lowered its head, sniffed the corpses, and didn't come after me. It seemed to fear the threat I posed too. I retreated further, and only then did it relax enough to dig at the ground. Soon it tore off an arm and began gnawing on it slowly. Another thought crossed my mind. Should I put a bullet in it while it's eating? In these times there were no animal protection laws. Tigers, leopards, and wolves were all considered menaces, and anyone who killed one earned a reward from the court. If I really bagged a tiger, the position of village head next term would be mine, and I might even get into the county. As a constable there, my finger had just settled on the trigger. Roar! The tiger sensed the killing intent. Its fur bristled, its eyes turned savage, and it crouched to pounce. Want to go toe-to-toe with me? I gauged the distance, my nerve building. Dozens of rounds. I don't believe I can't put you down. Just as I was about to fire, shouts came from the distance. Where's the tiger? How'd we lose it? Someone was coming. Too bad. I couldn't let my gun be seen. I spun around and hurried off. Seeing me leave, the tiger went back to its meal. I didn't go looking for that group. Instead, I headed elsewhere to gather herbs, and I didn't use calls to lure any prey either. People bold enough to hunt tigers, it'd be a real waste if I lured them over and got myself killed. Focusing on the search, I actually found quite a bit. The medicinal plants on this mountain were extremely well preserved. Aside from the wild animals, hardly anyone harvested them. This wasn't some later era where everyone knew their herbs and stripped the mountains bare. Right now, the only one who could strip this mountain clean was me. I quickly found a large patch of rock skullcap, good enough to make tea. Even better, I found a good amount of Manchurian wild ginger, worth only 7 or 8 coppers per ounce. I wouldn't sell it, though I needed it. Making tea alone would never grow into something big. Tea's everywhere. In this little county town, I might earn a bit off the rock skullcap, but step outside the county and it's worth nothing. I needed to develop something suitable for all ages, edible anytime, and actually good for people. Compound ginger candy. The idea came from the basic medical knowledge in my head. Don't let the word basic fool you. It actually fused later-era concepts from both Chinese and Western medicine, far beyond the level of any physician in the current Ming dynasty. This ginger candy was essentially turning various warming, fever-fighting herbs into chewable soft candies. Chew one on a cold winter's day, and you'd stay warm for a good while. Plus, it warded off chills, cleared stuffy noses, soothed the throat, and eased pain. This era had its candied fruits and medicinal pastes, but those all had to be brewed indoors, a hassle. Mine could be chewed anytime, anywhere. That was the selling point. I'd gathered enough herbs and was about to leave when several figures approached in the distance. The one leading was a big, burly man, like a black bear, radiating an intense pressure. He came bursting out of the trees and startled me. I nearly reached for my gun. Behind him trailed a handful of grinning young men who looked like they couldn't lift a chicken. And these clowns dared to hunt tigers? A young man in a black cotton robe called out from afar. "Hey, kid, you see a tiger run this way?" I twitched the corner of my mouth. Nope. They didn't hassle me and continued their search. The bear of a man tossed over 2 copper coins. Thanks. I was rather surprised. The most courteous one turned out to be this rough fellow. Just as I was thinking that, out of the corner of my eye I spotted a rabbit in the distance. My heart leapt and I wanted to reach for my gun. But these people hadn't left yet, and they'd seen the rabbit too. A young man shouted, "A rabbit! Grab it and roast it." The startled rabbit bolted. I cursed the idiot under my breath. The bear of a man rushed over. "Brother, lend me your bow." He snatched my barely used great bow and drew it into a full moon in a single motion. THWIP. The arrow shot out with explosive force, punching through the rabbit 100 paces away and carrying it clean off to pin it against a tree. I stared at the arrow half buried in the trunk, my pupils shrinking. Was this guy born with monstrous strength, or was he a martial arts master? Bullseye. A few of the young dandies rushed over to yank the rabbit free, but no matter how they pulled, they couldn't get the arrow out. So they just brute forced it, sliding the rabbit off the tail end of the arrow and stripping the fletching bear in the process. My eyelid twitched. Where'd these spoiled brats come from? I'd carried that arrow around for days without it ever taking this much damage. The bear of a man tossed the bow and the coins back to me. "That's your compensation." I took them and asked, curious, "Sir, what martial technique was that shot just now?" "Martial technique?" He turned back, puzzled. "That's military archery. Takes a long time to master." The corner of my mouth twitched. So it wasn't a martial art after all, just raw, natural strength. You want to learn martial arts? There's plenty out there, but most of it's passed down within families and never shared. I hear some top martial graduates and army officers open martial schools and armed escort agencies back home to teach, but getting in isn't easy. Some make you sign a lifelong indenture. As for you, he stepped forward and gave my arm a squeeze. Seeing my slack muscles and skinny frame, he knew I'd never trained a day in my life and looked a little disappointed. "Forget it. Your bones are already set. No school would take you. And even if you trained, you couldn't afford the cost." Money was never my concern. I'd asked about martial arts for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to strengthen my body so I wouldn't be this frail. Second, I was curious. Were there many masters out there, and could they withstand a gun? If everyone was like Ip Man, my gun wouldn't be much use. I was half tempted to gun these few down just to test their real strength. Seeing I wasn't ready to give up, the bear of a man reached into his robe and pulled out a small booklet. "This is a health cultivation martial art I stumbled onto. It's called a martial art, but it's really just a method for strengthening the body, more focused on nourishment." I was a bit baffled. Were there still people this simple and honest these days? Just handing over a martial arts manual, no questions asked? He laughed. "You're a hunter. That rabbit should have been yours, and we snatched it. Consider this compensation. It's not a real martial art anyway, so it doesn't matter. If you don't want to practice it, sell it. It's still worth a few coins of silver." I took it and looked it over. He walked off toward those young dandies without so much as a backward glance. I was so absorbed I didn't even notice when they left. I couldn't read every word of the booklet, but I could infer the gist. It really was something for health and longevity, similar to the 5 animal frolics exercises. That worked for me. Strengthening my body was exactly what I needed most. The catch was the nourishment. It called for ginseng, deer antler velvet, and fleeceflower root at every turn, none of which ordinary folks could afford. At the end of the booklet were notes from a previous owner, listing the names of various masters and schools, along with visits he'd paid to many renowned sections. It seemed there were quite a few martial artists in this era. A thought struck me with alarm. That longevity emperor, so single-mindedly devoted to Taoist cultivation, could he really have pulled it off? Was it possible this dynasty that resembled the Ming actually was the Ming? only surviving to this day because the longevity emperor had extended his own lifespan and taught his heirs to strengthen their bodies, hard-holding against the schemes of the Donglan faction. Too little information. I couldn't puzzle it out. Either way, all this was still far removed from me. I put it out of my mind. I had enough herbs for the day, better to head home and get sorted. By this afternoon those men should be gone, and I could come back to hunt. Back home, at the village entrance, Zhao Xiaoshan came running to greet me from afar with a gang of little friends. The whole bunch of them stood on tiptoe, craning their necks, their little heads bobbing around like sunflowers. It was a comical sight. The moment Zhao Xiaoshan saw me, he hollered at the top of his lungs, "Uncle San." The pack of kids came swarming at me, staring up with eager eyes, especially Zhao Xiaoshan, who kept peeking into the bamboo basket, dying to know what kind of meat we'd be eating today. I patted his head. "Didn't catch anything this morning. I'll get you some this afternoon." His eyes dimmed, but he forced himself to perk up. "All right then, Uncle San. Let me carry the basket back for you." The kid was a quick learner, but his temperament was just like his father's. So foolish, he knew there was no meat and still worked his heart out. Smiling, I pulled a small pouch of red berries from inside my coat. Crimson, about the size of a date pit, and pretty to look at. These are called redstone berries. They're real sweet, and they'll give you energy. Share them among yourselves. On my way down the mountain, I'd figured he'd be disappointed that I hadn't brought back any meat, so I'd gone out of my way to gather these wild berries. Redstone berries were unique to this season, pretty, sweet, and packed with vitamins. Sure enough, Zhao Xiaoshan lit up. Sweet? That meant candy. A country kid was lucky to get one piece of candy a year, and now here was a whole pouch. The other kids were practically drooling too. I shook my head with a laugh and turned to leave, but Zhao Xiaoshan grabbed onto me. "Third uncle, let me carry it for you." He snatched the basket and dashed off toward home. That stopped me cold. Kids his age went crazy for candy. They'd forget everything else. I hadn't expected him to remember to help me out. This little rascal. All that fondness wasn't wasted on him. The other kids ran after him toward the Zhao house, scrambling to find some chore to do so they'd earn a bigger share of the berries. Back home, I set down the bamboo basket and shooed away Zhao Xiaoshan, who still wanted to help. Truth was, the little guy had been itching to leave. He grabbed the berries I'd given him and took off with his friends. Out the front gate, he turned to the crowd of eager kids and announced proudly, "These are from my third uncle. Get in line if you want some." The whole bunch fidgeted anxiously but obediently lined up, cupping their hands and leaning in. Zhao Xiaoshan tried one himself first. The sweetness burst in his mouth, so good his eyes went wide, and he wolfed down several in a row. The snotty-nosed kid at the front of the line begged, "Xiaoshan, give me one, please." Only then did Zhao Xiaoshan reluctantly pull out 5 berries. Then, thinking it over, put 2 back, then 1 more, and in the end handed the kid just 2. The snotty kid stuffed them in his mouth and shouted excitedly, "So sweet." Hearing that, the others got even more impatient and surged forward. Zhao Xiaoshan doled out 2 to each of them, then clutched the remaining half-pouch tight and refused to give up a single one more, no matter how they nagged. Just then, he spotted a figure under a big tree in the distance, waving at him. Li Xiaoxiao. She was the one who'd had me beaten before. Zhao Xiaoshan shot her a dirty look and ignored her completely. Under the tree, Li Xiaoxiao was fuming. Our whole family used to treat her with such courtesy. One word from her, and we'd obey like it was a royal decree. Now look, even this little brat dared to snub her. But then she remembered what her mother had said. Zhao Mu could actually afford refined rice and white flour now. If she could con those goods out of him, wouldn't she get to live like the gentry too? She couldn't approach me directly, though, because she still wanted to marry Li Kongming. So she planned to use Zhao Xiaoshan to lure me out. Gritting her teeth, Li Xiaoxiao pulled out a piece of brown sugar. Li Kongming had bought it for her in town, just 5 pieces total. She waggled it at Zhao Xiaoshan. Zhao Xiaoshan misunderstood, thinking she was showing off. So he immediately grabbed a handful of redstone berries and shoved them in his mouth. "You think you're the only one with candy? I've got some too." Li Xiaoxiao nearly lost it. Was this little brat right in the head? Left with no choice, she glanced over at me, tidying up my herbs in the yard. She thought, he's bound to head into town again. When he does, I'll pretend I just happen to be going the same way and tag along to see how he's making his money. If I can even worm his money-making secret out of him and bring it back to the village head's family, my standing after I marry and will be rock solid. As for whether I'd agree, she wasn't worried. This guy was always trying to hold her hand before, and she'd never let him. Worst case, she'd let him hold it once. No one would see out there anyway. If it meant real money, a little sacrifice was nothing. So she went and arranged things with the cart driver. She'd ride into town that afternoon. Completely unaware that I'd become someone's target again, I just kept my head down, sorting my herbs. Especially the rock blue orchids. I handled every bit myself and wouldn't let anyone else help. My father, Zhao Dezhu, was curious. Third son, Heading into town this afternoon? Nope. I'm going up the mountain to hunt. Remembering that my father had been a soldier, I leaned in and asked quietly, "Do you know anything about martial arts?" Sure. There's hand-to-hand combat in the army. The great clans and sects hide their own martial arts too, but ordinary folks can't afford to train in them. With the bit of rice and flour our families got, someone truly practicing martial arts probably couldn't last 3 days. I sucked in a breath, but I was thrilled. Eating dozens of pounds of rice and flour in 3 days? That meant martial arts burned huge amounts of energy, and more energy meant more strength. So, are there a lot of people who practice martial arts? How powerful can the best of them get? That millstone in our village, could they smash it with one punch? My father's face darkened. Been sneaking peeks at those storybooks again, haven't you? There's no such person. The strongest I ever saw was our company commander. He could pick up a millstone and toss it around like a ball. Smash it. That's beyond what human strength can do. I felt a little let down. Seemed the martial arts of this world hadn't reached the level of immortals. Actually, something stirred in my father's mind. On his way home after being discharged, he'd once met a Taoist named Zhang, who had the bearing of an immortal and had split a tree 2 men couldn't wrap their arms around with a single palm strike. That was probably the kind of person his son was asking about. But he was afraid I'd run off to become a monk and undo our good life. So he held his tongue. I didn't dwell on it and quietly went back to sorting the herbs. Even though I had my portable kitchen space, the cold water rinsing and drying still had to be done by hand out in the open. I just finished when it was time to eat. Because I'd insisted, my mother now used white flour and refined rice every meal to make sure we ate well. Too bad there was no meat today. She just stir-fried some wild greens with the leftover lard. Even so, the whole family ate their fill and were content. But inside I was anxious. Hunting could handle an emergency, but it couldn't cure poverty. I needed to find a steady business. That afternoon, the rock blue orchids were about dried out. When no one was looking, I stashed them in my kitchen space, and while I was up the mountain hunting, I got to work inside killing the green and processing them into tea. Meanwhile, Li Xiuxiu was already seated on the donkey cart, fare paid. She'd traveled several miles out of the village and still hadn't seen me. Startled, she asked, "Uncle, is it just the two of us going into town?" "That's right." Choking down her frustration, she asked, "I heard Zhao Mu was going into town too. How come he's not here?" "Him? He went up the mountain to hunt. That kid just made himself several taels of silver, bought all kinds of stuff. He could go the whole winter without setting foot in town." "Why do you ask? Still thinking about him?" "Let me tell you, Zhao Mu's the talk of the town these days. Plenty of young women have been asking around about him." The cart driver bragged about my abilities the entire way, and Li Xiuxiu's heart bled. There went my 5 coins of fare. "Damn you, Zhao Mu, why didn't you go into town?" Once I got up the mountain, I mimicked all sorts of animal calls. Roe deer were the easiest to fool. A few calls and 3 of them came right over. I dropped each one with a single shot. With all the hunting these past few days, my marksmanship had improved too. I'd considered that I couldn't use the gun in front of outsiders, so I tried archery, but there was no way to master that quickly. My shots flew out limp, dropped after a few meters, and kept veering off. My father said a beginner could shoot accurately in a year and hunt in 3. I immediately gave up. Give up? No, I'll use the gun. Now that's a man's romance. Looking at the 3 roe deer on the ground, I hit a snag. Hauling 3 of them down the mountain right after getting up here would draw too much suspicion. But if I kept hunting, I'd have nowhere to put them. Then it hit me. I opened my portable kitchen and tossed a deer inside. Perfect. Turns out the kitchen's biggest use was a storage space. I could even use the tools inside to skin and gut them, then stash them in the fridge. Keeps them fresh without taking up room, and the cuts would hide any bullet holes. With that confidence, I kept searching for prey. The outer areas had too few animals, so I headed deeper toward Azure Dragon Ridge near the summit. I passed by the spot where I'd buried the bodies earlier and took a look. All 3 corpses were gone. That tiger must have been starving. It had dragged off 400 or 500 pounds. I grew even more wary of it. Still, the missing bodies were a good thing. Now the village couldn't come after me. I pushed deeper into the dense forest with my gun, mimicking animal calls while staying alert. Who knew if it might attract hunters? The thick woods were full of game. In no time I'd caught 3 rabbits and 4 big geese. There were pheasants too, but they were stringy and lean on fat, so I passed. Just then, a spotted figure flashed in the distance. Holy crap, a leopard? I looked closer, a sika deer. Now that's a prize. The ancients drank deer blood. This one would definitely fetch a good price. Good for eating too. Perfect for replenishing myself after martial arts training. I gave chase. The adult buck lowered its head and aimed its antlers at me threateningly. Bang. One shot dropped it. Go on. Try charging. Think you can outrun a bullet? I stepped up, bled it, skinned it, and cut the meat, storing the deer blood carefully to bring back for my family. That was about enough. Getting up and down the mountain took time. I shouldered the gun and looped back down, mimicking calls the whole way, and ran into two lynxes, lost, frantically searching for their den. The meat was mediocre, but the pelts were valuable. 2 shots dropped them, and into the kitchen they went. After that I didn't run into anything else, but it was still a great haul. I put 3 or 4 rabbits and geese in my bamboo basket and stashed the rest in the kitchen to avoid making people jealous. The moment I came down the mountain, I saw Li Dajiang standing in his usual spot, waiting. I frowned to myself. What's this guy's problem, tailing me? Could he have figured something out? Actually, this Li Dajiang had once framed me for poisoning fish, and after getting exposed he'd been avoiding me. But today he was deliberately waiting on the path I had to take, rubbing his hands, looking like he wanted to approach but was too embarrassed. I treated him like air, walked up the mountain with a cold face, and ignored him completely. His expression darkened. He spat and went home. His wife, Wang Hui, sidled up. Well, did he agree? Agree my ass. I stood under the tree waiting, and he didn't even say hello. Made a little money, and now he's flying high. Doesn't even respect his elders. He ignores me? Well, I'll ignore him too. Wang Hui kicked over his stool. Are you sick in the head? We agreed you'd talk Zhao Mu into renting our family's boat, and you didn't even bring it up? You've been messing around on the river these past few days, haven't caught a single fish. Worn yourself out. And you don't do a lick of work at home, but still eat plenty. We rent the boat out. We make money. Isn't that better than letting it sit there? Li Dajiang fumed. But did you see how he had his nose stuck up in the air? If I were making that kind of money, I'd be even cockier than him. Li Dajiang sulked. Then should I go ask him again? Go now, Wang Hui added. There's only our boat in the whole village. He's got nowhere else to rent one. This kid's got money, so ask for a lot. 100 coppers a day. Li Dajiang sucked in a breath. Will he agree to that? Wang Hui smirked coldly. He'll definitely agree. I've been watching him. He hasn't brought any game down the mountain these past couple days, which means he can't catch anything anymore and just pick some scraggly wild vegetables. To make money, all you have to do is let him fish, and he'll swallow his pride and pay 100 coppers. Li Dajiang's eyes lit up. So his wife had already worked it all out. He slapped his behind, got up, and ran off to wait for me on the path. So now here he was again, sidling up, and the first thing out of his mouth was, Zhao Mu, I've thought it over. I'll let bygones be bygones about you humiliating me in public before. You can keep renting the boat, but the rent's going to have to go up. I understood immediately. Li Dajiang couldn't catch any fish, had given up, and now wanted to rent the boat to me. Renting the boat was a good deal. Fish sold for money, and I had my portable kitchen to store the fish and haul them out to sell. I nodded. Fine, how much is the rent? 100 coppers, Li Dajiang quoted cheerfully. I confirmed. Per month? What month? Per day? I laughed in anger. 100 coppers a day? That's over 3 taels of silver a month. This rotten little skiff isn't a golden boat. These two clearly took me for a sucker. I turned on my heel and walked off, ignoring his shouts behind me. He chased after me with a stiff face. If it's too expensive, then haggle. What kind of person just walks off? I said coldly. 5 coppers a day. You've actually got the nerve to counter with that. Right back at you. You've got the nerve to ask that much. He was stumped, but pushed through. Fine, 50 coppers, and not a copper less. I kept walking. Why are you walking off again? 50's still too expensive? You catch a few fish, and that money's right back in your pocket. You didn't bag any game up the mountain these past couple days, did you? Keep dragging your feet, and your whole family will starve. I couldn't be bothered to respond and just kept my head down, heading into the village. He followed the whole way, nagging. The villagers sunning themselves teased. Dajiang, what are you doing trailing behind Zhao Mu's backside? So hungry you're picking up his farts to eat. Everyone knew by now that my family ate fish and meat every day, and they were green with envy. Li Dajiang got angry. He's got no meat, my ass. I heard this kid went up the mountain 2 days straight and caught nothing. About to be eating dirt. I'm kind enough to rent him the boat so he can catch fish, and the little punk's got no manners at all. Hey, I'm talking about you, Zhao Mu. Seeing that I wouldn't stop, he grabbed at me, missed me, but caught my bamboo basket and yanked hard. The heavy basket crashed to the ground and broke open, spilling out the roe deer, wild rabbits, and big geese inside. The whole crowd was stunned. Li Dajiang instinctively reached out to touch it. He'd never seen so much meat. I shoved him away. What are you doing? You broke my basket, and now you want to steal my game. The villagers trembled with envy. Mu, did you hunt all this? That's right. I hunted it up the mountain. I said, standing tall. Li Dajiang said I couldn't catch anything. He's blind. My family will never run out of food or meat. The crowd grew even more envious, each of them getting ideas. If a rascal like me could hunt this much up the mountain, couldn't they do it too? I saw right through what they were thinking, shook my head, and didn't bother warning them. These people only saw the thief eating meat, never the thief getting beaten. and always thought they could do the same. In the end, it had all come to nothing. Li Dajiang was the perfect example. Some people won't turn back until they hit a wall. Anything more I said would just look like I was blocking his path to money. Li Dajiang stared at the meat scattered all over the ground, eyes greedy and full of regret, cursing his wife nonstop in his head. Didn't she say this kid only got lucky? Didn't she say he couldn't catch anything? You call this nothing? There wasn't a hunter this good in all the villages around. He did the math. If the hunter was this skilled, he wouldn't need to rent my boat at all. 50 coins a day really was too much. But at 5 coins a day, that's still about 1 qian of silver a month. Even in my best months, I only made 3 qian. Now I'd get 1 qian for doing absolutely nothing. Not a bad deal. He caved, putting on a tone like he was making a huge sacrifice. Fine, Zhao Mu, I'll rent it to you for 5 coins. I scoffed. You'll rent it? I'm not renting anymore. Just now you ran your mouth at me, broke my stuff, and cursed my whole family to starve to death. Last time you rented my boat, you even spread rumors about me, and I let it slide. You want to rent my boat? In your dreams. He panicked. If you don't rent to me, who else is there? Plenty of people in other villages. That won't do. Outside boats aren't allowed in Qinglong village. I sneered. What? Are you the village head? Since when do you get a say in that? And you'd better start thinking about how you're going to pay me back for my bamboo basket. The moment he heard he'd have to pay, he took off running. Loaded down with all this meat, I couldn't catch him. Just then, from a distance, Zhao Xiaoshan shouted, Dad, third uncle's over there. Li Dajiang's picking on third uncle. Li Dajiang, you dare bully my brother. Zhao Quan came charging over, roaring, not giving him a chance to explain. One flying kick knocked him flat, and then his size 43 feet started stomping at his face. Li Dajiang covered his head, flailing to block the blows. Stop hitting me. I didn't bully him. Zhao Quan said nothing, just kept stomping. He was usually mild-mannered, but when family got bullied, he pulled no punches. That's what my dad taught us. Most people in Qinglong village were surnamed Li. We Zhaos were outsiders. Normally, we kept good relations, but the moment someone came looking to bully us, you beat them within an inch of their life. Otherwise, people would think you were easy prey and only push harder. Zhao Xiaoshan spat at Li Dajiang a few times, then ran over to help me gather my things. I patted his head. How'd you know I was getting bullied? He looked up, angling for credit. After you went up the mountain. Third uncle, I waited here for you the whole time. Good boy. Thank you. Smiling, I pulled a wooden sword out of my shirt like a magic trick. On my way down the mountain, I'd spotted a really straight stick and carved it into a sword with a kitchen knife. Zhao Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. He took it and swung it a couple times. Hiya. Huh. Finally, he slung it over his shoulder and lifted his chin. Third uncle, don't I look like a wandering swordsman? That cracked me up. You do, you really do. That made him even prouder. Not satisfied, he marched over to Li Dajiang with the wooden sword and started whacking him on the head. Now he really looked like a hero. Getting pummeled by both father and son, Li Dajiang broke down and cried for help. Are you all just going to watch? An outsider is beating a Li. You want this family climbing over our heads. This is the least Qinglong village, not the Zhaos. Those words did stir up the villagers. Someone stepped in to play the good guy. Zhao Quan, that's enough. What does it look like? A younger man beating an elder? An old man scolded. It's just a broken bamboo basket. You trying to kill him? That's about enough. Li Dajiang's a Li, whatever else he is. Stop now, or we'll deal with you. Zhao Quan wasn't good with words, only with his fists. He turned a deaf ear and kept swinging. Li Dajiang was in agony. He shouted, Zhao Quan, Zhao Mu, you want to get run out of Qinglong village? Run us out? The clan head hasn't said a word. Who the hell are you? I mocked him first, then turned to face that crowd of righteously indignant villagers. So the Li stick together, huh? Fine. Then help Li Dajiang pay me back for my bamboo basket. The ones who'd just been scolding instantly fell silent. Why should they pay for something Li Dajiang broke? I scoffed. So righteous a moment ago, every one of you. But the second it costs you something, all that clan loyalty goes out the window. Their faces went red, one and all, and no one could say a word. Only once I'd cowed them did I step forward and grab my second brother. Brother, stop. Keep going, and you really will kill him. Li Dajiang, who'd been howling just moments ago, was now barely breathing. If he recovered from this beating by spring, he'd be lucky. Before Zhao Quan let himself be pulled away, he landed one more kick, his face full of murderous rage. You touch my brother again, and I'll end you. He was this furious for 2 reasons. One was brotherly love. The other was a bit of hidden fear. It took a beating to set me right. And if I got bullied back into my old self, how would we ever go on living? I dragged my second brother, meat over my shoulder, and headed home. On the way, Zhao Xiaoshan ran off to show his friends the wooden sword. Zhao Quan sized me up as we walked. Third, you're too scrawny. When we get back, I'll have your sister-in-law make you more meat broth. Bulk up a little, and nobody'll dare bully you. I'd been thinking the same thing. Sure, I had a gun, but I couldn't use it for everything. Pull a gun over something petty and I'd be in real trouble. Should I learn some martial arts? I remembered the health cultivation techniques I'd gotten for free before. Looked like I'd have to start training tonight. Back home, my sister-in-law Liang Chun happily boiled water, plucked feathers, and butchered the game. My mother, son Lianji, grabbed me and looked me over head to toe. Son, that bastard didn't do anything to you, did he? No. Second brother got there fast and gave him a beating. Serves him right. That old bastard. Thinking he can bully our family because there's no one to stand up for us? Dream on. I calmed her down and hurried my sister-in-law along with the cooking. Finish early, and I could still go study at Li Wenyuan's place. Liang Chun took out a big goose first and stewed it. Iron pot stewed goose is fragrant on its own, but back in these times there were so few seasonings that it never lived up to its potential. I made an excuse to send her away, tossed in some seasonings from my kitchen, and poured in cooking wine to cut the gaminess. Just like that, the aroma carried for miles. The villagers were so annoyed they cursed under their breath. That shameless family, eating meat every single day and making it smell this good. Now their bowls of wild herb porridge tasted like nothing at all. Lured back by the smell, Zhao Xiaoshan showed up with a string of little tagalongs trailing behind him, each of their sallow little faces pressed at the doorway, staring at the stove and swallowing hard. Seeing there was plenty of broth in the pot, I ladled out 2 bowls and shared them among the kids. The meat was out of the question. 1 goose wasn't even enough for our own family, but broth I could spare. The kids excitedly passed it around, 1 sip each, and nearly came to blows over who'd drunk too much. At the critical moment, Zhao Xiaoshan raised his wooden sword and gave a shout, and the kids all fell in line. Follow him, and you got meat, broth, and candy, so who'd dare cross him? Watching the kid carry himself like a little king, I couldn't help but find it funny. When the kids finished, the grown-ups called them home. Hearing their children boast about drinking meat broth, those who'd come to fetch them all shot me grateful looks. In a season like this, even wild herb soup was precious and nobody was willing to share, so this mouthful of meat broth could give the kids a little nourishment, enough to keep them happy for days. The villagers' attitude toward me, the former good-for-nothing troublemaker, had improved considerably. They no longer singled me out or shut me out. I never expected that this pot of soup would end up doing me a huge favor down the road. After seeing off the grateful villagers, my family sat down to dinner. Iron pot goose stewed with modern seasonings. Rich, fragrant, and fall-off-the-bone tender, with flatbread crusted along the edge of the pot, crisp and soft. Even though we'd eaten plenty of meat these past few days, the whole family dug in like there was no tomorrow, chopsticks flying so fast we nearly swallowed our own tongues. Before long, the pot was scraped clean. The whole family leaned back, bellies full, faces flushed and glowing, sighing with contentment. This was the kind of life we'd never even dared to dream of before, and now we lived it every day. The family kept sneaking glances at me. The third son, once the most worthless of us all, the one who'd driven the whole family to despair, now the pillar holding everything up. Their eyes all said the same thing. Please, whatever you do, don't go back to how you were. Zhao Xiaoshan couldn't care less about any of that. The moment he finished eating, he grabbed a few bones and started for the door. These were promised to his little buddies, and he'd even left some meat on them on purpose. Stuff that modern dogs wouldn't touch would absolutely spark a feeding frenzy in these food-scarce ancient times. Far from finding it humiliating, the adults thought it showed he was thoughtful, that he had food and still thought of his friends. Just as he was sneaking toward the door, I said flatly, "Xiaoshan, come on, you're coming to study with me." His feet froze. He slowly turned around, face crumpling. "Uncle San, I promised to bring them the bones. You don't understand. Achi's family didn't store any grain this year. They've got nothing but 1 bowl of wild herb soup a day. He doesn't even have the strength to play with us anymore. He's practically starving to death." Zhao Dezhu frowned. "The Sanlingzi family, you mean?" Zhao Quan chimed in. "That's the one. That fella's a real simpleton, always getting cheated when he works or trades. This year he got swindled selling his grain, so he's got nothing put away for winter." The whole family turned to stare at Zhao Quan in silence. Every last one of us was qualified to call someone else a simpleton, but he was the one person who wasn't. Zhao Quan got flustered. "What are you all looking at me for? I'm telling you the truth. The guy really is a simpleton. You've got to believe me." The family, even Liang Chun, buried her face in her hands, exasperated. "This simpleton, honestly." I got up and walked over to Zhao Xiaoshan. "Your heart's in the right place. That's good. But 1 bone won't fill a belly. It won't keep a man alive." Zhao Xiaoshan scratched his head. "So what do we do?" My sister-in-law Liang Chun opened her mouth, then hesitated. She'd probably guessed I meant to give grain to the Sanlingzi family. But we didn't have much coarse grain to spare, and giving away fine grain pained her. Giving away meat would just about kill her. She wasn't stingy, In times like these, a person had to keep themselves alive first. But since I was the one who'd brought everything home, she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. So she just shot my eldest brother Zhao Quan a meaningful look. Zhao Quan looked baffled. "Wife, what's wrong with your eyes?" Liang Chun was so annoyed she turned her head away and ignored him. But Zhao Quan circled around to keep prodding. "Did you get sand in them? Let me take a look." I understood exactly what my sister-in-law was thinking. I ruffled Zhao Xiaoshan's hair. "You figure this one out. How can we help Aqi's family?" Zhao Xiaoshan lowered his head, thinking hard. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "Have his dad go hunting on the mountain with you, Uncle San." "Won't work. They've never learned archery. They wouldn't catch a thing. But the idea of helping them stand on their own 2 feet? That's the right instinct." I encouraged him to keep thinking. "Then, have his family go fishing? That won't work either. They don't know how to catch fish." Zhao Xiaoshan dropped his head and caught sight of the wooden sword hanging at his waist. He slapped his forehead. "I've got it. Uncle San, we've got so much stuff we'll definitely be taking into town to trade for grain. Why not have Uncle San Lingzi come along to help carry things? Pay him 5 copper coins a trip. How's that?" I burst out laughing. This kid was sharp, so young, and he already grasped the principle of relief through work. The plan was naive, but it was a good start. This boy was cut out for schooling. He had to study. My laughter made Zhao Xiaoshan uneasy. He thought his idea had flopped. Zhao Quan clapped him on the shoulder. "Xiaoshan, well done. One day you're going to accomplish even more than your Uncle San." Zhao Xiaoshan puffed out his chest, thrilled with himself. Liang Chun and Zhao Quan, on the other hand, were dumbstruck. In their eyes, my bringing meat home every day was already an earth-shattering feat. And here I was saying Xiaoshan would surpass me someday? The 2 of them believed in me, so they believed those words too. And for a moment they were so overjoyed they didn't know what to do with themselves. I took Zhao Xiaoshan by the hand and headed out. The gang of little friends was already waiting outside the courtyard. Xiaoshan passed out the meat-laced bones. Goose bones aren't very big, really, but they still set off a frenzy of grabbing. Among the crowd was a sallow-faced little boy who wobbled as he walked. He couldn't fight his way in, got shoved around in circles, and finally toppled to the ground, dizzy. By the time he came to and realized the bones were gone, tears came pouring out. Zhao Xiaoshan scolded them furiously. "Everybody watch it from now on. Whoever shoves Aqi again, I won't play with them anymore." The others gnawed their bones and mumbled meek apologies. Xiaoshan helped Aqi up and thumped his own chest. "Aqi, go home and tell your dad. My Uncle San's going into town one of these days to hire him as a helper. 5 copper coins a day." Aqi didn't dare believe it. "Brother Xiaoshan, really?" I stepped forward and said gently, "Go tell your dad. I'm heading into town tomorrow, and I want him to work for me. But it won't be 5 coins, it'll be 20. Take this pheasant home to your dad. He needs to eat his fill, so he'll have the strength tomorrow." My tea was ready, and tomorrow I'd take it into town to sell. I didn't really need help carrying things, but going alone, I was bound to run into some shop clerk throwing his weight around. Sanlingzi might be simple, but his strength was famous throughout the village. Having him there would put me more at ease. Besides, I wasn't well liked in the village. Buying a little goodwill with something inconsequential would save me from ending up in trouble with no one to back me. Aqi stared at the pheasant, then dropped to his knees with a thud and started kowtowing hard. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." I frowned and pulled him to his feet. "Don't go kowtowing to just anyone from now on. Your life isn't that cheap." To Aqi, I was now a lifesaver. He'd nod at anything I said, though whether it actually sank in was another matter. With a sigh, I shoved the pheasant into his hands and told him to hurry home. The other kids, seeing Aqi get a whole pheasant, were green with envy. They were all doing the math in their heads. If my own dad could tag along with him, would we get to eat pheasant too? The whole pack of them scrambled off home. I paid it no mind and took Xiaoshan over to Li Wenyuan's house. Not long after I left, a dark-skinned man, nearly 2 meters tall, came charging out of Aqi's house. Gazing at my retreating figure, his tiger-like eyes brimmed with tears, and he bowed his head to the ground. At Li Wenyuan's house, I told him the idea Xiaoshan had come up with to help Sanlingzi's family, and Li Wenyuan was overjoyed too. He'd only agreed to teach Xiaoshan out of respect for me at first, but now he thought the boy really was clever, and he threw himself into teaching with even more zeal. That made today all the harder on Xiaoshan. The sight of him studying with such a miserable face, I truly couldn't help wanting to laugh. Ha ha ha. After enjoying the show for a while, I kept busy with my own tasks. I recognize a fair number of characters, but honestly most of it is half-guessing. That's fine for reading books, but not for martial arts. Guess wrong there, and you'll really hurt yourself. So I flipped through Li Wenyuan's books while cross-checking them against the martial arts manual. Vajra technique. Medicinal supplements combined with fighting moves, strengthening the body and boosting power, with plenty of techniques for generating force. Good for self-defense too, but not the killing art I'd hoped for. Good enough. What I need most right now is to make myself stronger. Otherwise, that jerk Li Dajiang wouldn't have been able to block my way. While I was studying here, over there the freshly beaten Li Dajiang was lying in the village chief's courtyard. His wife, Wang Hui, knelt on the ground wailing. Village chief, you have to get justice for me. That murderer Zhao Quan beat my husband to death in broad daylight. He has to pay with his life. Her crying was grating. The village chief's wife retreated into the house. But the village chief, Li Fuwang, was thrilled. Beating someone up, wonderful. Earlier he'd failed to get that wild boar from my family. And then Li Wenyuan had sent the boar to the academy, which passed it on to the county magistrate. The magistrate was delighted and publicly praised Li Wenyuan. Praise that should have been his. He'd long wanted to cause me trouble, even wanted to drive me out of the village. He'd brought it up twice, and both times the clan elder had refused. Now the opportunity had come knocking. As village chief, he was in charge of tax collection and keeping order. Me beating someone up? Perfect. He could haul me in and punish me. He'd guessed right away that Li Dajiang had picked the fight on purpose, but who cared? He even owed Li Dajiang a thank you. A shame the man hadn't died, or he could have just reported it and had me arrested. At that thought, an evil idea rose in his mind. Why not take the chance to finish this guy off? No, Wang Hui was still here. If things blew up, he couldn't clean it up. He suppressed the thought and shouted to his 3 sons. Round up the villagers and come with me to the Zhao house to make the arrest. The first to respond was Li Kongming, who'd also long wanted me dead. He let out an excited roar and went out to rally the clansmen. Hearing there was a murderer to catch, the villagers followed quickly even without knowing the details. A murderer in the village was a big deal. While spreading the word, Li Kongming even ran over to Li Xiuxiu's house and pounded on the door. Li Xiuxiu's family had just lain down. Li Xiuxiu had spent the day riding into town with the donkey cart and was worn out, her back aching, and was just about to sleep. Hearing the knock, her eldest son Li Daniu went to open the door. Kongming? What's up? Get Xiuxiu out here, quick. The Zhao family is finished. My dad's taking the clan to arrest them. Li Daniu was delighted to hear it too. His family had been mocked for a good while over the broken engagement, and after I'd scared him off with a hatchet, he'd become a laughingstock. So he hated me with a passion. Hearing I was about to get what was coming, he immediately called the whole family out to watch the show. Li Xiuxiu was dragged up too and followed along, thoroughly confused. Before long, Li Fuwang arrived outside my house with a few dozen villagers, all surnamed Li. Our courtyard gate was shut but unbolted, waiting for the 2 of us to come back. Li Kongming kicked it open with a loud crash, startling everyone inside, so they came out to look. Even Grandpa Zhao Dezhu crawled out of bed and pressed against the window to see. Seeing Li Fuwang swarm in with a crowd, Zhao Dezhu silently cursed his luck. Enduring the pain, he came out with a forced smile. Village chief, what's all this commotion about? Zhao Quan and his wife followed my mother's son Lianji out. The moment Wang Hui saw Zhao Quan, she pitched her voice into a wail again. It's him. He beat my husband to death. Zhao Dezhu was shocked. Li Dajiang was beaten to death? He turned to look at Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan, being blunt, immediately shouted, Impossible, I didn't beat him to death. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu knew it was bad. Wasn't that as good as a confession? Sure enough, Li Fuwang was pleased. So you admit you beat Li Dajiang? Arrest him. Right away, Dad. Li Kongming charged forward, but after a couple of steps, he sensed something was off. He turned to look. Not a single villager had followed. What are you all doing? Arrest him. He's bullying us Li folks. The villagers looked at one another. Nobody moved. These past 2 days, Zhao Xiaoshan had often shared the snacks I brought down from the mountain with the village kids, and the children had sung my praises plenty. I'd even shared meat broth. The villagers may keep outsiders at arm's length, but having eaten someone's food, it wouldn't sit right to turn on them. And those who hadn't gotten any figured that if I could share with others, I could share with them too. So why offend people over a rotten couple like Li Dajiang and his wife? After all, the Li Dajiang household had salted fish, cured meat, and grain, and had never shared a scrap with the village. Anyone who went to borrow got a snide earful and got chased out. So people were even less willing to help them. If the village chief hadn't sent someone to summon them, and if they'd known it was my family, the villagers wouldn't even have bothered coming. Li Kongming looked at the unmoving villagers, then at the tall, powerfully built Zhao Quan, and blew up in frustration. You idiots, the Zhaos are outsiders. We're the Li family. You'd help outsiders over your own kin. Li Fuwang's face darkened too as he swept his gaze over the crowd. The villagers looked awkward. Someone muttered. The Zhaos didn't really do anything though. Right, we all saw it. Li Dajiang started it. He was the one bullying people. Village chief, you can't wrong innocent folks. That Wang Hui twisting black into white isn't anything new. Last year I picked up a fish by the river, and she insisted it was hers that had gotten away and swindled 30 coppers out of me. The crowd actually started airing grievances against Wang Hui. proof of just how unpopular she was. Li Fuwang hadn't expected Wang Hui to be this useless and shot her a vicious glare. That only enraged Wang Hui more, and she wailed and cursed. My life is so bitter. Bullied within my own clan, and my own people take the outsider's side. You just see that the Zhaos have money and want a piece of it, don't you? But they won't give you a single copper. Better to drive them out and split up all the Zhao's chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. Those words actually stirred the greed of some of the lazy louts and ruffians, who pressed forward, eyeing my family's inner rooms hungrily. This household stewed meat every day, so there had to be plenty. Grab it, and they'd eat their fill. Seeing people approach, Zhao Quan flew into a rage, snatched up a hoe, and roared. I'd like to see who dares touch my family's things. Li Fuwang seized the chance and bellowed. Zhao Quan, are you trying to kill fellow villagers? Playing along, Wang Hui crawled forward crying. Go on, kill me if you've got the nerve. My husband's already dead by your hand anyway. We widows and orphans can't survive, so just kill me too. She kept ramming her head into Zhao Quan. Unwilling to raise a hand against a woman, Zhao Quan was forced to keep backing away, his face twisted in dismay. My mother, Sun Lianji, couldn't take it anymore. She rushed over, grabbed a fistful of Wang Hui's hair, and slapped her hard across the face again and again. Before, you framed my third son for poisoning fish, and I said nothing. This time your husband tried to steal my son's game, so he deserved the beating. And you still dare come to my door and make a scene? I'll beat you to death, you shameless woman. Wang Hui was slapped senseless. When she came to, she let out a howl and lunged, knocking Sun Lianji down. You old hag, you dare hit me? I'll fight you to the death. My mother hadn't struck hard, just slaps to the face. But Wang Hui went for the kill, clawing straight at her eyes, determined to blind my mother today. My sister-in-law Liang Chun, though frail, saw her mother-in-law getting the worst of it, and threw herself headfirst into Wang Hui, knocking her over. You dare hit my mother-in-law? The two women, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, pinned Wang Hui to the ground together. Zhao Quan burned with rage, but couldn't figure out how to help. Zhao Dezhu coughed violently, glaring at Li Fuwang through gritted teeth. Village chief, my family never wronged you. Why are you trying to wipe us out? Is it because you demanded that wild boar for free before, and we wouldn't hand it over? The moment those words came out, the villagers erupted in shock, all turning to stare at Li Fuwang in disbelief. The whole village knew I'd hunted a wild boar, but nobody expected Li Fuwang had tried to freeload off it. Shameless. These days people wince at giving away even a pound or two of meat, and he'd wanted an entire hog? Exposed, Li Fuwang flew into a humiliated rage. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Quan shouted. My father's not lying. You came to demand it, and we refused. You son of a bitch, still running your mouth? What are you all standing around for? Grab him. Haul him to the authorities. Now that they knew the reason, the villagers were even less willing to help. But those lazy louts and troublemakers had their eyes on my family's belongings and stepped forward with ill intent. Li Kongming hadn't dared move at first, but seeing others pitch in, he suddenly got cocky. Even his older brother pushed through the crowd. Turned out he'd been hiding behind everyone this whole time, a coward too. The two of them charged in, emboldened by their numbers. Zhao Quan swung his hoe, but 2 fists couldn't fend off 8 hands. In the end, he was forced to the ground, unable to move. Zhao Daizhu, furious, tried to run back inside for the cleaver, but Li Kongming had men hold him down too. Seeing my whole family subdued, Li Kongming seized the chance to slip into the inner room, rummaging for money, silver, and meat. When he spotted the brand new cotton quilts and padded clothes, he and the other looters went wild with excitement, grabbing them and heading out. Zhao Quan's eyes went bloodshot as he thrashed desperately. You animals. Let me go? That's ours. Put it back. Li Kongming ignored him and sidled up to his father to claim credit. Though the Li family had money, why turn down free loot? Li Fuwang beamed. Well done, Kongming. This is all stolen evidence. Keep it safe. Praised, Li Kongming got even more excited and turned to search the house again. Some villagers couldn't bear to watch. An old man muttered under his breath, how can they do this? But no one dared cross the village chief. In the crowd, Li Xiuxiu and her family watched with satisfaction. Li Xiuxiu kept up her cold smirk the whole time. Serves you right. Zhao Mu, you idiot. If you'd given all these good things to me, they wouldn't have been stolen. You deserve your bad luck. Watching these people ransack the house and haul off all the white flour and meat, Sun Lianji wailed with rage. Liang Chun reacted fast, spinning around and bolting out. Li Xiuxiu's mother, Changyu, deliberately blocked her. Hey, where do you think you're going? Liang Chun gritted her teeth and shoved Changyu flat onto her backside. Ignoring the woman's shrieks, she dashed out of the yard and made straight for Li Wenyuan's house. The way she saw it, only I could put an end to this now. I was studying the Diamond Sutra technique. I could finally recognize all the characters in the book, and I was thinking about practicing tonight. Then Liang Chun burst through the door, hair a mess, scratches on her face, sobbing. Sanner, get home now. That rotten Li Fuwang brought people to raid our house. They're going to arrest your brother. The moment I heard it, I saw red and shot to my feet, rushing out. Zhao Xiaoshan followed close behind, and Li Wenyuan came out too, looking bewildered. Seeing my sister-in-law's clothes torn, I took off my padded coat and draped it over her, then asked through clenched teeth, what happened? Wang Hui filed a complaint. Li Fuwang used the wild boar as an excuse to start trouble. Those people are cleaning out our whole house. I called out immediately. Xiaoshan, stay here and take care of your mother. I'm going back. Uncle San, I want to fight the bad guys too. Xiaoshan drew his wooden sword, ready to come. I turned back. Don't come. If they decide to kill you, your father would be left without an heir. I knew all too well the scumbags in that village. Someone would definitely take the chance to strike at a child in the chaos. Terrified, Liang Chun grabbed Xiaoshan and clung to him tightly. Xiaoshan was so frustrated tears streamed down his face. What he didn't know was that I'd already made up my mind to go all in. Once I got there, I planned to pull out my gun and take out the whole village chief's family. Worst case, I'd become an outlaw. A village chief wasn't really an official, so killing him shouldn't drag my family in. And if it did, I'd break them out of jail, with an AK in my hands. Who could stop me? Li Wenyuan strode over and grabbed my arm. You're a commoner. The village chief isn't afraid of you. Stick with me. Mingda, thank you. I let out a breath. He was a licensed scholar. His status and connections were far above a village chief's. Him stepping in was the best I could hope for. I led him quickly to the house. From far off, I could already see a crowd gathered, murmuring, with some people sneaking off with sacks of rice and flour. I recognized one as Li Si, a village ruffian who'd been calling me brother not long ago. Now here he was, looting while the fire raged. I moved to strike, but Li Wenyuan stopped me and walked straight up to Li Si, staring him down coldly. Li Si, thrilled to have snagged fine rice and white flour, looked up and cursed. Who the hell? Get lost. Master Scholar. The moment he saw it was Li Wenyuan, and then saw me hefting a blade with murder in my eyes, he panicked instantly. Put it back, or shall I have the authorities throw you in prison? Li Wenyuan said icily. Trembling, Li Si handed the rice and flour to me. Brother Zhao, don't misunderstand. I was afraid others would steal your things. I just wanted to keep them safe for you. I stepped up and kicked him square in the crotch. I think there's something wrong with that pecker of yours. Let me fix it for you. Li Si let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed. The sound of those balls bursting. Yeah, this guy's line ended today. Li Wenyuan shot me a disapproving glare. I opened the sack and showed him the fine rice and white flour inside. Seeing such a rare treasure, his displeasure vanished at once, and he quickened his pace and charged into the yard. Sure enough, my father Zhao Dezhu, my mother's son Lianji, and my brother Zhao Quan were all pinned to the ground, mouths covered, able only to weep and whimper. Li Kongming was excitedly hauling out a pile of meat and cotton quilts, even shooting Li Xiuxiu a smug glance. The people around watched with envy, but didn't dare move. Li Kongming, arms full, was blocked and snapped. Who is it? Out of my way. It's me. Li Wenyuan's voice was ice cold. The whole yard full of Li family members startled and turned around. Li Kongming set down his load, took one look, and quickly forced a smile. Oh, it's Uncle Wenyuan. What brings you here? If I hadn't come, you father and son would have dragged the entire Li family's name through the mud. Learning to rob people in broad daylight now? Are you trying to get me punished by the magistrate, to keep me from earning my rank? Li Wenyuan thundered with rage, and the whole yard trembled in fear. There was only one licensed scholar for miles around, who wouldn't hold him in awe. However much he hated it, Li Fuwang could only steel himself and step forward. Wenyuan, you've got it all wrong. Wrong? Li Si just robbed the Zhao family's rice and flour right in front of me, and your son is walking out with Zhao Mu's belongings. What exactly have I got wrong? Li Fuwang's face flushed red, then went pale. This is evidence. First I've ever heard that chickens and ducks, the fish, meat, rice, and flour are evidence. What? Did these dead rabbits and geese commit murder? The villagers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Fuwang felt even more humiliated and quickly shot Wang Hui a look. Wang Hui immediately lunged forward to grab Li Wenyuan's leg. She knew scholars cared about their reputation, so she planned to throw a fit and force him to back off. Sure enough, Li Wenyuan stepped back in disgust, exposing me behind him. I'd been holding in my anger the whole time, so I raised my foot and kicked, shouting loudly, "Watch out, Mingda. She's trying to molest you." The moment those words left my mouth, Li Wenyuan's old face flushed red and he shot me a glare. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned. She'd meant to cry, throw a fit, and threaten suicide to drive him away, but my words completely twisted the whole situation. My kick landed right on Wang Hui's face, sending blood and tears gushing out and knocking out 2 of her teeth. She covered her face, howling in agony. Li Kongming panicked and cried out, "Zhao Mu, how dare you hit someone from the Li family?" I fired back immediately. Ming Da is a respectable scholar. After being molested by this village woman, how could he face anyone again? Wang Hui clearly wants to ruin his reputation and force him to marry her so she can climb the social ladder. You're all protecting such a vicious woman. Is a scholar really worth less than some shrew? When it came to reputation, I couldn't compete with Li Wenyuan, but twisting words and picking fights was my specialty. I'd seen enough online mob attacks in the modern world, so calling someone out publicly was nothing. The moment I said this, everyone glared at Wang Hui furiously. Marrying a scholar was the dream of so many women, yet she, an old woman who'd already been married once, dared to have designs on him? Wang Hui was in too much pain to speak, so she could only glare at me venomously. I stepped forward and kicked her again. "What are you looking at, you slut? I've exposed you, and you're still thinking about Ming Da." This kick was to avenge my mother and sister-in-law. It knocked her head straight into the ground, and she rolled her eyes back and passed out. Li Kongming's legs went weak. More murder. There's been a murder. The villagers all looked at me in terror. But Li Fuwang was secretly thrilled. If someone really got killed, the Zhao family would be easy to deal with. These outsiders dared to defy him. If he didn't put them in their place, how would he ever control the village afterward? Actually, he held an old grudge against the Zhao family. Years ago, my father and his younger brother had enlisted in the army together, but only my father came back. My father said his brother had deserted and died at the border. But when his brother died, his head had been crushed by a horse's hoof, unrecognizable. To protect his whole family from being punished by association, my father concealed his brother's deserter status and brought the secret home with him. Li Fuwang, however, was convinced my father had stolen the compensation money and made the whole thing up, and he'd hated the Zhao family ever since. My father told him to go check with the army, but he didn't dare. With this secret hanging over him, he most likely wanted to wipe out the Zhao family entirely to bury it for good. "Zhao Mu, why did you kill someone from our Li family for no reason? What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and arrest the murderer." Li Fuwang shouted excitedly. I couldn't be bothered with him and turned to explain to the anxious Li Wenyuan. "Don't worry," I held back. "She's not dead. Look, her chest is still moving." Everyone looked, and sure enough, Wang Hui's chest was still rising and falling. Naturally, no one came to arrest me. Li Fuwang frowned and cursed Wang Hui's uselessness under his breath, then stepped forward with a cold face. "Even if she's not dead, the fact remains that you assaulted someone." "I was protecting Ming Da," I said, spreading my hands. "Bullshit. Wang Hui has a husband. Why would she want to marry Wenyuan or harass him?" I smiled. "So Li Dajiang isn't dead? Then what did she mean by accusing me of murder over and over? Framing me? Ming Da, under the Ming Code, what's the punishment for framing someone?" Li Wenyuan recited it fluently. "It depends on the crime the falsely accused person was charged with. For false accusation of a caning offense, add 2 degrees to the sentence. For exile or heavy caning offenses, add 3 degrees. For false accusation of a capital crime, the accuser suffers the death penalty in reverse. Wang Hui falsely accused you of killing Li Dajiang. Premeditated murder is punishable by beheading, so she would be." I cut him off, smiling. But Wang Hui wasn't the only one who said it. The village head's whole family and all the others said I committed murder too, right? Oh right, they also beat my parents and looted my house. What crime is breaking and entering to rob a home? Everyone present was an ordinary farmer, born with a fear of officials. The moment they heard the word beheading, their faces changed, and seeing that I was about to drag them into this, some actually wet themselves right there in fright. I didn't. The village head called us here. We didn't lay a hand on anyone. Right. It was the village head and his 2 sons who did it. We had no idea. The villagers all panicked, scrambling to clear their names. In truth, they really hadn't helped the village head. Some had even tried to talk him out of it. I understood their attitude. The only reason they'd gone along was that I'd been such a scoundrel in the past. So I had no intention of going after them and said in a low voice, "Anyone who didn't bully my family, get out." The villagers rushed for the exit, tripping over each other. Even Li Xiuxiu's family fled. In the blink of an eye, only Li Fuwang and his son remained in the courtyard, along with the unconscious Wang Hui on the ground. I casually scooped up a ladle of cold water and said to Li Wenyuan, "Let me show you a good show." Then I splashed it right onto Wang Hui's face. In the dead of winter, the cold water made Wang Hui wake up screaming. She looked around first, getting her bearings. Before she could start wailing, I barked, "The scholar says you falsely accused me of killing Li Dajiang, which means beheading. And Li Fuwang says it was all your idea, so you're the only one who's going to die." I was exploiting the time gap. She'd been unconscious and hadn't heard the news. This was pure prisoner's dilemma. Wang Hui was just an ordinary village woman, just as afraid of officials as everyone else, and just as trusting of Li Wenyuan. Seeing him staring coldly at her, she believed my words and shrieked in terror. It wasn't me. It was Li Fuwang who said just beating people wouldn't work, so he told me to frame your family for beating my husband to death. It wasn't my idea. Li Fuwang's face turned as ugly as it could get. Bullshit. You're the one who said it. I did not. My husband is lying in your house right now. You know he's not dead. I just wanted to squeeze a few taels of silver out of the Zhao family. You're the one who said to take the chance to drive the Zhao family out of Qinglong village. Scholar, please, you have to defend justice for me. Wang Hui kowtowed frantically. Li Wenyuan's face turned ashen as he looked at Li Fuwang. What deep grudge do you have against the Zhao family, that you'd frame them and try to destroy their whole household? Before this, he came asking us to just hand over that wild boar for free. We didn't, so he held a grudge, I explained. But my father, who had just calmed down, slowly spoke up. It's not just that. Li Fuwang panicked instantly. Zhao Dezhu, you shut your mouth. I meant to never bring it up, but you've pushed too far. My father looked at Li Wenyuan. Back then, Li Fuwang's younger brother and I enlisted together. His brother couldn't take the hardship and deserted. When I told Li Fuwang, he claimed not to believe me. But the truth is, to cover up this matter, he's been targeting my family at every turn. Li Wenyuan went cold all over upon hearing this. If it were true, then even though he wasn't Li Fuwang's direct blood relative, he'd still be reprimanded by the authorities over their shared clan lineage. Even if he passed the imperial exams, he'd be held by the throat by others, with no hope of ever holding office. Li Fuwang, is this really true? His voice was cold as ice. Li Fuwang groaned inwardly. He'd figured he could squeeze the Zhao family out, and even if word got around afterward, no one would believe it. He never expected to end up with his reputation in the gutter, but he still had to keep lying. Trembling, he pointed at my dad. He's making it all up. Li Wenyuan's heart sank like a stone. He understood now that what my dad said was probably true. You bastard. Li Wenyuan lunged forward and slapped Li Fuwang across the face, abandoning any pretense of a scholar's dignity. He hated that Li Fuwang's brother was such a worthless deserter, and he hated even more that Li Fuwang was a fool, with such dirt on him. Instead of playing nice, he'd gone and made trouble. A whole family of idiots. Slapped twice in front of everyone. Li Fuwang's face flushed red with rage, veins bulging in his neck. Still glaring at me, Li Wenyuan struck him twice more. You brothers have disgraced the entire Li family. Just wait. I'll report this to the clan elder and have your whole family struck from the family register. Struck from the family register. To the villagers, that was the harshest punishment imaginable. Only now did Li Fuwang feel real fear, shaking, at a total loss. Apologize? Was it too late for that? Deny everything to the bitter end? That seemed like the only road left. After all, he himself didn't dare investigate how his brother had died, and Li Wenyuan dared even less. No investigation meant no proof of guilt. That thought steadied him instead. Deny it all, no matter what. I hadn't realized the two families had this old grudge either. But when Li Wenyuan said he'd strike him from the register, I wasn't so sure. A village head, a local landlord, wasn't going to be tossed out that easily. And looking at Li Fuwang's expression, I could tell he was about to play the deny everything card. Just as I was thinking this, I glanced at Li Kongming kneeling by the doorway, playing dead, head down and trembling. Something clicked, and I had a plan. I quietly sidled up beside him and whispered, Li Kongming, your whole family's about to get thrown out of the register. When that happens, your dad won't be village head anymore, and you won't be able to throw your weight around either. But if you turn your dad in, that counts as merit. The clan might give you a second chance. Not only could you stay, you might even become village head yourself. Li Kongming's head snapped up, staring at me in disbelief. He never imagined I'd tell him to report his own father. Seeing him still hesitate, I twisted the knife. Don't forget, you're the second son. Even if the position of village head gets passed down, it'll go to your older brother. Why do you think Li Xiuxiu is into you? It's for the village head position, nothing more. If you can't become village head, you think she'll still give you the time of day? How are you going to lord it over anyone then? Those two lines shattered whatever was left of Li Kongming's reason. Right. Dad had said it more than once. His older brother was smarter than him. If the village head title went to his brother, everything in the family would be his brother's too. And with a sister-in-law as scheming as his, what would he ever get his hands on? Li Fuwang was still stonewalling, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Li Wenyuan. Scholar, you'd actually believe an outsider over your own kinsman? I say it didn't happen, so it didn't happen. Zhao Dezhu's just trying to frame me. Li Wenyuan was no fool. He knew the man would deny it to the end, and he was about to blow up. Suddenly, Li Kongming shot to his feet. Uncle Wenyuan, I can bear witness. My dad admitted it himself. My second uncle really was a deserter, and that's exactly why he came to hate the Zhao family. My dad even had me deliberately arrange for my friends to lead Zhao Mu astray, corrupt him, just so he could get their whole family driven out of the village. And things Zhao Mu never even did, my dad hired people to frame him for. The entire courtyard was stunned, and the villagers outside heard every word clearly. No one could figure out what had gotten into this kid, turning in his own father. But the words of a man's own son, how could those be false? In an instant, the whole village was in an uproar. I always said, Zhao Dazhu and his wife are such good people. How could they have a son like that? Turns out he was corrupted by the village head's family. That's not even the half of it. They framed innocent people too. And this man's fit to be village head? Shameless. Li Fuwang, get out of Qinglong village. Get out. The crowd roared out one after another. Corrupting children was a line Li Fuwang had crossed that no one could tolerate. Whose family didn't have kids? If their own child turned out like Zhao Mu used to be, the sky would come crashing down. Only now did Li Fuwang taste what it was like to be pushed by everyone once the wall started to fall. He looked around at the furious villagers, wanting several times to bark back at them, but the words caught in his throat. Then he looked at his two sons, the older one huddled in the corner, silent, while the younger one was actually joining in the shouting. Throw him out. I'm innocent. Idiot. Li Fuwang turned his gaze to our Zhao family. My second brother Zhao Quan was simple but fiercely protective of his kin. My sister-in-law Liang Chun was gentle and virtuous. I'd had my eyes opened after that beating and turned sharp and capable, and my grandfather Zhao Dezhu was a crafty old fox. Every single one of them was formidable. And his own family? A lazy, wicked wife, a penny-pinching daughter-in-law, a lazy oldest son, a foolish youngest son, and a brother who wasn't right in the head. He'd lost, and he hadn't lost unfairly. Li Fuwang let out a defeated sigh and turned to Li Wenyuan. Scholar, I admit my wrongdoing in this matter. But for the sake of the Li clan's honor, and so that you can one day sit for the imperial exams in peace, I hope you'll let me leave with some dignity. I'll resign as village head, and my whole family will leave Qinglong village forever and never return. What do you say? Resignation plus relocation. That was pretty much the same as being struck from the register. The shouting outside gradually died down. Li Wenyuan didn't want to blow things up any bigger either. He hesitated and looked at me. Zhao Mu, what do you think of handling it this way? I nearly laughed out of sheer anger. You, Li Fuwang, bring people to my home, seize us, beat us, smash our things and steal our goods. And then you toss out one line and think you can just walk away clean? Before I could get a word out, the sly old snake deliberately stirred the pot again. Zhao Mu, for the sake of Wenyuan's future, this really isn't something we should blow out of proportion. Don't you agree? My expression changed at once. What a clever retreat to advance move. It was his brother who'd started all this, and now he'd cornered me. If I agreed, I'd have to swallow my anger. If I refused, I'd be the one sabotaging Li Wenyuan. I knew all too well how the people of this age clung to scholarly honors. If I really did block Li Wenyuan's path, would he be egged on by Li Fuwang to come after me? What an old wolf. Every eye turned to me, waiting for my decision. My grandfather Zhao Dazhu walked over and murmured, let him leave the village. Once he loses the village head title and the Li clan's protection, this old thing is nothing. If you back down now, the scholar owes you a big favor, and so do the villagers. Our things weren't lost anyway. Earning this many favors is more than enough. I knew Grandpa was right. Letting him go now was the biggest gain. But I just couldn't swallow it. My family had taken a beating for nothing and been scared half to death. In these times, people were simple and honest, and a fright like that really could make them sick. This old thing had to be taught a lesson. I looked at Li Wenyuan. Mingda, I know this whole thing started because Li Fuwang's brother dodged the draft. But if I blow it up, it really could ruin your future. So I won't use it to threaten him, and I won't tell a soul. Li Wenyuan's face burned with shame. He was a sharp man. He could see that Li Fuwang was using him. But he'd studied for years, and he couldn't throw it all away now, not when he was so close. He grabbed my hand and made a solemn promise. I owe you for this. When I pass the imperial exams, I swear I'll repay your kindness. I shook my head firmly. We're friends. Forget about repaying me. This is just what I ought to do. That only made Li Wenyuan feel worse, and his hatred for Li Fuwang hit its peak. One honest sentence, and I'd kicked the ball of blame right back to Li Fuwang. Li Fuwang's heart went cold. He'd planned to leave and let the whole thing blow over, then quietly move back once it cooled down. But with Li Wenyuan hating him this much, that clearly wasn't going to happen now. What he didn't know was that my revenge wasn't finished. What I'd just done, tossing his own dug pit back at him, that didn't count as revenge. The real payback was in the next thing I said. I smirked at him. You said you're leaving Qinglong village and never coming back. So what happens to your house and land? You want us to hold on to it for you. Then you'll just come back eventually, won't you? Here's what I think we should do. Since you swindled all of that from the villagers with your dirty tricks anyway, let's just call it your compensation to them. You want to leave? Then I'll make sure you leave with nothing." The second he heard it, Li Fuwang exploded, cursing, "You bastard! You want to strip me clean? Not a chance in hell." His refusal was exactly what I'd been waiting for. I rushed forward and kicked him flat on the ground. "You old dog. I spoke to you nicely, and you open your mouth and start cursing? You call me a bastard. That's the same as cursing my parents and my whole clan. And who said I wanted your property anyway? I'm telling you to hand over what rightfully belongs to the Li clan and give it back to the family. Either you turn over all your land and assets to the clan on your own, to make up for the years you squeezed the people of Qinglong village dry, or you're up to no good, planning to secretly sell off this land so outsiders can come lord it over our village and bully the Li clan." I kicked him as I shouted. The villagers watching around us froze. So this kid had actually been fighting for their benefit this whole time? If Li Fuwang's land went to the clan, they could buy up all that rich farmland. Especially the villagers who worked as his tenant farmers. During the famine years, they'd borrowed money at brutal, rigged rates, couldn't pay it back, had their land seized, and were reduced to lowly tenants. They already hated Li Fuwang to the bone. Now that they saw a chance to get their land back, why would they hold back? The crowd shouted as one, demanding that Li Fuwang give the land back.